la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
They don't know he's there. Is he going to be in there? He's done it again! It's just unreal! Again, and Derek wins it! That is that, folks!
Soft like a gap in the smoke and the spray, it's just beautiful!
Forcing the issue out wide! Agora sim, vamos lá, é você!
Today, our top 4 becomes a top 3, and one team will grab the final slot for Masters Toronto. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final week of the VCT Americas Stage 1 Playoffs, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in sunny Los Angeles, California. Hey, that's right. I'm Golden Boy. The current person is going to be annoying Mimi and Ender today as we break everything down. How dare you not at that, Ender? I saw you off the corner of my face. I saw you, and it broke my heart. Now, guys, I miss you, obviously. It's been a week, right? I wasn't here on Sunday. Lots went down. So let's go ahead and catch things up here, right? Because we had 8 teams we started this competition with, and now we're just down to 4. And your final 4 teams, you got MiBR and Sentinels at the top, and then in the bottom, you got G2 and EG. Row, Raggy.
Yeah, I mean, 2 crazy things to look at here. First off, G2 in the lower bracket. What is that? Second off, EG still in the tournament with a chance to send G2 home and deny them Toronto today. That I don't think was in anyone's spreads.
Our second match makes absolutely no sense. Like, no one would have ever seen this coming, but it makes it even more hype that it's for Toronto.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I couldn't.
You fools gonna realize we're back in 2023.
Who gave him the grabber?
You say no one could have predicted this.
Drop the claw.
You're asking all the wrong questions, old man.
Oh, okay.
I've realized that this Riot Games Arena is on the verge, the convergence, some might say, of some awfully powerful ley lines.
Not this again.
Awfully powerful. And I've realized that evil geniuses have managed to figure out a way of harnessing this energy, and they have transported us back to the year 2023. Now, just look at the story that's playing out here. A team of underdogs that barely squeaks into playoffs, and they go for the second Masters of the year. Now, of course, they both have to start with the letter T, don't they? Tokyo. Ever heard of that one? Yeah, find it on the map, why don't you? And over here, Toronto, of course. An absolutely unbelievable scene, my lady.
Excuse me?
Now, if you take a look. If you take a look at here, over here, follow me this way. Demonic duelist, perhaps? It's just too simple. El Diablo, Demon One. I mean, come on, even Pansy can put it together. I'm not stupid. I see what's happening here. We have a fragging IGL. We have supportive players who've not really been able to get their best opportunities on previous rosters. That's right. I'm through here between Mimi and Ender. How's it going? And then also Coach Potter behind the scenes calling all of the shots. And which team did they beat in the playoffs? Cloud9. Everybody knows that if you beat
mean anything.
They lose every playoff.
Every time you beat Cloud9, you go to Masters. It's never been wrong. Don't argue with the science.
Why are you holding that like a weapon?
Who gave you the grabber?
Now, who are the big bad guys waiting down the line? Who? You have a squad of young Brazilians. A squad of young Brazilians, Mimi, down the line.
Well, they have to beat G2 first.
They're already beating G2. I've seen it in the stars. A squad of Brazilian superstars led by none other than Fraud with his mangled visage. And of course, the star player, Aspas, awaits them. Of course, last year it was Loud, now it's MiBR. Our future is clear. Evil geniuses, they will beat G2, they will make Masters Toronto, they will lose in the Grand Final, and run it back at Champions Paris. It is 2023 all over again.
The UK's not even on your map, Josh.
That doesn't matter, we're talking about Gay Paris. You don't understand. It's going to happen.
Yeah, thank you. Get him out, get him out. Send him back. So she broke the claw. He broke the claw.
Arrest that man.
Dude, Chuck McGill was that?
I'm not gonna lie though, bro was kind of cooking. In any case, so speaking of the past, we're celebrating 5 years of Valorant. So let's take a stroll down memory lane with our pros. Save me!
Stop the chicanery.
No!
It's the 5th year anniversary of Valorant, and it's been a crazy ride for me. Like Valorant, I believe that it changed my life.
Damn. 5 years is crazy. I'll play it every single year.
Wow, I have a lot of memories. I just got goosebumps thinking about all of them. Wow.
I always remember the day when I was with a friend, like watching streams to get the drop. He always says to me like, how crazy this is that we were like just going through streams trying to get the key, and now like you are on another country like playing at the highest level.
Eu acho que esse é momento marcante para mim, essa chama assim por buscar competir, essa vida competitiva no geral, acho que é momento marcante para mim no geral.
It's been a long time. I'm gonna go back to the beginning, to 2022, when EG qualified for VCT. It was a pipe dream that we felt like we could qualify. Qualifying at that moment was everything for us.
We were a really bad team, I'm gonna be honest, we were terrible. But we ended up beating Optic at the time in 2022 when they were the best team in the world.
Oh my god! He let the showstopper through the teleporter!
That was my first time in my career where I really thought like I can be something, or like it just gave me the most confidence I've ever had playing esports.
When I hit rank 1 the first time, I think it definitely showed me a path that I didn't see before of me being able to go pro and play on such a beautiful stage.
Yeah, it was me against 5, and I got into A site, put my molly down, put my turret, and all I had was a class against 4, and I went to work, let's just say that.
Was his trap and he ends up going down? No way! No way!
Teve uma jogada que eu fiz que eu lembro até hoje, que foi de Marshall contra, acho que foi contra a Zeta.
Parece que a jogada vai ser passagem real enquanto o Hit tá na frente, tentava e se livrava do primeiro, leva mais um, e aí ganha confiança, vai partindo pra frente, leva o terceiro, e o Hit vai acabar com o round, é ace dele!
Fue mi primer ace internacional, que fue contra Paper Rex.
3 para 3 queda la ronda. Sentalo Jin, bien shy. 2 para 2.
Bien shy,
con el 4K en el aire, Shy, modo demonio.
Oh, qué peligro, qué miedo, qué temor, falla sísmica, que termina cayendo. ¡Viene el primer duelo! ¡Shy con el ace!
Y ese es mi juego, yo siento que siempre voy a llevar como dentro de mí porque fue mi inicio y fue un gran partidazo que hice.
Y le ganamos Paper de 2-0. Demostramos al mundo que no éramos underdog y pusimos a Latam dentro del radar del Valorant mundial.
Fue nuestro primer internacional cuando yo estaba en Leviatán, que estábamos jugando contra Exes y estaba incluso pensando en retirarme y no jugar nunca más porque no podía demostrar como mi nivel en Stage. Y mágicamente ese partido, y con la ayuda de Dios obviamente, di un partidazo, o sea, mostré un nivel muy bueno. Desde ese momento pude alcanzar un nuevo nivel y desarrollarme como en Stage.
One moment that always sticks with me is when I picked up Crashies and Victor. It broke my heart, honestly, adding them and replacing the players that I had because I came up with those players in Envy. But I knew that to take that next step and actually compete internationally, I had to get that duo. Thankfully, you know, in hindsight, it worked out and we were able to make a run in 2022.
I think my biggest memory was definitely just winning Ascension. It showed to me and my team that we were good enough.
We trusted each other, we trusted our process, and if we just stuck together and grinded it out, we would be there. And that's exactly what we did, and because we did that, we're in the position now to, you know, start a dynasty and become one of the best teams that's ever touched this game.
I think over the past years of playing Valorant, the most memorable is always just stepping onto international stages and qualifying to international stages. It's the reason I play the game, basically, because without that, like, what is there?
Looking back, I'll always remember winning LCQ in 2022 just to go to champs in Istanbul.
He knows where the last player is. Molly out in his hands. That could be a critical mistake, but the off angle by Derek is too damn clean.
I think just like the rush and adrenaline that all of us had in that house was like a feeling that I hope to get this year.
Nothing can really top that because it was an underdog run where no one really expected us to make it that far.
I love the team. Everyone
just traveling with those guys was just an experience I'll never forget, and I just loved playing with those guys in general.
Cara, acho que dos momentos que eu fiquei mais feliz assim mesmo foi esses 5 anos de Valorant. Acho que no primeiro Last Chance que a gente ganhou, o primeiro mesmo dia, acho que se não me engano, 2021. Esse foi o dia assim, acho que eu fiquei mais feliz porque eu tinha 17 anos e classifiquei para o Mundial em Berlim. Então foi bem da hora.
The highlight moment was qualifying for top 4 in Shanghai and playing in that second arena. Biggest crowd I've ever played in front of. Just the experience and the time that I had there was so amazing, and it made it, honestly, like the last 4 years or 3 years before that, worth it.
Attending Masters Tokyo, you could see like as far as you want, and there would still be seats all the way at the top of the building. That was so like surreal, walking out on stage and seeing that many people come to watch a Valorant game.
Foi especial ver a Loud vencer, principalmente por ser time brasileiro. Mas é mais isso, como fã, acho que ver time brasileiro no topo.
The lock-in experience 2 years ago, that was my first tournament being in our home country. A stadium full of people that are cheering for you, doing all you know they can to help you win, was an extremely unique experience.
My highlights for Valorant this past 5 years is definitely our Masters Madrid win. Just that feeling of being on top of the world and like on a full arena with so many fans.
It was such an addictive feeling to work so hard to get a win and be able to look at, 6 other people that you did it with. I feel very lucky to have a job where I can have that experience, and I just want to have it more.
Yeah, my favorite moment definitely was the Champs win in 23.
It's all over! EG are your Valorant World Champions!
Like 5 years ago when Valorant first started, like I didn't think I had a chance to be there. Then I ended up there through like all hard work, adversity.
Winning Champs, basically the best thing you can do, best achievement you can get. It's pretty hype.
I'm really grateful to play this game. I have a lot of memories.
There's more to it than just playing, competing. So I think that's kind of something special.
Meeting like so many different wonderful fans and just seeing like all these wonderful places like across the world.
E as pessoas que eu conheci no Valorant também, principalmente o Zap, né? Eu conheci ele há 4 anos e fora os moleques da 2Game também. Foi muito incrível. Graças ao Valorant eu consegui conhecer essas pessoas incríveis.
I've looked up to a lot of people like Tens and Aspas, and it's been a pleasure finally being allowing these people are talking to me in person. These people are inviting me to play ranked. Jesus!
The fan interactions, they really showed me what being a fan is, and I really aspire to be like them, to have that much passion for something.
Ver una fila que no se puede ver al final de la fila de gente queriendo hablar conmigo, queriendo sacarse foto conmigo, realmente es algo que me llena demasiado el alma y me da mucha felicidad.
Que uma coisa que me deixa bastante feliz é os comentários positivos das pessoas que estão sempre me apoiando, mesmo na derrota, a torcida de vocês e todas essas coisas assim, isso é bem importante para mim.
It's more than a game for me, honestly. It's literally like my whole life. I'm happy to be part of this. I'll just keep improving and keep making the community and the game itself something that everyone can be proud of.
O Valorant, desde que ele veio, ele mudou não só a minha vida, mas de muitos outros players que às vezes não tinham talvez uma condição melhor. Então acho que isso daí é uma coisa que eu posso compartilhar com vocês. Que o Valorant mudou muito a vida, me deu muitos novos amigos, uma carreira muito maior do que eu esperava. Então só agradecer por esses 5 anos de Valorant e os parabéns, né?
5 years of this awesome game, and we have so many more to come. By the way, probably noticing another person joining us on the desk here is Cloud9's coach, Imi. Whoa! Hey, Sideshow technically has hair right now, so we can look at that. Imi, pleasure to have you here, man.
I would say it's good to be here, but I'd rather be playing.
I do feel that.
Do you have a favorite memory from the early years of Valorant? Maybe back on V1?
I made a Masters once.
Yeah,
Iceland. It's been a long time since, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had some great moments in 5 years of this game, crazy stuff. I still can't believe I'm employed. It's crazy, honestly.
Yeah, that's your favorite moment.
That's my favorite moment, baby, is employment. Thank you so much for putting food on the table. I really appreciate you guys. That got dark. Now, of course, let us go ahead and move on, though, to today's first match. We got MiBR and Sentinels, and this one, a rematch from our Kickoff lower bracket final. MiBR's only map win came from a 40-round overtime. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I think this series really defined what MiBR's year has become. They went into this match, starting kickoff, still playing all old comps, Jet on every map, no Teo, no Vaz. And then after losing here and missing out on the first Masters, they really reworked themselves, took a risk on picking up Verno, started integrating the Teo and a lot of new ideas into their comps, and have just been on fire since here in Stage 1.
Yeah, the fact they've already qualified to Toronto, absolutely amazing for them. Again, you're sort of seeing the memories of that ridiculous 21-19 map that they actually won. They're hoping things are a little simpler today to secure their spot in the finals.
Yeah, that'd be lovely, you know, because I'm sure you, as a coach, you love being there for 40 rounds, sweating your butt off the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's all down to the players. Your tactics are gone. You just got to sit there and just be stressed.
Yeah,
That's why we've got no hair.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Yeah, bro, baby, I'm telling you, if I was a coach, it's not there now. It would never even show up. Hey, listen here, genetics. I can't help it, right? We all can't wake up looking like Timothy Chalamet, okay? Relax now. All right, now, of course, last week we had a big moment there for MiBR because they managed to clinch Masters Toronto and meet the dog, which that dog is freaking adorable. But that is a massive, massive achievement for the MiBR organization because we had covered this last week, but it's worth mentioning here again. Like, Ender, what a run this organization has gone through, and then one thing happens, and the rest is history.
Yeah, the one thing being OSPOS, but the eras for MiBR, you have before OSPOS and you have after OSPOS. Before OSPOS was a dark time for MiBR, right? 11th place Stage 2 last year, but OSPOS coming in, and now with less than a year, they're top 3, they're making it global.
As a coach, how much of a difference does it make playing against a guy like OSPOS who has just so much individual impact?
I mean, it's not more about playing against them, it's what he does to the rest of his teammates.
Sure.
He's joined, he's bringing everyone up, everyone looks up to him, even Verno, right? He struggled on NRG, I'm sure there was a bad click there, but he brings everyone up, everyone looks up to him.
I'm actually glad you mentioned Verno because that actually, you know, he has truly been, Mimi, a transformative player for this team since joining.
When dropping him, Energy cites that he wasn't really fitting in, he wasn't calming enough, and then they get rid of him after kickoff. But it seems like he's integrated so well into this system. You saw he changed like his Instagram handle to have the suffix Zinho like the rest of the players on the team.
My guy's in, bro.
It's wild.
He's having pan de quejo right now.
Yeah, the one American dude who joins a team of all Brazilians has found a better match here than he had back on NRG, and has been playing just so well individually. He's been one of, if not the best rookie of the year thus far.
Yeah, you know, I talked before after OSPOS, you also have before after Verno for this team, right? Because during kickoff, right, they're faltering versus Sentinels in that lower bracket. Now with Verno, this team has been kind of just knocking it out of the park, virtually unbeatable so far this stage.
Yeah, did that surprise you, Emmy?
It did, especially after NRG, him not fitting in so well, but all it took is someone to put his arm around him, people for him to look up to. Cotizi has been amazing as well. I'm sure Frod is a great coach, and they've just brought him in, he's became part of it, and his stats show he's been incredible.
Yeah, it's taken a team that had a best 8th place finish before in Americas to now top 3 in kickoff since the changes, at least top 3 here, looking for something better. If they can win today, it would be the first ever final of any event for this organization if they can win.
And it's not just OSPOS, it's not just Verno. There are other elements of this team that have really come alive for MiBR, and one of those, well, actually 2 of them really, has been Artson and Cortesia. They've both found their form in this stage. Cortesia has been incredible, and they shared what this moment, achieving this, going to a Masters, what this all meant for them and their families.
Cortez, a gente sabe que a sua família tá aqui, né, cara? Então, a gente vai tentar, consegue colocar pra gente, produção, olha a sua família aparecendo, tá aqui do ladinho. Então, se você quiser mandar um recado pra sua família e também pro pessoal do Brasil, aproveita aí agora, cara.
Cara, eu queria agradecer novamente primeiro Deus, porque sem ele não sou nada. Obrigado à minha família que sempre me apoiou, isso é por vocês também, por todo mundo que sempre me ajudou, mano. Eu já pensei tantas vezes em desistir e tanta gente me ajudou, então é só o primeiro passo. A gente ainda quer ganhar o VCT Américas, não é só a classificação que a gente quer e a gente vai por isso. Muito obrigado, a gente ama vocês.
Pouca pessoa sabe do que eu venho passando esse ano, em questão do meu pessoal, em questão da minha família. Então, com certeza essa vitória foi pra você, pai e mãe. Foi pra você.
Cara. Filho, e aquilo que nós combinamos lá atrás quando começou, primeiro o melhor da rua, depois melhor do bairro, depois melhor da cidade, melhor do estado, melhor do país e melhor do mundo!
That's powerful stuff right there. A beautiful moment that we're seeing with the, Artzen Cortesia. I mean, that's the game, right? It's all the emotion, it's all in the moment. Mimi, what an incredible, powerful moment.
I think it has to be especially special for Artzen, who's been through the lowest lows of this MiBR team, being on the roster last year when just nothing was clicking for them. Now this year, Fraud trusting him to become the IGL, a role he's never filled before, and suddenly having performances top 3, back-to-back tournaments, taking that risk to move all the way from Brazil to LA, and it panning off now this year.
And all that came from, I remember talking to Fraud about it. Him and Artzen just had a mind together for the game that they figured, hey, let's put our powers combined and see what happens. And look at this, they're top 3 potentially, winning the whole damn thing. It's really, really impressive what these guys have been able to accomplish here. But let's actually check in once again with Artzen as well as Cortesia, who spoke with Riv earlier today.
I am here with MiBR before the match, and I got to ask you guys, last week you got to talk to the family a little bit after the match. What's it like knowing that they're watching from so far away? What'd they have to say?
It's pretty good. My family trusts me and always cheering for me. I'm really glad about this.
And what kind of things are they saying when you talk to them after the match?
Honestly, they say, how strong am I? And they they say inspiration stuff, like family stuff. But yeah, I'm so blessed to have them cheering for me and my team. So basically, we're gonna do our best for them.
Awesome. How you feeling about the match today? Feeling good?
I'm feeling pretty good.
All right. Kill it, guys.
MiBR is all smiles coming into today, but they're going to have their hands full because they're facing the Sentinels, a team that, they did what no one else was able to do in Americas. They took down G2, sent those boys down to the lower bracket, and my, oh my, that was a little bit of a hairy game there for a moment there, fellas, because, Ender, it almost slipped away from them at the final moments.
Yeah, this is a crazy one, right? Sentinels lose map 1, map 2 is down to the wire, 2 rounds separating. Then Sentinels get out to an insane...
It's like a 10-2 start or something like that.
Yeah, they win the pistol, then G2 force, and on Ascent, G2 almost come all the way back before Sentinels lock in on rounds 23 and 24. And you can see how much it meant to them to send G2 packing.
Yeah, I was there as a fan watching Jordan play, and at the end, he was the guy who made the play. I was so happy for him. It was great.
It's incredible how this team is constantly able to dig deep, even in those moments where you think that they might be out of this one here. But Mimi, that puts the Sentinels lineup on the pathway to Toronto, a massive achievement for them. And they went to Bangkok, obviously, didn't go the way that they wanted here. Now they have an opportunity for redemption.
But beating G2, I think, is the big thing. It's proving that people had a lot of questions of this team being in the group that didn't have G2, didn't have you guys on Xenon, that a lot of people were calling weaker. And they've come out swinging in the playoffs. They're yet to drop a series thus far. And not just fighting for redemption at Toronto, but also to try and win a trophy here in Americas that they failed to do in Kickoff.
They're hitting their stride right now, and it's quite scary. Can they get to the finish line, though? Well, let's actually go ahead and hear what Zelsis had to say, as he also caught up with Riv earlier on about today's matchup.
Zelsis, I want to talk to you about the match last week against G2. When it became more and more difficult to close out the game, what was going through the minds of your teammates, of you?
I'm just blessed to be able to compete with the teammates I have and the coaching staff that I have under the organization of Sentinels that we have. And yeah, that's it.
If there was anything in that game that you could pinpoint that you the team found out about themselves, would you be able to nail one thing?
Well, when the match gets hard, we go harder, so.
All right. Good luck today in the match.
In the event that Icebox makes it through the vetoes today, Sentinels are going to have to lock in to take down MiBR. And I want to talk to you a little bit about their comp, because Zekken is playing the Omen, which is not something we've seen a lot of other teams do it. Now, last week I showed you some rounds and showed you sort of the power of using the Omen smokes to block off Killjoy turrets, to open up some lurk ideas, or even in their default over towards A to block off a lot of the more forward sight lines that you can see. But I want to show you the B site right now, because Sentinels do things a little bit more uniquely, almost using this Omen like a hybrid of a jet and the Harbor. The first thing they do is throw this smoke over on front B. Now, this is really annoying for a lot of different reasons. First of all, Viper Orb is usually a one-way boosted on top of that, which this smoke tries to break, removing those deep sight lines that can hold that space, and sort of forces you as a solo player, if you're going to anchor this on your own for G2, you kind of got to be what Jonah P is doing, where you have to play up in front of the smoke. It really isolates you a lot, but you can't really stick into that space for too long. So So Sentinels step on in here, and now Zekin is going to do his best jet smoke dash impression. That was kind of it, getting over there on top of yellow. And what he can do is take these higher angles, and again, because of that forward smoke he had earlier, his teammates can cross over to back yellow, and they can get a high-low going. But then we can speed up into the round and look at how they actually execute onto the site, because this is, again, where they can get a little bit more creative. First of all, you have options to throw down a very deep Omen smoke and make it look almost like the Harbor push wall when your own Viper wall goes down. So he's going to throw that in just a second. Sentinels really took their time in this round. And then he TPs forward like this. This is cool because this paranoia line is nasty. It can clear out all of backside effectively. He also sends it up towards halls. And it gives you this forward fight that you usually don't have when you're not playing a lot of flashes on Icebox. Now, we're going to ignore the fact that he misses Leaf with that paranoia, but I promise it's very good. And that's it. We're going to go back on over here. Again, ignore that he missed the paranoia. He'll hit it the next time. It's fine. It's fine.
I can't help but feel like if he hit the paranoia,
he might have gotten the kill. Yes.
He might have gotten the kill, and it would have been great to close out the Telestrator segment with 100%. But yeah, I mean,
it's the idea that counts.
The idea behind it. You can see the execution come on real time. Well, guys, some more players who you got to focus on here. One of those individuals in particular, Bang, right? Because this guy came in the clutch against G2 multiple times. I know, Emmy, you have a lot to say about this young man because the talent is there, and he's been really providing a lot for Sentinels this season.
Yeah, I mean, his kickoff wasn't great, but since then, I feel like Sentinels as a whole have come together more of a family. They've gone through some hardships, they've had some tough conversations, and it's bringing out the best in Bang. I think John and Jordan, Zelsus and Junkie T, putting that arm around him, bringing us together, is helping everyone. And Bang is he's playing off instinct now. He's not scared to make mistakes. Yeah. He just goes for his plays.
Yeah, he's so good, I think, especially when he's in a position as a solo anchor. He's one of those players that does such a great job of being in like 1vx situations and just slowing the round down, picking the perfect timing to peek. His crosshair placement is always perfect. And I mean, his numbers have backed it up. The guy's just been incredible. One of the best players statistically coming into the playoffs for VCT Americas. And he had a great game to make it here, beating G2 as well.
Yeah, for me, Bang defensively is the god of off angles. Like, this guy gets himself in good positions so consistently and will surprise you in the spots that he's playing, change it up once he conditions you against those common spots as well. It is really nice to watch him work a site, not just in one round, but over the course of an entire half.
Now, would you guys say X factor for sure to pay attention to in this game here, Bang? I feel like always is kind of like a, obviously answer, but I do feel like Bang in this matchup in particular could really cause a problem for MiBR.
Yeah, as long as he keeps playing instinctual and conditioning what he wants to do on the sites, I think he's going to be the X factor for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out there. Now, of course, we want to know what our talent team thinks. Who do we think is going to win the matches today? Well, the results are in. A bit more of a mixed bag than usual outside of the lone EG believer.
Emmy, are you a Sen believer with me?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you an EG believer with Wyatt?
Absolutely not.
What is the odd?
Absolutely not.
I don't think he's too far off the goop just because EG's playing hot right now.
These guys were finalists. They lost a series.
They're playing hot right now.
2 rounds.
They're playing hot. They're playing hot. I can see the logic, Mimi. But
Sen beat MiBR in this position during kickoff. They're playing again now. A lot has changed for MiBR. What has sold you on this Sen team that you're confident they'll win today?
Just everything they've gone through from Bangkok to kickoff to now, all the hard conversations that they would have had leading forward. I just think they're one of my favorites to win Toronto, actually.
Wow. What I think is interesting, though, is you can also say the same thing about MiBR on the other side, right? A team that's really gone through a bit of a journey, rediscovering themselves, needing to find like who those players are going to be that slot in, who fits that. So I think it's interesting.
I think they've added Verno, they haven't had that big loss yet. I think they need to have the big loss. Maybe this is it. And then but this wouldn't be a big loss because they've still made Toronto, Yeah. Like, I think they need that big loss, and Sentinels have already had that.
Damn, yeah, and it's a good point, right? Because, MiBR, or really, I always like to call it like the new car smell. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you buy a new car, it always smells good. And after a little while, you sit in it too many times, starts to fade, the newness starts to fade away.
I keep my car smelling nice. I don't know what
That's true. Your car was exquisite when we went in there.
Your car is broken now.
Real talk, though. Do we subscribe to this, that MiBR yet to face that hardship? Sentinels could be the one to deliver that here today.
That's just true. And Sen has already proved how good they were. They beat G2. I also think this is something you were talking about. The map pool could be pretty good for Sen. They share a lot of similar maps. If we get a Haven in the pool, I think that's looking good. I honestly even think they have a chance on split against MiBR.
I think they definitely win split.
Yeah.
Definitely. They have to ban Icebox though. Sentinels have to ban Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so good for MiBR thus far with that Harbor Viper.
Or Zekin can hit the paranoia. And that changes the entire
That would help.
That would help. All right, folks. So 4 teams are going to be fighting to make it to Sunday's grand final. You got MiBR and Sentinels, Evil Geniuses, going up against G2. Day 5 of the VCT Americas Playoffs starts right now.
When you're on that grand final stage, they're gonna remember you for what you did that day. Those 5 maps that you played, that's gonna be where everybody's gonna be like, damn, I saw that clip on Twitter, I saw that clip on YouTube, I saw that on VCT. And I mean, I'm always good for it.
I think winning Americas is one of the steps that you need in order to showcase how great like truly you are and all the work that both yourself and team have put in. You're a force to be reckoned with, basically.
What's up, baby? I won 2 times already, but I wanna win with this team. There's something special about winning with them. They are all new players.
We're going to Canada, baby! We're going to Canada!
There's definitely not a lot of room for error if you want to be the best team in Americas. Teams like Sen, we definitely show the best versions of ourselves in the highest pressure moments.
Whenever the finals hit, just how you play that day, it doesn't matter anything else before that.
I know what we're capable of as a team. Each match that we get, we gain like more and more confidence.
What are we doing?
To play like how we normally play.
What is this? No way! I just ran in, no scoped his ass.
When people think about VCT Americas, some people they think about me. And it just makes me want to be better at the game, not being stuck at the same place.
Finals are the games where everyone's watching, so if you make a cool play or do something huge for your team, everyone's going to remember it. Definitely a huge opportunity to be remembered for being great.
I want to be remembered as like someone who did some great things. I think it would be nice to re-prove myself again.
Of course it's Yang!
There has to be a superstar. There has to be an X factor in the team, willing to make those big plays or make sure the team's on point, or the X factor that's willing to just call what needs to be said. That'll show you why people win champions.
Just by having my presence there in the team during the game, I know that my teammates they are more confident, because if something is going wrong, they can have in the back of their heads, it's okay, he's there. I have Aspas on my team.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for our first match of the day. E eles já têm a vaga, mas agora queremos o título. Faz barulho pro MiBR!
And MiBR has something that no one else has. They got an Aspas. You heard that video, them talking about what that guy brings to the table, but really, Mimi, the sum of all of their parts here makes this a scary squad.
This was America's worst team in 2024. They signed VALORANT's best player. They've had a meteoric turnaround. Top 3 in Kickoff, and now a chance for the best finish for the organization. Their first grand finals in the partnership era.
And they're also doing it, signing 3 players that hadn't played on the VCT stage before either. It's really a combination of the old, tried and true, and the new that's clicked perfectly.
Yeah, that's right. MiBR truly have found something special.
And now, let's bring out their opponents for this matchup. Make some noise for Sentinels!
All right, and the Sentinels, obviously the fan favorite coming into this one, Amy, but, you know, I think it's safe to say, like, no matter how it shakes out, this is going to be a tough battle, and Sentinels know that coming into this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough battle. They need Zekin in prime form to deal with Aspas, I think. everyone pumping up. Pumping up is the biggest thing for them.
Yeah.
And you know, Sentinels, they've got one guy that no one else in the world has.
Ospas?
No, it's Qbert, the sixth man, showing up in a big way. You know, we got the preview of the 1v1 matchup, Sakura, MiBR's cute little puppy, but Qbert, this guy is red in the face. He's angry. He wants to win, Mimi.
I'm not. The dog eats the cube. I will not lie.
The dog does eat the cube. At the very least, it turns into a true toy. But that being said, though, very much looking forward to this one, Mimi.
Amy, you were talking about this asking Sen to ban Icebox. They've done that, and now they get both Split and Haven in the pool. Those last two maps to me feel like gimmies for Sentinels.
I think this is perfect for Sentinels. Lotus might be a toss-up, but they need to play Vice, I think. They need to go back to the Vice. They go back to the Vice, and they can deal with the Neon. And then it'll be a 2-0. If not, 2-1 Sentinels.
What have you thought about MiBR's Neon comp on this map? They've changed to it, won twice since pulling that off. Is it going to be tough for Sen to play into?
It will be if they don't play the Vice, I think. If they go no Sentinel, I think they're going to have trouble.
Yeah, because Sen had previously been playing the double smokes with a Viper in the mix, and you're asking for the Viper to turn into a Vice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously really looking to shut down that explosive potential that you could potentially be seeing on the opposite side of the field there. We'll see, of course, what we end up getting as far as agents go. I am curious if anyone's going to try and throw out something different to try and throw someone off the Sen.
I think the first map would be the chance to do that. Reminder of the stakes here. You win this map, you're the first team into the Grand Final, so you get to play with a double ban advantage and have a hell of a chance to win the Americas title heading into a Masters here in North America.
One step closer to winning a trophy, a big thing for all these players here. Now, agents are going to be coming up in a moment. We'll see what we end up getting out of this one. You know, I am really curious, Ender. Like, there's so many directions we could end up seeing.
Yeah, and we've got some time as the agents slowly roll out. Honestly, Sentinels, we haven't seen them play this map in almost a month. Last time they played it was up against Loud. That was a map they lost 13-11, where, again, we were talking about the Viper coming in for them. Zelsis was on that, so he's the guy to wait and see what he eventually goes for. But Osboss is just going to be max chilling until we get there.
Yeah, he's got a long time to wait that one out there. Oh, man. Obviously, there were some changes to Teo. Not in this patch, without a doubt, but curious to see how that plays out in the future. Yeah, along the horizon. We'll see how that one plays out. But for now,
back behind the barn. You might find Tejo.
You might find Tejo and Old Yeller right behind the barn after today, or after rather this event. But of course, we'll see what continues to get locked down here. But yeah, I mean, you know, and I think what would be the thing in me for you if you see it, you're like, I don't know, Sentinels, this might not be the play. I know you mentioned not having device. Anything else?
Well, it's mainly I don't want to see the Viper because I think Neon really tears apart the no Sentinel. So
yeah.
I'm really hoping they change.
Do you think Sen's going to lock into the Neon on Zekken again? Because MiBR is also playing a no Senti comp.
He might go Yoru.
Ooh.
Good either way then if they pick into the Vice,
I would
or
rather,
if it is a no Senti comp still from MiBR, which it is looking like early days.
I would rather see the Neon on Zekken, but there's a world he goes Yoru.
I mean, I think if you're looking for like opening round fights, the Neon is clearing the Yoru in terms of that, in terms of actually like execing onto a side on the attacking side. But if you want to play that slow style game, the Yoru is super effective.
Just depends on what they want
to
shoot for, right? Like, do they want to meet that speed for speed, or do they want to play a little bit more of a control game, right? That's what it sounds like to me, like the differences that they have as far as the options goes.
Well, I think we've got the big pick we're waiting for coming up next. Moment of truth, what Zelsis is going to be rocking here. So far it's been boring. Everyone's playing the agents that we're expecting them to, but this next one will not be the thing you want to see.
Ooh, okay, so share your thoughts. Share your thoughts in me. You see the Viper.
I think Aspas will just get to run it down whenever he wants. I think Sentinels will have to lean on their retakes a lot, because if they want a site, they're going to take it. And I know on the defense side, Zelsis will play towards A lot on his own, which I don't really like. So if they continue to do that, I do think MiBR are favored here.
Yeah, how are we feeling, guys? Do you think same thing here as far as not seeing that Viper goes, or seeing that Viper rather pop up here?
Yeah, Emmy sold me on this.
Yeah, it is interesting because it is a straight up mirror match here between the two double controller, no Senti, Neon compositions on both of our teams, which means I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, it's not a mirror. He is pivoting to that Yoru. Okay.
Good call.
But similar idea where it's going to come down to a lot of like C retake ideas in these late rounds that are going to have to be really drilled, especially for Sen.
I mean, this is just the G2 ripoff comp going for the Yoru, right? Which slows down your tempo a lot, in sort of like the early round ideas, but it gives you a stronger upper if you want to take the forward lines.
Where are the pitfalls with this composition?
I mean, the pitfalls come when you're trying to actually win opening fights, because I think the neon stun and like the mobility of the slide is like just very powerful. But also when it comes to execing into a side, I think neon sort of clears on that on the attacking side.
Like on defense, they're going to really struggle to beat out the neon comp on say a Rebel fight. So I think MiBR is going to be able to take that early space as much as they want with this comp.
Yeah, I think that's why they've gone to the Euro. I think they're going to let them take the space and they're
Like
going to take it back. Like,
Yeah.
I think they're going to let them do what they want and slow the game right down.
Yeah, the way G2 usually plays that is like, you know, you'll step forward to take maybe an early fight just on the Yoru, but very quick to teleport out after taking a shot or two, and just like keep moving back the lines of scrimmage. You're not trying to have this decisive fight at the start of the rounds. You're trying to slowly whittle them away and bait them into you.
All right, well, let's see how this all shakes out, folks. It's now time to start our first match of the day, and let's send it over to your casters for this one. You got two of the best on the mic. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great to be here in the Riot Games Arena. This one is bound to be a banger. Aspas has taken, historically, the worst team in Brazil at this level, the worst team in Americas, and now turned them into a true contender with their best finish already on the docket. An undefeated run in maps through playoffs so far. And they're going up against the team that just handed G2 their first loss of the season.
The team that looked unbeatable, they were able to stop. The only team that could stop them.
Time for your Samsung match start, folks. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. It'll be Sentinels starting on this attack side. Both teams without Sentinels in their compositions, and this is the third different Sen comp in 3 outings on Lotus that we've seen.
And so far, the 2 prior outings in Stage 2 have been back-to-back losses. So perhaps this switch over to the Yoru, which Zekken has been playing constantly in 2025, could be the recipe for improvement to try and steal away MiBR's map pick.
We are grouped here for a bit of a pop in towards B main. Some toggling of the door is actually pulling the B defenders away somewhat, and there's a gate crash there ready for an overload onto the middle of the map, but that expires. Zekken has other ideas.
Just going to wander all the way into tree. Doesn't actually have a gate crash to get out. All of the utility expended from MiBR, who are inclined to re-clear or fight towards rubble if the Sentinels team had been there, but they're not. They're getting this B site entirely for free.
Zekken's the bait. He hasn't done anything but mill around tree for the time being, and so MiBR going to check rubble, trying to clear this. They know there's a player in the vicinity, but they don't know if Zekken TP'd out with gate crash or not. Now they know, of course, it's a plant towards the B side, and Zelsis is ready to take contact. Paranoia actually ended up hitting onto the drone, and Zelsis emerges. First blood struck for Sentinels. But Verno knows something's afoot here over in that corner. Some action here. Shenom had to have flicked that. He was not ready on the line. John pops up for 1 here on this B side of the map now. Still 3 out for MiBR. Make it 2. It's up to the bromance duo, Aspas and Verno, to get themselves out of this, but they're both very low. Less than 50 points of health combined. They're going to go for it off a timing. Bang is ready for them though. And he'll clock 3 for the pistol.
I love the way that Sentinels played around rubble with multiple players using Zelsis wall, including Zelsis himself, to actually reposition towards the site. Put all of those MiBR players that had prior ran through Baby Door into rubble in the mid-round in an uncomfortable spot when they had to retake back into B. Great positional play overall. And Bang already starting hot in this game. Coming into this series, he's actually the highest rated average ACS player of anyone on Sentinels in the playoffs so far. He's really been showing out.
Last time these two teams played, it was in Kickoff, the lower bracket final, where Sentinels knocked MiBR out of contention for Bangkok, and where Zelsis was that match MVP with an unbelievable performance, one we'd rarely ever seen from him. Let's see what today pans out to be. It's a slow drift in that seaside direction, and a very passive hold for Shenom on that site.
And Zekken will be happy to absorb any aggression that could come from MiBR if they opt to push into spawn. Can try and just get that one and instantly teleport to the rest of the squad, hit C together as a unit.
Shenom's inching forward now, as his control utility was exchanged at C. Sen implying a walk up, but Zekken has been very patient here at A, lurking, trying to draw everything he can out of this part of the map. He's got Tessia! Okay, a bit of a wayward spray. He almost got away with it too. In fact, it's Zelsis.
Wait, hold on, what? That confused me as well. Zelsis just... Actually, I mean, he took the bullet for him out of nowhere,
Proper
saved Zekken.
get down Mr. President vibes over there. Still,
I don't know if he's so confused. Like, wait, what the hell? How is he alive, man?
He doesn't get out with the Bulldog. He doesn't get out with the Bulldog. He ends up walking away with the Stinger and doesn't exchange. So Verno's been able to snap that up. But outside of that, there's really not much to be done here for MiBR. It's Aspas and Verno once again, the last two alive. And Aspas has a little bit of history with Sen on this very map.
I mean, yeah, last year was when Aspas dropped a kill record of 47 for 19 deaths on Sen playing Lotus. One of the craziest individual maps of all time. Verno had an opportunity to maybe get some damage done with that recovered Bulldog, but Zekin on the angle, easy spray down. Collects a third, getting close to the dimensional drift. That is always a pivotal aspect of the game to keep your eye on when a team has Yoru. We have seen throughout all of 2025 how valuable that ultimate is.
Zardazine playing pretty close. Yeah, somehow it's... Yeah, I guess, yeah, Zelsis swung out for a trade and ends up being the one that got eaten up there.
That's also why Zekin is just so enthusiastic to continue taking fights. Get a couple kills, get that ult as early as he possibly can.
Normally it's just a Viper lurking that A side, but the fact that Yoru can join up and actually add an extra player worth of threat to that otherwise weak side of the map has been confusing MiBR a bit. Into the rifle.
And multiple players from MiBR ready to fight towards A if necessary. It's just going to be Bang teleporting across. Cortezia fully blinded. Intuition.
5-0.
Spray.
Bang's off to an absolute roaring start here, and there's no more resistance left at A for MiBR. They get rifles in their hands and instantly have two of them stripped.
This round is as good as done. Those are upgraded rifles recovered as well by Sentinels.
Spike planted.
What a bonus. It's just done. Time to save for MiBR. Bonus round won immediately just by Bang all alone. Has been such a star for Sentinels.
And it looks like MiBR had an idea with that sort of guided salvo they set over towards that A side that Bang wouldn't be as far forward as he was. That's another rifle down.
Oh, Verno, yeah, he's just caught in an awkward transitional moment where he's hoping, you know, seconds prior to that fight with Zekin, oh, maybe someone will overextend and I can find a kill. But is punished for it when he's trying to exit. Two rifles to be saved from MiBR, that's it. And another upgrade for one of the players with a Bulldog is just sitting there on the ground.
What a dream bonus round here for Sentinels. 3-0 here on this attack side. Another gun drop shed of, oh
no! They have fully upgraded to 5 Vandals, not one player lost. Look at the money, man. But it also starts with this from Bang. I mean, standard teleport across in the salvo, but that flash from John fully connects onto Cortezia. He couldn't see a damn thing, and then just pure intuition spam collects onto Aspas, sure.
And this MiBR team have loved fighting at rubble at the start of rounds. Attack side, defense side, doesn't matter. They've done it to every team they've gone up against in the past. Crew, especially in that recent close matchup. Man, they had better do it a little better than that, though. Going forward, just some sheriffs here. Aspas with that hero rifle in hand. Only half armor.
All of MiBR were stacked up towards A, but they didn't actually use their utility early. They were waiting for a sound cue to let all of that rip. So now they just have the stealth drone pushing through as we watch Sen on the opposite side of the map with all of this C control. But the info that MiBR are getting should allow them to make a rotation towards the C site, try and help Shen if he intends on anchoring.
Cortezia just smoked cross map to try and slow Sentinels down, but now they're going to start to make this push towards C, and MiBR are not convinced the Sen are going to end on this site. But we can see it. We know better. They are pretty darn deep. Aspas probably saw the clone cross there, but knew that it was a fake.
It's the one man with a hero rifle for MiBR. Zekin finds the first onto Verno, and with all of these smokes obscuring his view, Aspas just cannot even find a moment to have impact on the round.
There's a rifle. Dropped, needs to be recovered. Looks like Shannon was able to get in amidst the cover of the poison orb, at least get that rifle in hand. He's going to have to make good use of it, though, because Zekin is tearing them limb from limb. He has to hear this, surely. Cortezia trying to get his way up the slope. Shannon does finally employ that rifle.
Cortezia has just picked one up as well, so decent enough weapon. Transfer from Zekin into the ace is so unreal.
Giant by power ace for Zekin. Giving away a PC for the first ace of the week. Head over to that iBuyPower on socials with hashtag #UnlockYourAce. Man, MiBR, not the way they want to start on this map. One that Sen have not won yet this stage.
Oh my God, I'm insane.
It's a bit early for that, don't you think?
And that is going to force MiBR into the timeout. I would say, listen, I'm no mathematics expert, but when you get 5 kills, you're probably going to have the dimensional drift ready on round 5. So that's another thing that MiBR will have to worry about as they get into their second opportunity for a bye round. It feels like it's strange to even say second opportunity for the bye round. They had a bye round, theoretically. They just simply didn't play Valorant with it. They lost 2 people 5 seconds into the round.
It was a beautiful util for John over at Rubble that Bang was able to capitalize on to find 2 kills.
MiBR have not had an opportunity to be sentient in the server yet. They need to come online.
And again, I mean, Sen have sent to MiBR packing in some pretty important games in the past, and they've always had a tendency, this year at least, to peak at the right time.
In 2 seconds, can we, when we get out of the timeout overlay here, we're watching the players, just look at the Sen economy right now, man, when we get into this. It's outrageous. This is round 5. They're like all on cap, man.
Meanwhile, Aspas is on a glass cannon off. That's how dire it's gotten, but that's the play call here from Frod.
Cutting through. They have put MiBR in a horrific position, and we've just started this game. Sen are never going to be seeing an eco round, man. MiBR are going to have a major uphill battle.
Gate crash set up so Zekin can rejoin the rest of the team over towards the mound side of the map. Here
stun.
comes the util, and he launched! Cinema Magazine chopped down effortlessly, and now Zekin could just watch the flank here.
That is some John Cutie cinema if I've ever seen it. That is the perfect fault line set up from Zekin. And this is exactly, it feels how the other bar round for MiBR started. We're 5 seconds in, they've lost 2 players. All right, time to save. And Sen, they've got enough money to go hunt. So MiBR need to be very careful.
That glass cannon op is absolutely pointless in this retake. So yeah, 3-gun save, no surprise. Narrate is going hunting. Aspas and Verno are just ahead. Enough of him, but Cortesi is able to dig Zelsis out here over on this B side. Keeping a lid on this burgeoning economy of the Sentinels, but what MiBR really need now is to get on the board properly. Oh, what? That's the op dropped. I don't know if Verno's in position to actually recover this.
He's not, he can't get it. That was a massive investment. Ripped away. What a peek from Narrate, the little jiggle into the crouch. That's so sick. Insta-tap.
Zekin is at 11-1 at the moment.
They are being suffocated.
Look at this fault line. Oh my God. Both affected by it?
These guys aren't playing Valorant. They're not getting the chance to play the game. I mean, this is a mental start from Sen.
A blowout hit towards the seaside. And now Sentinels have eyes for the other extremity on the map. An early fight here towards Rubble might be the order of the day. And a gate crash out from Zekin. It gets a little hot in there.
And that's why you send the Yoru forward there. You can get all of that information by absorbing the utility, and immediately the snap of your fingers, you're out of there, and the team is regrouped, intending on going into C, where it's only Shenum to contest. And this lack of Sentinel from MiBR does make it pretty easy for Sen to get into these sites. Oh, lovely shot from Aspas. This is a moment where MiBR can now actually play for a 5-on-4 retake, try and get their first round win.
They've got the death ball set up now when Sentinels are on a timer. They get to plant. Pretty slow about it too, because they are expecting this push from behind. Guardian and Aspas' hands not quite enough to get the job done now. John, affected by the paranoia, still wants to try and take an engagement. Narrate flanks him, but Cortesi and Verno do get some results here towards Mound. Now, surely, the pinch comes in from Halls. It's just Zekin as Narrate falls. Has to go massive again, but my God, he's already done so today. Up to 12 kills. Still no spike plant. And MiBR no better than to poke the sleeping giant.
This is the last player you want to take a gun duel against, so why not just spam him when he can't even see you? That's just about the only way you're going to get Zekin removed from the server at this point. Massive credits to Cortesia and Verno, who followed up on Aspas and Artzian towards Mound, winning out all of those gun duels. Were really sharp with the aim there, because that initial spacing here, when we saw Aspas go down, wasn't great. He was far ahead of the rest. Outpaced the utility.
Nice! Let's go!
Man, you can always rely on that man to shoot.
And it's all the rookies leading the charge right now for MiBR. Cortesia, Verno, Shenum. At least 2 of those players verified Rookie of the Year candidates right now. Youngblood leads by example. And that gets MiBR onto the board. But Sen have done a good job at stacking up these very important attack side rounds. No Sentinel on their comp, so really want to get ahead here.
It's unlikely in this round that Sentinels will be able to get to any of their ultimates of significance. So you're really only looking at Verno as someone who can turn the tide in that regard. Zekin is still 2 off now. John 3 off of his, so not going to be able to find impact in the server in that way. It's just intentions of slowly clearing out a Rubble, working their way back into this space on the map. While Zekin contains towards Mound and has the gate crash back and spawn to teleport away if he's pressured.
MiBR have no info. They've got to go get info at Mound, but Zekin just got more than he needed, more than he could have asked for. Shenom is able to recover things there, but that's the lion's share of the heavy hitters from MiBR already downed. Now the remainders have to get it together here on A as Sentinels hit the site with a player advantage.
Artin is trying to get in backside, wanting to be a hero, wanting to take the fight to them. He just can't. That jump peek was lovely.
Kotechi's looked fantastic this game. He needs to do more. Viper's Pit now deployed. Kotechi Paranoia in TP to the other side of it. It's beautiful! What a play, but still only good for one. Now it's on Shenom. Into the pit. Head first into the fog, and John QT will evict him summarily.
Zekin is taking an effective 1 versus 3 at Mount. His gate crash expires, and on that timing, MiBR take the fight. He should not be getting this second
second one. Oh, Aspas on the slide just has to make a correction. It costs him a valuable half second.
Zekin is at a casual 14-3 right now.
He's locked in. How long does it last? Or how long until MiBR can find a way to trip him up? Heading into round 8 here, Sentinels have been dominant. Looks like we might have called in a bit of a timeout here. Probably a good time for it now. We got Dimensional Drift coming online here for Sentinels. Tech pause it will be. But MiBR, you talked about ultimates of significance. I'd say they've got most of them ready.
Listen, they could use a tech pause. You need something to ice Zekin right now. They need him to slow down. You are not going to win this game when he's in this level of form.
Quite a lot has changed for this MiBR roster since they last played Sentinels, right? That kickoff match that had them getting kicked out of contention for Bangkok, Sentinels then went and slumped. That was their story. But MiBR have remained here. They stay behind. They add Verno to their roster, and so many people are wondering what the heck the plan is. How are you going to integrate this guy? Apparently, just add water. Effortlessly, he's been able to fit into this roster. But this MiBR team has not lost a single map in playoffs. They've always found ways to bounce back, or frankly, just clown on their opponents. Over those last 2 games, they were not close at all. But here, they're up against a completely different beast entirely.
Up against Ascend, who have really been running the gauntlet. They started with Cloud9, who really had such a fantastic regular season. Dark Horse team, clean 2-0 there. And then obviously the main story is just that they're finally the Americas team, the only Americas team that have been able to beat G2, who have just been the unstoppable force of our scene. When you're watching this game so far, you can definitely see why Sen were able to do it. This is an unbelievable start.
Young Verno out of his seat at the moment. Returning to the stage momentarily. Remember, this match here, it's crucial. We've seen in our best of 5 grand finals of our stages that map advantage means so much. Getting an extra ban is going to be absolutely crucial. Both these teams, they're big fracture banners. That's actually kind of why we have an MiBR game that doesn't feature Icebox, a map they would have loved to have brought in. But because MiBR had to ban Fracture, Sen get to take away their very best map. And even then, Lotus has not been a great map for Sentinels this stage. It's not what they've been looking for, but hey, here's what Aspas had to say about facing off against this team once again. Last time, of course, was at Kickoff. Let's hear the word.
I'm excited to play against Zekin. This is gonna be a rematch, so I'm even more excited because of this. Basically, I think that's the 4th time that I play Sentinels, so kind of remembers me of 22 that I played Optic like 6 times, a lot of times. I love rematches.
Can't blame the guy. The stakes were so high in that last matchup. I would almost say that with both of these teams, in very good shape. Obviously, we're going to see them heading over to Masters. The top seed, though, heading into that event out of Americas is a huge boon. It lets you bypass so much of that grueling early stage of the tournament.
100%. And with the tournament as stacked as it's looking to be, there's a lot of early trap games. At least Cubert's feeling good. He's locked in.
Yeah, energized. He's juiced up.
New assistant coach.
He's also not getting crushed into a tiny sugar cube size, which is always a good sign.
But what does he think about Kaplan's strats? I think he seems sort of middling on what the offering is on Lotus.
You don't see off camera the person with the blunt object threatening Cubit into giving a favorable account of his time over at Sentinels. So a little bit about a gear issue here, also just being ironed out. A couple of converging occurrences are happening on stage at the same time there, folks. So we'll have a ready check. We'll be jumping back into the game in just a moment. If you're just joining us, I mean, I could probably just show you a clip of one round and it will give you the full idea of what has happened. Sentinels have been getting a lot of early advantages on the map. They've been going crazy with the first kills. A lot of the time, Zekin. Let's see if he can run that back again.
Bear in mind as we get into this, Zen are 0-2 on Lotus right now in this stage. And questionable when you see the first 7 rounds of this map, how that's even possible. But that is the world that we're living in. MiBR into this one, however, have got 2 rifles to play with, mostly pistols. Let's see if Ospas and Artzin can turn up the heat.
Another dimensional drift here developed for second. Gets a decent bit of information about what's happening at Baby Door now, and to Rubble, so doing a lot of scouting for his team. Oh, there was a TP into Tree. Off the back of that, Bang got so far forward, and Zekin flattens Cortesia. These early round engagements are not favoring MiBR.
A second time, we just see the dimensional drift into the fault line. Net 3 kills for Zekin. Bang off the flash, gets another one. The utility from John Cutie has just been superb.
Look at the extra spacing now created by that guided salvo. Gives Zekin the room to perch up in this pocket and play off the one-way.
Time to jump.
Should MiBR dare to test it, the final boss will be waiting for them.
Gun here.
Just wants to make sure that they can't recover that Phantom slide in from oh my god!
Oh my god!
And Bang supporting from the back line, spraying them down with the Phantom.
Yep. I mean, again, they're working with pistols, right? Sheriffs to some degree. But man, no one is able to stop Zekin in that position. Let's see how this plays out, Wyatt.
Now that's just, again, that initial kill where I mentioned it's just the dimensional drift into the fault line.
Well, they have passion. They have passion, Zach. I respect that. They're going for the wins.
It definitely looked like a passionate 3-player push, for sure. Great coverage, like you mentioned, for Bang there, looking towards upper.
Wow, and out of that, it feels like they might be reading into that passion because Senna started this round very slowly. Expecting that MiBR could have gone for a very aggro early play. They've taken some control over towards Rubble, that defending side, cycling the dark covers to retain their position, but Nare just random spam through, finds a kill onto C.
That's all it is.
Everything is just working in their favor.
And that's the Viper with the pit out of the game. That turns off the wall over towards the B side of the map. The retake wall, the screen. Makes it that much harder for MiBR to shore up their position. One of the worst plays they could lose early.
Bang just hears the audio cue of that drone running forward, so stops it before it can even round the corner. And now here's Nare trying to get some information back in towards Rubble, so Sentinels can attempt to re-clear this. It's going to be difficult playing around some of these defensive walls, and there is that forward position still held by Cortesia.
Elsa's ahead of the wall, knows Cortesia is there, but is brought down. Aspas is able to spring forward, and nobody can really see Cortesia there. Bang has to just TP out.
All the while, Zekin has been retaining this space in the mound. The intentions are to go for the C hit where Artzin is fully entrenched.
Fault line ideally buys a bit of time. Zekin definitely affected by it. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. Artzin is about to feel the heat, and there is Zekin. Always seems to be on the correct side of the kill feed.
Bang with a second, shuts down Ospas. Time is dwindling, and there's an Armageddon left for Verno.
They've got to kill Cortesia, but that Armageddon could be a problem, and Verno has come to the rescue. Spike is down. But John is now in a 1 versus 2. Fault line has just come back online for the breach. Cortesia a little bit low. Got to respect the salvos, and at some point, MiBR will have to wager something to get this defuse. Fault line hits, but Cortesia holds his own.
Oh, was that before connected, or was that a cosmetic stun? Either way, Cortesia is continuing to be the headshot machine as always. Time just dwindled so low for Sen. You were just waiting and waiting for Verno to eventually rip that Armageddon. John was able to get the spike down, but at that point they had just lost too many players. Verno and Cortesi have been the duo earning this MiBR team the round wins at the moment.
If you're MiBR, that's got to get you out of your seat. Still a smile on John's face. He knew it was tough. Again, the fall line was pretty good. I'm pretty sure it hit Verno squarely. 10 rounds in, Sentinels have been at it by every round, with the exception of that first one. They've been in very, very good shape, but Kaplan here calls a timeout. There might be a couple of ults close to being online, or maybe he's trying to get Sen to play around what MiBR still has, because they have a Rolling Thunder, they have a Viper's Pit. There's a couple of things that could be a little difficult for Sentinels to play into in this round.
Sen will never be in danger of having to eco in this half. It's not going to happen. But MiBR do have an opportunity to now close the gap to try to get to, around that 4-round mark. If they go on a run and get 5, that would be a great half, all things considered. And then they get to swap to attack where they don't have to run into a Sentinel. There's no Vice or Cypher to slow down Ospas on the Neon. Sen need a lot of rounds here because MiBR should be able to go on a run themselves when these sides swap. So Kaplan wants to ensure that they don't give anything away before we get there. And this is a round where things can really begin to shift for MiBR because of all those aforementioned ultimates.
But if Sen get to 9 on this half, it's feeling very 9-3 coded, I'm going to be honest. Then they can afford a couple mistakes. The buffer is that much wider for them. In the round, of course, money not a problem for Sen City. They are loaded. Zeka just walks across here. Interesting gap left in the salvo, trying to count for a TP across.
Which typically has been the case. Bang has been going for that standard TP, and the flashes from John has been finding opening kills there, so makes sense for the placement.
They've got all the util. Sentinels have not had to spend anything on this push out. It's such a cheap way to take control of Rubble.
Look at Narek just teasing in the corner with the drone. Shenum, perfect timing. Oh my god, gets a second onto Bang before the fault line can even connect.
Sick fault line from Artazine though. That set up the kill for Shenum all too easy. Now, things get awkward for Sentinels. Already, a contingency is being worked on by Zelsis, but he finds himself all alone.
That is MiBR, and Shenum specifically getting a surge of confidence. Perfect timing on that swing from him.
So much has been predicated by the breach util on this map already. John has been instrumental in setting up Bang, setting up Zekken. We just saw the same from Artazine, who now additionally has a Rolling Thunder to spend in these last 2 rounds of the half.
MiBR, they did not need to use a single ult into this round. They're going to retain them all for the next buy, and they should be getting to 3 unless Zelsis can make a genuine miracle happen. The last time these two teams faced off on Lotus, Zelsis was the easy MVP. His Vice was really phenomenal. Sen had pivoted away from that, however. And they've really been unable to replicate the early success on this map that they had at the beginning of the year, and it's just that easy. That was an inevitable conclusion to the round with the fault line connecting onto him.
They've been in the lab on Lotus. You mentioned that we pivoted away from the Vice comp. This is the 3rd different Sentinels comp in as many outings on this map. Yeah, fault line there, timing not perfect for John. Though we're still able to take a kill on the backside eventually.
Nice!
Cortesi and
Good job,
Shenum.
guys. Good job.
The
Let's
youngsters,
go. Five rounds.
Fantastic so far in this map. Very, very sharp. Shenum, snappy moments there in tree to secure it.
That was a real intuitive timing that he took on that swing. All right, center gathered up outside of Mound, where MiBR are looking to go forward. You have Ospas crossing and playing off of the one-way.
Oh my goodness, Zeken's good for an early fight. Is there more to be gotten here? You better believe it. Make that 19 frags in 10 rounds for those keeping track at home. And a dimensional drift now gets Zeken right where he needs to be. Sees Verno solo. He's got to get out of there. It's dangerous now when Halls. Verno's going to try and cross, but the spam is too much. He's utterly overwhelmed. A foothold here for Artazine, Wyatt, but it's a long shot.
Yeah, he catches Zeken, but ultimately, does that even matter? They can try to go into this 2 versus 4, see if they can find another kill. They've still got enough money to buy again.
I think they found Artazine. Playing up by Waterfall. Fault line here maybe to try and play Shenum in, but there is a poison orb up at the moment. Aftershock now, a bit of space here for MiBR. Now they've got to scale through this smoke at some point. It's going to be a flash that gets them there. Zelsis, though, on the move, has to back away. Shenum deals with Bang. Now an Aftershock from the attackers. John trying to deny any sort of defuse, but Shenum is fighting. He's hungry, drooling for an engagement. And John will give it to him. Not the way he would have liked. Nice clean up for Sen, it gets him to 8.
And with the spike planted at mound there, it's just a matter of time waste for Sen. And when you're forced to stick the spike, it's just so easy to get the free swings, deny someone from defusing. Just comes down to this early engagement. How many times have we seen Sen open a round with a 2-piece? Just
off the back of a John QT
there.
flash? Most of them.
Yeah, off the back of that, and also, listen, let's not, like, I'm going to be frank, this has been a poor map from Ospa so far. He is not in the game, and when the side swap, he has to be.
That will be his time to shine. The Neon here, he wants to take a fight early. Overdrive, Ponty's looking for something, but stunned up. Has to fast lane for a bit of cover. Okay, Bang, can he get out of there? Yes, that's on the old-fashioned way, though.
How does he get a kill? How is he allowed to go 1 for 1?
On an ulting Aspas, of all things. Last round of the half starts pretty well for Sentinels, but Verno might have other things to say. The one-way's in place, and he tries to play off of it.
Oh, what a great ult from Ardzin to retain this space to support Verno. Now find the advantage, and they can just back away. Wait for that fault line and the guiding salvos to cycle back up, play for a 4 versus 3 retake. But Ardzin is from Jiggle being so close, and Narrate punishes him to the max.
He just earned his Armageddon as well. Narrate now has that crucial ultimate online. And Sentinel undecided still. They even have Zelsis to toggle this wall. So they're really going to keep MiBR in the dark of these movements across the map after that early engagement. Shenum has to peek for info. There's no other safe way for him to get it. And he'd give himself away in doing so. Bam!
Oh, what a rapid shot from John. Look at this. Gets the orb, is going to get the plant, and have his rolling thunder in the 3 versus 2.
Ah, yes. Verno and Cortesia, incredible rookies, but now have to face 2 of the most powerful ultimates in Valorant. Cortesia probably wants to get to the site pretty quick. He assumes Senna vacated it. Now he sees the spike location, it's confirmed. He has to push up and take a fight. Narrate's not watching the cross right now. A little awkward for Zelsis, but man, he's good for it anyway. And there's a rolling thunder. Verno affected by it now in the 1 versus 3. A veritable firing squad waiting for him, and Sentinels have that post-plant util. First the salvos, forces Verno away. Next, the Armageddon. No, fault line will do it.
Just impossible. Legitimately impossible for those 2 to win in that situation, because John finds that kill onto Shenum, who stood out as an anchor on that A site previously, but could not get it done there.
It's not just
close out a dominant half.
It's not just the raw firepower for Sentinels that's been amazing here. The strategy, or at least the tactics in some of these rounds, have been on point. The util set up for John. Remember, he moved over from Sentinel to take up this initiator role. And has been absolutely terrifying for anybody who wants to try and face down this Sentinel squad. It's a 9-3 half, folks. We're going to head to a break, and then we'll see if MiBR can pull themselves out of the doldrums and make a game of it.
I heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Familiar scoreline for many of you, I'm sure. 9-3 at halftime of Lotus. Sentinels have been popping off. Zekin is at 19-7. Really leading the charge, but the backup, the util usage from John, Narrate, has been sublime. And if you're an MiBR fan, there is one thing, and one thing only on your mind. Where is Aspas?
He has to wake up. It was a pretty poor defense half from him. So uncharacteristic. We led this map off talking about how last year he dropped 47 on Sentinels for a kill record on Lotus. Now that he's on attack playing Neon against Sentinels running a Sentinel-less comp, he needs to turn up the heat.
He's got to take liberties. There's no hard stopping power for Sentinels outside of a bullet to the cranium. That's always a risky proposal when you're up against a player like this on Neon. Aspas has gotten deep onto the B side, Sen allow for the take, but of course, their double initiator comp had some nasty util to flood.
How do they want to reposition this MiBR now that they've gotten the spike down? Artsin has pressed up into heaven, but he's going to be cleared out by the drone and swung onto by multiple players.
Paranoia, fault line now. John might want to play off this, but Artsin was wholly unaffected. Chance to reload now, and here comes the fight. Artsin deals with Zelsis, almost too quick to see.
Those are some excellent salvos coming in from Verno.
Make the space for Artsin. He's now occupied and pushing up into upper. And this is going to be a clean one, folks. Here come MiBR, a much needed pistol.
That was really smooth from them. Artsin got in a very uncomfortable situation up there in heaven. He was the only player pushed up, and it was forced to reload because he was right-clicked down to just 3 bullets left. Verno sends out perfectly timed missiles into heaven to divide the 2 players who were trying to kill Artsin.
Guys!
They are right back into this game.
I almost know how to finish that sentence. It's a new half. MiBR trying to treat it like a new match entirely. They've got a little bit of a deficit to make up.
We're set up for a big clash towards A if Sen have intentions of pushing past this wall, but Aspas, free spam, free kill.
One good turn deserves another. That was Bang on the second round of the game, doing basically that. Now he's on the receiving end of it. Shenum will be inserted here on this A side of the map, and we have some drift across for Sen. They definitely are a little nervous about it.
This is going to be absolutely free for the taken C site by the MiBR team. Sen really little hope at this point of the round of even doing much damage. They've only got classics into this, so real opportunity here for MiBR to get their economy rolling, stabilize things, and the way that they bought into this round with the 2 pistols, try and get a real buy on their bonus with multiple rifles at hand.
Yep, this is a verified stand in the Teo Salvo round. Sender do group up over towards Waterfall. The question of whether they push any further past this point or not remains to be seen. A couple pistols still on the side of MiBR, and his Aspas going down to get a proper rifle. That one is dropped. There's a proper fight here on the side. Zekin holds his own. Verno's there on the corner, sprayed through to get the second, still asking for more. But John is punishing, and this is unraveling. Time, though, is of the essence. Shenum knows he can cover the defuse, and John does not have the time.
I mean, they're not going to win the round, but feels like they might as well have. Shenum can't even, he's not going to be able to recover a rifle. The only weapon they brought into this is a Sheriff. How did they get away with doing that much damage? Funneling through Waterfall with classics. Oh, I know how. We watched the MiBR point of views. They missed. They just didn't hit shots.
How many teams in that situation, though, don't even bother going for the retake if you're in Sen's position? We see it all the time.
There, baby.
that was definitely a commercial for the bundle.
Yeah, that's a marketing round.
Right. That was some great marketing. How did they get away with that? And now they've got basically an anti-eco. It feels like, I mean, like an anti-half-buy.
Shenum now knows he needs to do a little more in a round like this.
Oh, good thing he saved the Sheriff. Good thing he saved it. Now he's going to upgrade.
Very snappy from Shenum yet again, but Narrate quickly will punish. Sen definitely favored here. Spike already down, a very fast B hit from MiBR.
And it's an MiBR team that are again trying to take this forward control. I mean, look at the top of the mini-map. Aspas is pushed all the way through, trying to wrap to Waterfall. Art's in close up, shotgun at Baby Door.
Narrate, he's ready for it. He does take a hit, but he gets in. Baby Door control secured, now center on the side, but Verno was on a backstab angle that John is all too ready for. Extra sensory his perception, and that's a key kill. Sen back on the board, rumbling back into control.
A superior buy there for sure. maybe an opportunity when Artson takes that swing with the Bucky. If he had actually fully connected that shot to get the kill, this could have been a pivotal moment. But it's Narrate finding that kill. And then John the entire time, you can see he kept turning back. He had an awareness that someone was probably going to be reflanking. He was absolutely right.
Marshall. Let's go, boys. Nice call.
And because Narrate finds that kill, he can just watch the door the entire time. Big impact there.
So MiBR have had a couple of successful fast hits to B, but now Sentinels are pretty well armed. Slightly costly round for them there, but they're happy to get the number on the board. Aspas is just looking, he's fishing. There is a lot going on here, and a gate crash per second. He needs to get away from the epicenter of disaster.
Look at this, Narrate tucked so close up against the Stinger. This is dangerous. Can he get one? No, he can't. This is such an awkward fight, but Zelsis is there to help.
Bailed out by Big Bro, 100%. Now you can maybe double swing into this trade, try and get some judge value. Zelsis has to be careful. Paranoia hits, so he has to play closer to the door than otherwise. Now he'll peel off the angle a bit and wait. Chenom is in B, but the spike is still waiting to get in the baby door, and now they can access it. Walk up for the clone. That confirms the presence of MiBR now heading to B again.
Will they expect Bang to have pushed out and wrapped all the way
so
around?
quick.
No, it just doesn't look like it. Free kill onto Chenom, and now isolated in the site is Verno.
And what of Cortesia? He's in baby door, can try and play off this, but from every angle there's a Sen player. And then Cortesia is here now. Smoke there, TP, but no Paranoia to play off of, and a smoke in his face. That's 11 for Sentinels, and it's a backbreaker for MiBR. The money now gets a little dicey.
Narrate and Zelsis just doubled up in baby door are the pivotal players in that round for Sen. How is he alive? How is he surviving? And then Zelsis just runs in with the judge into the jumping classic.
Spike down A.
Part 2 of the bundle commercial.
I mean, that is a cure for hypotension if you're Kaplan, though. You probably watched that moment and you're just white-knuckling the handle of the seat there. Timeout here for MiBR. As good a time as any for it now is likely, economically, they can only afford half armors and some weird buys, a Guardian here or there, maybe Sheriff. They're encroaching on their two powerful Initiator ultimates, though. So for those fast hits, or to shut down maybe a potential flood for Sentinels, there are options for MiBR, but it's something that Frod and co, they're going to have to put it together piece by piece.
Just on a round like that, there's so many players on Sen that are all making great proactive decisions at the same time. It's just beautiful to watch. All of that action was happening in Baby Door. Bang cleared out all of the seaside, was wrapping behind for the flank. It's just all set up so perfectly. The players are playing with a lot of confidence. This is really some of the best of Sen that we've seen all year.
If you're Kaplan,
hands down on this playoff run.
You just worry about history repeating itself, maybe. So strong in playoffs domestically. They want to maintain, they want to bottle this lightning for the next couple of series and then into Masters. A brief pause there on the stage. Mild audio issue. And a chance here for the Sen crew just to lean back into it a little bit. Zekken has been phenomenal, 22 and 10. It's quite a second half, but we've not really seen him equipped. We haven't really seen them get going, right? They lose that pistol. And that bizarre round 14, where Sen take a fight with Classics and take all the guns away from MiBR, forcing them onto the worst bonus you could really imagine after winning the second round.
That was a disaster round for MiBR. I'm also just looking at the scoreboard right now. John is at 13 kills, 6 deaths, and 13 assists. He's only died a third of the rounds that we played. And he's that's an insane amount of assists to have, and he has the second most kills in the server right now. He's put on such a show. And, you know, maybe it's making me think back to just all of the discussion that has been had around this team since Tens and Saucy departed. They bring in Narrate and Bang. They make this role swap with John that on paper didn't really seem to make a ton of sense at the time because Narrate had been playing Initiator with K-Corp, and surely John would just stay Sentinel. It makes sense with the way that things are set up. But no, they swap him to Initiator. And a lot of people were questioning why that was the case. They didn't feel like the gameplay we were seeing was backing up the decision. But I mean, come on, man. When you're seeing him play like this, how can you argue that long-term, this wasn't the right decision? Now, of course, we need to see them past this. You know, they play this game. We need to see them again in Toronto. But right now, this is some strong evidence supporting that this is a great role for him and that they have made the right decision here.
And fans of Sentinels, though, remember, this team felt like absolute world beaters when we sent them off to Bangkok. Expectations were at an all-time high, and they slumped at that tournament. They came back, and they really had to come together again. Again, they had a bit of a rocky, like week 2, I think it was lost to Crew. There were definitely questions over whether this team even had that form from Kickoff, whether they could reclaim that.
Yeah, we were worried that we were going to see a repeat of last year's history, where Sen get back from that first international tournament, really have a bad slump.
Miss out on that second Masters.
And it felt like we were getting there when Crew dominated them week 2. And then from there, they gather up a few wins, not against the strongest competition, but they were able to get 3 wins in a row, and now they're looking better than they have at any point this year.
I mean, this rematch against MiBR so far has gone off without a hitch. Let's hear from Zekken, though, and get what his read on MiBR is coming into this game.
MiBR have definitely evolved since they picked up Verno. Obviously, he's an incredible shooter, and his util is very, very solid. I think overall, they've gotten more free-flowing. They seem a lot more confident. They're swinging and fighting and shooting incredibly well. So I think it's just been a very big boost in their confidence since they picked him up.
Se vai ter algum acabou na entrada, vai Xenon, segura 2, Xenon de novo.
He's gonna have to push soon to get that timing on the spike, just right clicks coming out, and it is gonna be another one from Bang!
So the best form we've ever seen from MiBR, ever, as a team, still doesn't quite seem to be able to measure up to Sentinels so far in this series. We're still in map 1, folks. Round 17 on the docket. Sen have a 6-round lead. It's 11-5. We've got a bit of an audio issue down on stage, which is currently being rectified. I can see Bang being able to speak to Zelsis and Zekken there at the end of the table, so it looks like we're moving comfortably sort of through that. We'll keep you guys updated with it, but I mean, MiBR wants so much more than this. I mean, we saw those really heartfelt interview with Cortesia and Artesine in the pre-show. You know, being great here in Americas is fine, but for these guys, they have their sights set so much higher than that. And Aspas at this point is probably getting sick of, you know, falling at that last hurdle, falling at that, you know, hurdle and not being able to attend international. They've secured that at least. They're in very good shape for that, but that top seed is definitely what they've got their eye on.
There's a lot of pressure on this team too. I mean, at the moment, they are the hope of the Brazilian scene. Against all odds, it is MiBR, not Loud, who are the hope of the Brazilian scene. Tons of pressure. Aspas has taken this org team from the bottom of the leaderboard to the top this year.
It's insane how far cry it is from watching a solo lurking Sky on Sunset from MiBR last year just constantly get flattened and wonder not only where that team was going, but whether the Brazilian scene had the depth.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, and the best Brazilian team. I'm looking, where's, do I see Les? Do I see Sark? No. Where is Saucy there?
You see RGL Meister?
I mean, where are they at?
Where's Nosworth?
Just the depth of talent in the scene that Aspas was able to bring up to create this roster, to be the torchbearers for Brazil in VCT Americas. It's paid off so far, but today, at least as we stand, they have gone up against the Sentinels, who are at their peak, riding the high of beating the unbeatable G2.
It's pretty insane stuff from this Sentinels team. So still some discussion here about how to make Bang's teammates hear him. Has anyone told him that maybe they're just ignoring him? No? All right, it's capsule voting time, folks. Sen or MiBR? Yeah! I mean, listen, the sales have been cranking on the Sen bundle. I wonder what this gentleman... Almost had you with the camera flip, my friend.
In the first half.
All right, Sen bundlers, rejoice. What about you? Yeah, no. Okay, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm seeing the Zelsis sign on your hand here. You don't need to tell me twice. We are selecting very specifically for Sen fans only here, obviously.
Can we find a non-Sen jersey just to really, you know, throw them for a loop for at least 1 second?
Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay, the MiBR bundle. Nice to see that. VALORANT is my GOAT. Which is your GOAT bundle? You're pointing upwards. Damn. Why are you going to do me like that? All right, MiBR fans. Okay. I like that one. Rather have me in the first half, not going to lie. Sen bundlers. Yeah. It's mirrored, guys. I know.
It's the camera
tricky.
left.
It is tricky. All right. Look at this guy. Hits it on the first time. Confident. I mean, again, see how his pistol round's been going for Sentinels. Every reason to feel confident about that one.
The PRX hoodie?
Sheesh. Now, I mean, we are on like a 10-2. It's almost like the scoreline in this game so far.
Maybe if this was in Sao Paulo. we are in Los Angeles.
Take me back, honestly. Take me back. Another Sen bundler. Yep. It's okay. We've all done it.
The bundle jersey? That's a great... That's a crazy comp.
What? Hey. Okay, fair enough. That's a Sen City shirt, but I'm with it. Okay, MiBR bundle indeed. So we've got someone underneath the table. I know they're not just watching the feet of Bang, although you might expect them to. Maybe laying down palm fronds for the guy, and he walks into the room because he's been that important for this team this year. But we are playing Operation on our little audio box here. Still keep you updated as things progress here. Hopefully no one bumps their head. That seems pretty treacherous. Thank God he's wearing his shoes. I know so many players just like take off their shoes and play like that. I feel for the techs who have to get in there amongst all that.
Wouldn't want to play against Bro in limbo either. He's flexible.
Was that a shot? Oh, okay, right.
No,
I think you're making a short joke.
That dude.
Okay, okay. Because that's my go-to. You
about
know, if someone is vertically challenged, I just say they'd be great at limbo because ain't on bending their knees. You know what I mean? Just walk straight under. Yeah.
Take a stroll.
We had a different idea with this. Earlier, we spoke with Aspas about his handpicked team, MiBR's growth in the year 2025. Let's take a look.
I think we are a team that we are just improving day by day. In the start, I asked for everyone to be patient with us because we're a brand new team. But I already knew and said to the fans that we're going to improve in the year. During the year, we would only get better. The scenario is still the same, but now I don't need to ask for patience anymore because we are already playing at a good level, but I know that we can be even better.
everyone, and we are back. So sorry for the delay. We want to let everyone know that we're working on it. You can see our incredible team on stage addressing it as it is. But for now, you will be sticking with us here in our dulcet tones. I don't know if the camera's going to come to us.
What do you think they're doing under the desk? Do you think they're just switching wires?
Well, found out we're swapping audio boxes, all this stuff. And by the way, we got an Oxy. He's here today.
Oh my God,
look at him.
In out of nowhere.
Look at him. He just showed up. He showed up in a really, really nice Cloud9 hoodie. Look at that there.
Coming out soon.
Hey, look at that.
Check it out.
Oxy, pleasure to have you here, buddy. First things first, we're not done with the match quite yet. We're still waiting for the results, obviously, from that one. But just preliminary, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I mean, like, Zekin is actually just a Zekin show. This guy's just insane. I'm not gonna lie. We play them in scrims. Their entire Jordan is the guy dropping 30 against us. In the match, Zekin is literally just like God's gift to the game.
Wait, so Celsius is the one dropping the 30s?
Yeah, Celsius and Zekin swap.
Is Zekin like feeding in scrims? What's happening?
He's just chilling, He's just playing. He's having fun.
It's just not much Zekin.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Hey, man, well, look, so far it has looked pretty good for Sentinels, but MiBR showing signs of life. Coming back on it, but Imi, you were talking about before about the composition, what you were expecting to see. Did it play out the way that you had envisioned it when we talked last?
No, because I didn't expect the Yoru, but I don't know if it's the Yoru or it's just Zekin, but it's incredible. I don't know what Francis thinks about playing Yoru on this map.
I think Yoru, it's good against this meta because it baits out a lot of utility like Teo and Breach. And also it commonizes as well because Teo and Breach, you just use the overall, you clear out everything, and it's also like, they just work so well together. So I think it's a good change, but I think the main reason is on defense, you can help Jordan or Zelsis because he's alone a lot.
Yeah.
And you can insta-rotate TP. Yeah. Instead of Neon, you still have to run. It takes time, but yeah.
Hey, you want to take my job?
No.
Just let him coach for you?
Hey,
would you make a good duelist?
I'm hearing right now, I want to see Oxy in the chair, losing his mind, Imi on the stage. That's what I want. I want the role reversal.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I was also just going to say, like, one of the things that I really like about the Yoru on defense especially is that it masks a lot of your intent in the round. Because usually, like, if you have a Neon, you're, like, showing stun pretty early on, or you're, like, trying to take the forward fights. You're usually fighting a bit quieter with the Yoru, right? So like taking contact lines, so it forces the attackers to come into you to like seek out that info.
Yeah, and you can get on a line and then you have your TP. And what a lot of teams you'll notice do is they'll hit where the Yoru is at around 110 because that's when his TP is running out. That's what people are doing right now. But yeah, he just walks in quietly, gets the line, has the support, and then he has the fast rotate as well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, a lot of knowledge on this desk, a lot of knowledge. But you know what? I want to put that to the test, all right? In a simple game called Where You At. That's right. The rules are simple, okay? We're going to see a very small portion of the map, and then you guys are going to have to guess which map it is. So let's go ahead and get this started.
Do you understand the rules?
Oh, no, I understand.
I have a feeling Oxy is going to know a lot here. Okay.
What the hell?
What is that? Oxy, I was bringing you up, bro, and then you let me down.
Wait, I think I know.
Where we at?
I mean,
are we on Fracture?
Or are we on Fracture?
Icebox.
Icebox. And by the way, for those of you in the studio, feel free to let us know. Just pop off, yell it out loud. Maybe they can pipe in your audio so I can hear you.
Bind halls, but it's.
I think it's Fracture spot Bind. I forgot that was even a map.
Bind halls is my best guess.
Bind, that does look rather bindy. I'm looking at the.
Even. I don't know.
All right. Well, let's see.
Interior room.
So we got Bind, we got Fracture, and Icebox. I'm also going with Ender on Bind. Let's see what we have. Survey says.
I knew it was
Haven.
I tricked myself out of it. I tricked myself out of it.
You worked yourself into a shoot there, brother. All right, there you go. All right, let's try another one.
I've never looked up there in my life.
Yeah, I've never seen that in my life.
Ooh. They're finding some difficult spots for you. Okay, I think I might know where this is.
Wait. Oh my God.
I have a theory.
I remember it's split, right? But
well, I was going to say Icebox because it looks like a heater, and isn't there like a... No, maybe I'm trolling myself.
I don't know.
I want to see Fracture again.
I'm going to go Icebox. That's what I'm going with. Bind. Bind? Okay, I'm going Icebox. Emmy needs at least a small encyclopedia and maybe some, you know,
Maybe
like little Webster's.
Some hair.
I'm on fracture. I'm on fracture.
I hate that. He said, I need some hair, and then Chrissy went up and was like, I'm going fracture.
I don't know he'd mean as well.
Timothy Salamala hair over here. Unbelievable. All right, we can say fracture. I say icebox. What do you say, Oxy? Bind?
It was
Okay. You worked yourself into a shooting game.
I've never even seen that. I play this game like hundreds of hours a week. I've never seen that in my life.
You've never threw a lineup in your life. That's all.
Called out in 4K. Love it. All right, we got one more. Let's see what we have. This actually couldn't have worked out better. And I know there's more of a good God.
Oh, that's Split.
No, that's Ascent.
That's what I was thinking. I thought.
Oh wait, no, this might be New Ascent.
I think that's New Ascent.
The new wall.
The new wall. Oh, that's
because I know this texture exists on Split, but it has like Dino logos on it. It's like it's crazy.
I think it's just because of the tarp. There was like a little tarp that they added on that section, I believe. I believe it's on Descent. On B-side.
So we all fought different maps. You say Ascent, and we're all like, yeah, it's Ascent.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy.
I'm going with Ascent.
My second choice is always correct, so I'm sticking on Split.
Okay, you're sticking with Split. I'm going with Ascent. Oxy's going with Ascent.
I think it's Ascent, but I'm going to go Icebox.
Okay, he's going Icebox.
If it's Ascent, I was right.
You could be right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hey, I will say though, not the area I was thinking of. So
wait, that's not what you were thinking?
I was thinking the outside area. I was thinking the new area that was.
What is the new area?
I was thinking the one inside of me.
I thought inside of you.
Yeah.
Well, it was bright out. How is it going to be inside?
And you know what though? I got it right, and I said it with my whole chest, and I don't care. That's it.
Failing upwards. That's
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Crazy. We do have one more. Because there's still, by the way, in case you're just joining us, we do want to let everyone know we apologize for the delay. We're getting everything sorted on stage with our awesome team. They're getting everything sorted. For now, we're just hanging out, so stick around with us, and, we'll see where this goes.
I want to be clear, I do not apologize.
That's fine. I mean, you could
not out there.
I'm the host, so I do apologize on the behalf of the show. Anywho, let's go ahead and run the next map. We got to see what we have there. Last one.
Oh, diet milk?
Hey, I never seen diet in my life. So I don't know.
This is the wait. Okay, now I'm getting mixed up. I want to say Split.
I think it's Split. That's what I was thinking because it's right in it's CT spawn.
CT spawn.
I think,
But
right?
I know there's a diet milk in kitchen on Icebox. But I don't think this is the kitchen on Icebox. I think this is the coffee shop on Split.
It's Split.
I think it's Split.
It'll be funny if it's Breeze.
That map is this.
There is a little section on Breeze, but it's not a coffee shop.
All right, let's zoom out.
Let's
see what we have. I'm really curious. It probably is Split.
It's
oh my God!
It's cooked.
How do you say it with your whole chest and you get it wrong? It's unbelievable.
I didn't know that was there. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know that was there.
I didn't know either.
You know, it makes sense. Pearl's, it's a small town under the ocean.
Right.
You know what I mean? People live there, right?
How do they get the coffee beans there?
You can still. I'm sure the ground is good for the beans to grow and whatever. I'm not a freaking agricultural mastermind.
The diet milk, or is that already?
You gotta watch out for the sharks on the way as you go into the water. It's pretty wild there. All right, folks. Well, of course, we don't want to remind everyone yet again, delay on the stage, but we do want to make sure that we're getting to the action as soon as we possibly can. There, of course, you guys can see as we get ready to go here. But I did get word that we are going to be sending this one back over to the casters, so now it's their responsibility to speak for a while. Let's hope it's going to be for a short one. Fellas, over to you.
Great to be back here in the caster booth, folks. It's Uber and Wyatt taking you into round 17 of the first map between Sentinels and MiBR. To score, for those who may have forgotten, 11-5, with Sentinels winning the last two in a row, coming up on another heavy hitter.
Yeah, and additionally, if you have short-term memory, Zekin is going crazy. He is getting a 2K pretty much every round. He got an ace with a crazy spray transfer. John is throwing a perfect utility on the breach. Sen are looking the best that they've looked all year. I'm going to be honest. These past couple games, this playoff run from them has been lights out.
Arspas has had upwards of a kill per round in the second half after 1 in every 4 in the previous one. So an improvement here for MiBR's star duelist. But it's going to take a little bit more than that to close this ever-widening gap.
crucially into this round, MiBR, they have brought their economy down to nothing just to get 3 Guardians. They have 2 rifles, some light armors, not an ideal buy, but they do not want Sen to get to 12, but Zekken has other ideas. He is unstoppable, man.
And that's one of your bigger controllers off the map already. Hitting this site could be tricky. Bang catches Shenom. That's over to the A side of the map. So now confirmation that this is a real deal hit over towards C. Aspas is trying to trend forwards here, but Sen are just going to give it up for now. They know that Verno has an Armageddon.
How on earth can MiBR possibly win this 3 versus 5? Narrate has an Armageddon of his own. John has a full kit. Faultline is coming in. Zekken is getting the info.
There's a Sen Armageddon coming in, and Arzine can't quite get out alive. Aspas can't see a damn thing. And taking candy from a baby, and Verno is in the 1v5. MiBR bleed their economy just to have a competitive round, and it looks anything but.
Sen, they're going to get it to 12. John is even getting the defuse so he can have the Rolling Thunder on top of everything else to close out this game and go to Sen's map pick split. This wasn't even their map pick, damn it. They looked this good. And they haven't even won this map yet in this stage. This is the 3rd time they're playing it, and the 3rd time that they've switched their comp.
So I don't kill him, and you take the bomb from me. At least Marshall had the decency to say, Jordan, this is your clutch.
All gonna instant die.
What gesture was he sending to a teammate there? He just cut off at the top of the camera. Unfortunate, really. Here it is, though. MiBR now forcing for the rest of the game. And they've got the Rolling Thunder Armageddon ready to go. And a fault line that does shake Bang a little bit as Aspas wants to follow up. They'll throw up the fast lane and not commit just yet. Great dodge of the Rolling Thunder by the way, and Bang is ready for Aspas. He has been shut down, neutralized entirely over the course of this game, but Arzine chooses his spot well.
Wow, just a little awkward, but the movement was Bang there. Typically so good for those anchoring kills. Barrett swings in, does get a free one of the darts in, but the trades are instantaneous.
Zekken now awkward. Would have been a long climb to get his team back in the round anyway. So MiBR are still looking for a chance to stabilize now. Gun-wise, it's not great. But ideally, rifles in hand and some form of armor, best they can hope for.
This round exclusively comes down to their IGL Arzine deciding to go crazy, find those opening kills. And from there, they set up a man advantage post-plant, trade very rapidly when the Sen players try to swing back in.
Verno hits a nice stun in that corner to get them onto the seaside as well. All right, brick by brick, MiBR are trying to build their way back into the match.
One of the major issues for them as they try to make this comeback a reality is the fact that Sen already are sitting on multiple ultimates. Taking that duel shuts down Zekken. A rare sentence to be spoken in this game.
That's 2 quiet rounds for Zekken. Viper's Pit over at B now, so that's a non-option for MiBR. A looks much more tantalizing, but we will have John and Narrate on patrol. Already going to try and push up here. Narrate was clear of the fault line, but has to try and re-clear this space, and a lot of util is being spent to keep it cleared out. Back at the site, looks like Bang TP's in, so there's more Sen players now in attendance. Zaspas heads to drop. Nothing to see just yet, and here comes that plant. Salvos, dangerous for Arzine. But he's able to walk away now as a Viper's Pit is deployed, and there's Aspas. He's just 1 step ahead of Bang there. Down to 3, Sentinels have to dig them out.
It's going to be so tough, though. Do they feel like they're just going to save? Do they want to regroup, try to push through stairs? No, they feel like they need to get out of there with the rifles. After that pit came down and Bang drops, loses the duel to Aspas, the round is essentially over. Trying to root players out of that pit would be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, what best they have is Rolling Thunder, and that's never guaranteed. Sometimes it's a bit cosmetic. And Bang probably feels like he has to go for it there, right? He TPs to upper A. Wanted to make use of that ultimate, at least see if he could get something done. Patient here for Sentinels, 3 guns saved now as their economy gets a little rockier.
Past couple rounds, MiBR starting to just straight up win the duels. That was
Shenom anyway.
Never happening throughout this game. Aspas as well. He wins that duel against Bang when he drops down back sight. If Bang had won that, they are going for the retake. Complexion of that post-plant very different. And then on the prior, Arzine just swings in, gets 2. Might be too little, too late, but these guys could be individually starting to come to life for map 2.
The game looks so different when the Lurking Viper is taking and winning duels. And that's been Shenom's MO so far this half. No fight for Rubble from the defenders. Senna stacked at B instead. MiBR have loved hitting that site, the fast neon hits early in the half at least. Now slowing it down.
Stealth going to clear out those close positions so MiBR can slowly contact their way forward. On the opposite side, the defensive Stealth Drone goes all the way through B into spawn. Doesn't spot anything for Sen. A lot of pressure could be applied to Zellsis here, who is fairly committed to this site hold, depending on how close MiBR get. Depending on how quickly they can actually get onto him. He is stunned and weak.
And there might not be anywhere to go here. John has to be careful. Has a Rolling Thunder, so might want to set up for a flood retake. But look at Zellsis, he stayed alive. He stayed alive! And he gets the spike loose. That's a backbreaker. Now Aspas has to deal with him, and he can. But there's more where that came from Sentinels, plus that Rolling Thunder still.
I love how Zellsis played that, realizing that all he needed to do there was be a nuisance by living, playing within his own smoke, drawing attention from MiBR.
Rolling Thunder comes in, Aspas is very low, and in comes Zekin now. Flash to tree, wants to check it out, finds one, but Aspas at 3 health is giving a good account of himself. Bangdo knows a strong wind would have blown him over, and he converts. It's up to Shenom.
I don't think they saw Shenom. They're not aware, but now they certainly are as the door is tapped.
10 seconds left.
Shenom now has to fight to 1v3, and it's not to be! For the first time this stage, Sentinels take Lotus, the map pick of MiBR. A nasty blow to strike so early in the series.
And for the first time in these playoffs, MiBR have dropped a map 4-0 until this point. Sen stole that one away. Zekin was on an absolute heater, start to finish. The way this map opened, if you think back, the first 5 rounds felt like they were over in, I don't know, 5 minutes or less. That duo, John and Zekin, the fragging from the duelist, and then those supportive flashes and stuns that John was sending out were picture perfect over and over. That was some really superb play to start off this series from Sen. Walking away massively impressed by these guys. We're going over to split next, their own map pick. MiBR, they kind of started shooting towards the end though, so maybe they can rally back.
Yep, they definitely seem to be awake. It's too late to save Lotus, but the rest of the series still remains in question. A casual little 346 ACS from Zekin really punctuates the point on that map. We're going to step away, but up next, Golden Boy and Analyst Desk. We're going to break down this first map of our best of 3 to decide the top seed heading into the grand final.
Gives you wings.
se vai ter algum time. Acabou, vambora. Acabou. Na entrada. Vai, Xenon. Segura 2. Xenon de novo.
He's gonna have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out, and it is gonna be another one from Bang!
I am here with Kaplan ahead of map 2. First off, I kind of want to get your initial thoughts on the map, and the team's looking a bit unlocked as well. Does it allow you to kind of push them further and maybe go for some strats you guys have in the book?
Yeah, no, super happy with how that went. We were definitely prepared. We had a bunch of stuff ready for that map. It was pretty obvious they would pick it as long as we banned Icebox, and I wouldn't say we ever change our strats. I always expect them to be maximum confident, but definitely makes it a little more relaxing going into it, knowing, you know, they have something they earned confidence from, which was our last series.
All right, well, good luck in map 2 as well.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Sentinels, they go up in this series 1-0 with a 13-7 victory on Lotus, which of course sets our attention towards Split. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Imi. You got Oxy from C9 joining us, as well as Ender to break it all down. Let's actually do just that, shall we, gentlemen? Because I came into this one feeling good about MiBR, feeling good about maybe seeing Aspas maybe do his work, do the things that we expect him to do, but instead just never really was able to get that online, and instead just got shut down by much more prepared Sentinels, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels were definitely prepared for this map. I think they knew if they banned Icebox, this was going to get picked into them. They just abused C, they abused the no Sentinel as well, and obviously Zekken was definitely online before Aspas was.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Zekken's just the GOAT. This guy is this guy, there's only 2 people at the top for me. Duelist players, Zekken and Aspas. And it's a beautiful game to see when you see both of them playing each other. And I guess Zekken's just on one today.
What makes him so different for you, especially you being, you know, the duelist for your team, right? What inspiration do you pull from players like Aspas and Zekken?
Honestly, for me, it's just what I've seen from like how they play and how they interact with their teammates. Like I know Aspas, like this guy played on Lev for 1 year.
Yeah.
Went to champs. Well, I'm not. Did he go to champs?
Yes.
Champs, qualified a bunch of events, won stage 2, like
lifted a trophy.
Crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. And then he just joins MiBR like last year, one of the like.
They were just you said they were booty for a little while.
Yeah, and then now he just joins, and they're qualifying at like most events, top 3 last in kickoff. It's crazy, honestly. Yeah. I just don't understand it.
It's proof that it's not, you know, random. There's a reason. Aspas seems to be the connecting tissue.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just felt like in this opening map, like he just couldn't put it up against what Zekken had. Like Zekken had these couple of back-to-back rounds of just crazy spray transfers. The ace round after they win the bonus. Then they keep stringing them along, which gave Sentinels a 7-1 lead so early on in the half.
I mean, this moment here, I mean, this kid was pulling off some wild stuff here. This was the ace.
That's 1.
That was 1, and then he had the crazy TP.
Yeah, this play right here. He knows the breach and switches over to this corner before going back.
This is like when we played them on Ascent, and he's just instantly online, and you're just allowing him to get online early, and he's just got so much momentum. You just know he's going to have a good game.
Yeah, how do you even slow that down, though? That's the thing. And it felt like, Oxy, that was the part that MiBR were really struggling with. And what's funny is we were talking about the Yoru actually being inherently slower for them, for Sentinels, but yet it seemed like when it came down to it, when Zekken wanted to let it go, when he wanted to hit the go button, they were in there. How do you stop that?
To be honest, in this meta, you can't really. I'm not gonna lie, you can't really stop against this meta. You just
gotta shoot.
You kind of just gotta like play retake. Yeah, you gotta play the timings, you gotta play breach utility, Teo utility, and that's just kind of how the meta goes right now.
Yeah, it's all about timings. Like you've got to keep note of timings. Like if breach uses your stun, you have to give that information to your team straight away. Yeah, and it's all about the utility advantage, and then you know if you can play in or you have to play out.
Yeah, because you see it even in those clips, like the utility that Sentinels is setting up behind Zekken to take those fights too is always there for him.
Yeah, very well done there, obviously from Sentinels. MiBR still needing to figure it out, and they have a great coach to do that. It's Coach Fraud on standby ahead of map 2. Let's get his thoughts.
I'm joined by Fraud ahead of map 2. Question about that last map. It looked like it took the team a little bit to get going, but also star power fire coming out of the Sentinel side. How do you kind of mitigate that, get the team going again, and get ready for map 2?
I think we just got to be patient. They came out with they were shooting, but they were also playing a very like slow defaulty style, and I think we were getting a little bit impatient. So I think this is going to be one of those games that it's going to be a little bit longer, especially if they're going to keep playing slow like this. But we have to be okay with playing against teams who play slow and not get so impatient, and just kind of maintain our plan, maintain our resources a little bit more, and hopefully it'll turn out better.
Awesome insight as always. Thank you so much.
All right, so you heard Coach Fraud there talk about maintaining the resources, all that. Coach Jimmy, got to go over to you for this one. Thoughts on that? How do you feel, especially as we get ready for Split?
I mean, they're getting used to a new style, slowing down. That's exactly why they pick Yoru, to slow it down, right? So like he said, he's just got to get used to it. He's got to put that through to his team. He's got to go speak to them now and just be like, be more patient, wait for the opportunities, don't try and force anything.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one, though, because it feels like Ender Sentinels doing everything that they can to force those mistakes out of MiBR.
Yeah, I think the Sentinels play a really well thought through, controlled style of game that becomes difficult. But I know you wanted to talk about Split, Ivy. Give me the sauce on what Sentinels are playing.
Well, I think Sentinels just need to control B main. So with this comp, funny story, I'll give a funny story. G2 played this comp against them. Smashed them, Sentinels stole it, Sentinels played us, smashed us, we stole it. So all three of us knew how to play this comp, and that's how the meta came around of this comp.
Well, there you have it. You see the genesis of the meta coming about here from Cloud9, from Sentinels, and most importantly from G2 at the origin point. Very interesting to see how this all is going to shake out. Of course, we've got Split coming up right after this. Can we get a map 3? We'll find out after this short break.
So it was MiBR that selected the first map in the series. That was Lotus. It looked anything but their home ground. First engagements almost always went against them as Sentinels took those advantages right at the beginning of the rounds.
Absolutely. It was Zekin in particular who walks away from that map with 7 first kills. But overall, Sen leading 14-6. That is utter dominance from them in those early round fights. We saw it every single time. Now headed over to Split, can MiBR turn the tide, and specifically, can Aspas? He's back on Jet, which is just his agent. He defined Jet. That has been his go-to for years. And even when this MiBR team earlier in 2025 were behind the meta, they were finding success just by virtue of him on that agent being one of one.
Did they ever play Teho in Kickoff?
They did in the first game, actually, yes, and then they moved away from it. I mean, at the start of this year, the MiBR team were the most successful team not playing the meta, and now they are. They have ended up in the exact same, well, not exact same, but, you know, they are at least in the top 3, so same result at minimum as Kickoff. But now they are integrating the Teho like everyone else.
But they keep the classic, you know, sense to their compositions quite often, so that's something worth keeping eyes on. The Jet.
They're going to let Aspas be comfortable here on the Jet while still playing the other meta initiators.
Rough first map for MiBR. Now it's Sen's battleground of choice, but Split has been very good for MiBR so far in Stage 1. Undefeated, but against some weaker teams. We'll start the pistol with Aspas immediately taking an engagement here against John. The B site's already open for Young and Old.
Oh, that was dangerous for a second, but Zekin is able to find Shenum. Not before he does a significant amount of damage, however. Zekin, somewhat weak. Zelsis, very low, susceptible to even just a single shot. Aspas wants to press forward, but is punished for it by the double swing.
Again, no better way to shut down a star player than to overload him. This now puts Sen at a player advantage, and they're slowly encroaching their control of Heaven. Cortesia playing a bit further forward towards B main to try and cut Zekin off. It's going to be a battle of shooters on that part of the map. Sen will want a way into the B site, and Zekin might use this commotion to do so. Look at the timing he's found! Cortesia not sticking around quite long enough. Verno takes a tap to the shoulder here as Sentinels are going to get about it now. Verno and Artazine have to dig in now. Time is short, but Sentinels have the numbers to spend. Here's a tap. Zekin gets ahead of it though. 4 kills on the pistol. And a defuse to get Sen started on the right foot again.
That's going to bring Zekin 2 orbs away from the dimensional drift when they get to their bonus round, assuming they can convert the anti-eco coming up on round 2. That post-plant play, though, from Zekin as well is so good. He finds this kill on Shenum, wraps a B main there, and just before that, he was waiting for his team to make all the noise so he could hit the go button, and there was a little moment... where Cortez... Bro, we get it, bro. You want to ult. I mean, yes, it is the high percentage play. Relax. But they do such a great job of setting him up for success there by drawing all the attention to Heaven, allowing him to flank through B main. And Zekin is starting this map just as electric as he left us on Lotus.
A dimensional drift for the bonus. What a tantalizing prospect for the defenders. MiBR here are grouped up, even Cortesia joining them after early presence on the B side. Jonathan might have a decent timing to send this off on. He's one player testing the wall, and call comes out that there might be some action from MiBR hitting A. They are biding their time now, but off a fault line. Artesian is going to try and be the Stardust pistol for MiBR. In we go. Smoke over towards Heaven side here. Fault line came out from the defender side. That's John trying to slow them up. Narrate, rather, getting ahead of that smoke in screens.
And now as the wall expires, MiBR are hoping to take an engagement as a unit towards Heaven. Sen have everything covered, playing those long-range angles with the superior guns. They are looking so strong today. If they can win their map here, they'll be headed to the grand finals with that significant map ban advantage, going up against whichever team wins the lower final.
A lot of trust being put in John and Narrate here. Sen have not rushed to reinforce them on the A side. A lot of this util still at their disposal. Delsus maybe had a timing. Opts not to take advantage. Aspas out in front though with the Sheriff claims one. John's about to get busy. Tries to flick, no good. Right click though is right there. Bang and Zekin now have to try and recover, but perfect util from Verno. Sets Zekin off kilter. And it's Bang's Bulldog that needs to bark and bite in equal measure now.
Does have a couple weak players to get easy kills against. One of them was Cortesia.
Shenum gets clear of that paranoia. Bang instrumental for this Sen team so far in their run to playoffs. But Verno will emerge at just the right time. Key thrifty there for MiBR, and once again Cortesia trying to get him motivated.
Just waits out the moment for the perfect free backstab to close out that round after hitting a really fantastic stun in a 1v1 against Zekin in Heaven. The players' backside, you mentioned it, they were left on their lonesome, so much trust placed in them, and they just couldn't come up in that situation.
There's no info really for Sen. Just how far into mid had MiBR gotten, they just couldn't tell.
Has Cortesia really turned into the hype man for MiBR or what though? Every time they're finding success, he's been the guy standing up, screaming, getting out of his chair.
Early play for the B-side orb, and insertion by Zekin. He's actually already looking to wrap around them. So MiBR, they're on a timer. And they know it. Pushing out over towards his A side now. It's going to be Aspas up front and Personal focusing on Bang. Deals to the controller. Narrate still tucked behind that kiosk, but doesn't really know when to swing. It's on the move. Celsius gets completely caught out. John had no choice but to swing that. Also dinked a second player. Verno goes low after that encounter. But Zeko with the classic is a long way from the action, and Zenom is vastly better armed.
Oh my god, that got a little awkward for a second with the jump up, but overall, a well-paced hit from MiBR. Scaling into the site, they slowed things down, allowed a moment for Aspas to work through both of his cloud bursts, pop out, engagement against Bang, wrap around elbow, the rest of them flood in. A little bit of damage done, but overall, clean, and definitely a look at what their typical A-hit is going to be looking like as we go forward, trying to play around the jet that they've got.
Not sure who louts are. Certainly not me.
Well, MiBR, they say, why not go A again? It's worked 2 times in a row.
Yeah, obviously, good point. Sen often going up ahead in these first halves. There's Bang with a spray. Aspas down. What a beautiful second, though. Stunned up by Artesian, still able to deal with the breach. And there's John. This is looking a lot cleaner for Sentinels now, as Zelsus will be on this angle and sees the barrel first. Still isn't able to win the fight.
Narrate just knows he needs to live here. The good decision from him. He's not trying to take the engagement. Shenum come to him, but it doesn't matter.
Spike. It is loose. John QT studiously watching this push from A main in order to recover it, and Verno just has a free haircut handed out. Reverse Mohawk though, sorry mate, you can't choose. Shenum at 16. Gun barrel protruding. Zekin cleans him up, and that's Sen exiting the round with 3 rifles.
Bang on the anchor is just in his element. That is where he thrives. Feels like when you watch him sometimes, he just has 360 vision. I mean, in this moment, he just starts off with, I mean, listen, in this one, it's just a little crazy. Cosmetic stun. But then on the third, he swings. He sees the teleport animation from Cortezia, calls out he's going into the smoke. They spam him down.
Try not to die.
Kaplan probably a little frustrated about the encounter there in heaven. It definitely worked against Zelsis, even though he had the drop. He'll put it behind him now, I'm sure, as we have an even game. And a Dimensional Drift, of course, that second build really early has still been held back. Maybe now's the time.
Now we've seen 3 rounds in a row where MiBR were 5 stacked, pushing up towards A on this one. Zekin opts to play forward. He has that gate crash back to get out towards screen, so he wants to take the engagement and leave.
Oh, buddy, okay.
That is the ideal situation for the duelist with a getaway mechanic.
And so he did. Back to screens off the gate crash after having taken that first pick. Ooh. Shannon there, tucked on that corner. Second moving up to reclear, so clearly Sentinels have sniffed this out. Can they snuff it out?
Look at Zekin's gate crash, by the way. It's in B main.
Wait, what?
Insane.
Damn, that thing's got a mind of its own. Still over an A, though, is Zekin. Cortezia, not aware of it. It is fake to the I would freak out too. That is a proper jump scare. He seals his nerves. He might go over to A. He's considering it from the shadows here. Doesn't have any other reason really to be here outside of selling stuff. He's going to smoke that heaven side. TP to A. Zekin! Oh, he's not aware! Cortezia gets to appear in his midst and take him down.
10 seconds.
That was Bang also trying to get some info. Doesn't confirm Shannon's position. And that Armageddon's going to make this painful. Dying seconds of the round. Plant secure for Cortezia. 3 up now for MiBR, and we're even in numbers. It's an Armageddon for screen. This is a scary prospect, and John had nowhere to go. Forward, back, it doesn't matter. Zelsis down to the Tejo ultimate. Then all of a sudden, things have turned awful quick against Sentinels.
Bang into the 1 versus 3. Has so much to clear towards ramp. Working slowly, time is dwindling. At the moment, Verno doesn't have any more utility to throw down, but that salvos even just cycle up as I'm saying that. Next to impossible.
They know.
Bang.
Bang gets his 1. That's all it'll be. Hard fought round, but MiBR post their 3rd here on split. Sentinels get a little bit turned around there, but then Armageddon over towards screens was off a perfect timing.
I mean, it's also just hilarious in the mid-round. Zekin gets the fake TP to jump scare Cortezia in B main, and then Cortezia goes jump scare for jump scare.
No. I mean, it would have been a jump scare if Zekin knew he was there.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's scary when he pops out and shoots him in the side, and then the rest of the team get in. Verno, fantastic utility after the fact.
I mean, that Omenot was nasty work. And potentially Cortezia is far enough away that he doesn't see Zekin on the side, because MiBR don't have perfect information about where the Yoru is. Or he does see him there and sticks it anyway, because he's got balls of steel. We won't know. Of course, heading to a timeout now. Call here from Sentinels to try and stabilize things a little bit, because they've got enough to work with. They can buy it again, and of course, Zekin still is holding on to that first dimensional drift he's developed.
Yeah, they just haven't been in any kind of big retake situation where he's been able to use it. That would primarily be the time. And then as we've seen, you're trying to sync that up with some of your breach utility, Tejo utility when you're getting back in. That has just not been a scenario that Sentinels have found themselves in at the moment. They're going to be fully investing into this round. Economy completely on the line here. This is an opportunity for MiBR to really surge into an early lead. This is a round that should be good for 2 if they can take it. They have a Viper's Pit for after they get the spike down. And at that, look at Artzin. If they can just get him 1 orb, he'll have the Rolling Thunder to take the site. That's just an ultimate 1-2 to get the round win.
Look at that A-main control that you can get as attackers behind the Viper walls. Definitely on the cards to get that ultimate into the right hands.
So Verno's going to get the information for MiBR that no one is actually playing close from Sen. They're going to be weary about that, given Zekken was happy to take those close engagements on a prior round, so you have to make sure that you're clearing that out now.
Interesting clear timing for Zekken. Clones himself down ramp side, but Chenom is already rather ahead of this, tucked now, just inside A main. Bang seems to have a sense that that's the only part of that area they don't have info on. So the question is, when does Chenom decide to activate? For now, he's more than happy just to be inserted, while the rest of his team sets up for a hard and fast hit. Aspas with the Blade Storm now. They're going for it, but John spots it out early. Here comes the util flood. John affected by the fault line now, but the salvos come down. It's the rate. What? 2 with the aftershock. Ah, yes. All about that gunplay, folks. A lot of util eliminations here for Sen, but they're still cut down to 3. Zekken's patience, though, pays dividends. He shut down that A presence, and now Verno doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, seems like he's just going to try to double back over towards B. Sentinels had such a read on the situation on the map there. Stacking up the 3 towards B, all of that util ready to deny the hit when it did come in from MiBR, resulted in 3 utility kills.
Verno on the save here. Nothing really more to do. And you'll notice the red X is there on the map. It's that B side. There's a brilliant aftershock shot through the wooden wall there that catches MiBR because they're held in place by the Tejo salvo. John's able to get that salvo off while he's being fault lined and being pushed by the Jet.
Yeah, I want to see this on the replay again.
Look at the salvos. Oh, he TP'd into it.
That is brutal.
Aspas goes down to the
Aspas just slowly glides down into it.
Breach Tejo?
Tragic.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I don't know if the Tejo needs to get nerfed. Maybe we can maybe we can stop the nerfs that are coming.
I feel like it depends on it depends on the day. You know, it depends who you ask. If you're initiator coded, then maybe not.
MiBR trying to refight through the dark cover one way over towards B main. Zekken again is just pressed up on A. Has had an outrageous number of first kills in this series so far. He had 7 on map 1. Already has like 3 here, 2, 3, something like that. It's pretty nuts, man.
And that's the Yoru difference. He can play that loose end and actually challenge the enemy lurker because he has the ability to gate crash out and still be relevant later on in the game. He's got dimensional drift as well. Should there be a need for a retake at B, but there just hasn't been.
No, Cortesia.
Well, that's not fun at all. He's like, I'm out of here. I think I've lost enough face on this B side of the map for now. So now it's mid control that MiBR are looking to take.
Artin's going to throw out that fault line towards the A side, try and feign some presence so he can pivot back to the other 2 players he's got in Heaven, go for this B split, but Sen prepared. They have 3 players here. The stun from there right into the salvos will keep everyone in Heaven at bay. Cortesi is not going to have a moment to help from B main just yet.
Rolling Thunder comes in. Aspas first to the side now. There's John, who just can't hang in that duel. The deck is stacked against him. Zekken's looking for a royal flush here from this high ground. It'll take the 1. Bang! What an anchor, man! The guy just can't be shifted. Zekken, okay, shorty action, fair enough. What a round! I tell you what, if they just tossed Bang off the Titanic, they would never have hit that iceberg. That thing would have stopped dead.
He is, I mean, I'm speechless when I'm watching him on the defense side. There is no one like him in these situations. This is a guy who came in to replace TenZ, one of the all-time greats of the game. And I don't want to say he replaced him 1-to-1. He just brought his own brand of greatness to the Sentinels team. He's a different kind of controller player and an utterly amazing one.
And 100 Thieves are still reeling from that loss. Now Sen have the lead in the game. Early pop of util now gets Zekken set up in a very aggressive line, but he feels like he's overstayed his welcome.
Things slowed down for MiBR initially. That wave of utility coming through from the 2 initiators on the defensive side, and now with the wall up, they want to try and get back into this space, but John knows now is the time to drone. This is when they could be walking up. And he's right. I'm not sure if he got around the corner and saw any of those other players, however.
They know now. They absolutely know now. They know the Breach, Tejo both here. John, death-defying stunt, gets across A main, and this is slowed down a lot for MiBR. They have that insert of Cortesia to prevent them from being flanked, so they know they're on a huge timer. They've got options.
They have still 45 seconds or so to pivot back, which is what they're intending on doing now, going back to the sewers as Cortezia wants to get that control of B main. He's got it alone. Oh, what a first kill for Artsin to find. To accelerate into B heaven though, and I love this reposition for Bang. If he kills Cortezia here, Sen are in a great position.
The Teo Breach are also out on the B side, but as they move it, Darzine would get another one. There's Bang. He's always in such a ready spot. And Narrate's found 2. That should be enough to slow MiBR up and even the odds. Swing. Shenom is sharp, man. Sharp as they come. But now Zekin at 11 and 3. Cannot convert. Sick round from Shenom. 2 crucial kills to even up the game again.
I mean, listen, we give a lot of well-deserved hype to Cortezia and Verno as some of the best rookies coming in this year, but Shenom has been the best player for MiBR today. Not even close. He's been the one getting them crucial first kills at times. That kill onto Bang there, mega impact. Bang played that situation so well, pivoting into B main, catches out Cortezia, has the perfect angle to be able to kill Shenom, but he's just so fast.
Oh, you shall not pass there, Zekin. Oh, the audacity of it. Doesn't pay off. Ray wants to pick up the angle immediately. Okay. Doesn't work out for him either. Forced away by all that util. Now he realizes there's a lot more than just a couple players here. The whole kit and caboodle for MiBR have been deployed on the B side of the map, and there's Ray dropping down. Not too shabby. Aspas defeated by the high-low setup, and Bang gets in behind them. There's no way Verno's going to be ready for this. Bang has the timing, he has his moment, he has a window, and a bullet with Verno's name on it. Cortezia too low to stand. And now Shenom, star player for this MiBR outfit, has to play 2 separate angles. And your boy Bang delivers solid gold again.
Oh, just a little wry smile. Kind of feeling like he knows he's him right now. That teleport into B main to just encircle all of MiBR was perfect, and prior to that, Sentinels using their utility to just flood out of heaven, catch the perfect timing window where they're fighting MiBR while they're trying to get out of main before they even have any space.
This though, this is the kind of map we were hoping for on Lotus. MiBR and Sen both delivering. As MiBR here have been knocked down economically. And Zekin, justifiably, has gone and picked up the Outlaw now.
MiBR just waiting for this cloud to drop. Aspas pushing forward. Zelsis is caught. He actually feels like he has to go forward. Now he's stuck in the corner. He's being aftershocked.
Damned if he do, damned if he doesn't here. Zelsis had nowhere to go. Caught in mid. John punishes Aspas on the charge in. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's happy enough to at least even the odds. Mid control still in place for Sen, and that's a pick on the extremity. Zekin was waiting for Cortezia to lurk up.
I like picking up the scoped weapon to control B main because most rounds it's only pin Cortezia. They're just contact taking it. So
Except
it's
for the prior one.
It's just so easy for Zekin. Scrappy in the early round. I mean, a couple players there. Zelsis, Aspas getting really out of position, both being punished for it. But ultimately, this is just a save round for MiBR. They don't have the weaponry or the resources to actually make something happen.
They know they're walking into this fault line either way. Zekin now can turn his attention heaven side. MiBR are trying to condition the single player in B main, so they mixed it up in the previous round, but it should be pretty straightforward stuff from here on out.
Only 20 seconds, Verno gets the rifle, but ultimately won't be able to do much with it.
Paranoid there, that is just going to clear heaven side of B. Sentinels dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And MiBR have to take another L. But this, like you mentioned, was a bit of a save round. Sen, though, threatening still 8 rounds in this half on defense side would be pretty devastating. MiBR got to find one of the next 2 at least.
Coming into this one, they're going to have a fair amount of ultimates to play with. Artsin is 1 away from a Rolling Thunder right now.
30 seconds left.
And they've still got that Viper's Pit from Shenom if they can get into a post-plant situation. But Sen are stopping them from even getting there because they're playing so swiftly in the flood situations. That is where they have been finding the most success.
So a couple of things to look for here from MiBR for the remainder of the half. They've set a condition up now on the B side just to send Cortezia there, and you've seen them try and throw a variation every now and then. A couple rounds ago, it was the whole team. That's when things went wrong for Zekin early. So he picked up an Outlaw just to try and hold against that kind of contact play that walk up. Mid is the weak point for Sentinels right now. Zelsis not able to get much done in mid, getting hit with that util flood that's frustrating even for the best player. So he has not been able to find a kill yet this game. Basically, a pink ward.
I didn't even notice that. Honestly, I did not even notice that he's sitting on the goose egg right now, because it hasn't really felt like it. It hasn't been a detriment.
Listen.
So
He's been a very good Cypher cam so far, but Sen are aware that MiBR are now trending away from the extremities. I think the threat of the Outlaw was too much there, and they're getting ruined by Zekken over at A. So definitely feel like they're going to want to pressure mid, maybe sometimes more towards the mid rounds here. But Sen have been very good on both those sites.
all right, they do just have, yet again, Cortesia set up to control this B side of the map. Cortesia, by the way, who's just been playing so much Omen as of late. We only really saw him on Sentinel, and now he's been playing a ton of controller for this team.
Get out of my way!
And specifically when they have these Viper looks on maps that they've been playing very frequently, and he has been putting up outrageous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, double controller's making its way into MiBR's map pool a lot more. I mean, Icebox is obviously the best example of this, but now on split 2.
Coming into this series, in the playoffs, Cortesia actually has the highest stats of any Omen, which is really bizarre. I mean, obviously the sample size is incredibly low. It's only been a couple maps, but...
Even so, I mean, you've got amazing Omens here in the league. Bang, King sometimes, I guess. A lot of fantastic controls. Som.
All right, so the one way is going to be thrown down by Bang, who has just had absolute control of the B side of the map. He's been a brick wall that MiBR cannot break through.
So again, that conditioning about a light B hold being broken again. This time Bang not quite as aggressive though as Zekken was for that part of the map, but the initiators were a long way away for Sen.
The gate crash isn't close to B either, so it's not like Zekken can get there quickly. This is a situation where, Bang just needs to get out, but he can't. He stays in and he gets his. No one can even trade.
He TP'd forward. Trying to get past that, it takes Arthas down. And now the momentum definitely been slowed up. MiBR need to make a way in. Nice little special delivery, and John is dishing it out. The stall plus the aftershock leaves MiBR in absolute bloody shambles with no time left. Verno's been in this position before. Zelsis gets on the board as well. Everything's coming up Millhouse for Sen City.
The management of their utility has really been sublime. Every time the hit is coming in from MiBR, they are getting multi-stunned. All of the damaged abilities are being thrown at them in those moments. Osmos is in on an island.
What was that TP from Bang?
It's a TP of, this is literally the only place I can go. And no one is able to trade onto him. And then 25 seconds they have to get in. John is throwing a stun at them. They're so cooked.
That Armageddon, I've got to say, from John is so important. Once again, it's a fast hit on B for MiBR that just dies to the initiator util.
Shenum has been sitting on this Viper's pit for eons at this point. There has not come a
fossil fuel. It's been so long.
There is no opportunity for him to even use it, because Sen are stuffing them at the choke, getting in, flooding together so effectively.
But here's the adaptation for Sen. They now just sort of pull out a mid entirely, bring Zelsis back onto the A side. This will allow MiBR to move into heaven, but it's about to get pretty busy there for Sentinels. They re-establish that control, and this is going to bleed the clock further and further.
I was going to say second, he's just pushing all the way out of A, gets all of the information as to the fact that MiBR, they are for real splitting B, and everyone can stack up to stop them.
Special delivery does force John away, but Bang is going to do his thing, because only Bang can. The timing of that was pretty bloody good, wasn't it? That slows things down. Cortesia has the TP forward and narrates it. I don't think so. Not today. Flawless round to end the half for Sentinels, who again are back in that world-beating form, or so it seems.
They're making me struggle to remember when MiBR even got 4 rounds on the board, because they looked utterly dominant for the last several rounds. Bang is on one. His defensive play is...
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Just on a totally different level. Watching the way he positions himself, how cerebral he is as to where the util is coming at him, where players are coming at him from, and then the floods from Sen. They are so on point right now. This playoff run has been incredible.
They are doing all of this without a Sentinel in their comp. Double controller, double initiator, they are dishing it. We're going to head to a quick break, folks. When we come back, MiBR are running out of chances to get back into this game. Let's see what they've got for us after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Split began looking pretty competitive between these two teams. It was MiBR lose the pistol, win the eco round, and then it's back and forth stuff for a while. We hit round 9, and all of a sudden, Sentinels start to break away. Sublime anchoring by Bang and Zekken being all over the map. Main contributors.
And it's putting Sen in a position now where they're looking to close out Split, not only steal away the map pick of MiBR, but win their own in dominant fashion, head on to the grand finals with that map pick ban advantage that we have seen every single time is incredibly valuable, and try and win this Stage 1 trophy.
Here's Bang, man of the first half. There's just no denying it. A gate crash deployed there by Zekken to give a second option to take up in mid. And we'll be clearing slowly towards A. And this should be very telling for the attackers.
So Sentinels are going to try and take control towards A, make the noise there, draw the rotate, teleport, go into a B split. Shannon is trying to get forward presence. Is this going to be re-cleared by Sen?
They've made sound on the other side of that. There's the gate crash. No! What? How does he win those?
That is so flattening.
Okay.
What a tragedy.
The best player from MiBR loses his nerve at the most important moment. There's Aspas though, steps up in his wake. Important pick with the Sheriff, but Sen are crawling over this B side.
Artson has his full kit right now to try and get back into this site.
Seconds low, John stunned up. Here's the aftershock. Zekken tries to tuck from it, and he can avoid the blasts. 30 seconds. Bang giving it a tap.
30 seconds left.
Plant down, and oh, Zekken! Aspas descends upon him there. Just lands on him, cleans him up, but all of a sudden MiBR are hitting. It's up to Zelsis. Would have been beautiful. But Aspas with 4 kills is just as aesthetically pleasing.
I mean, you said the best player for MiBR right now goes down like that. Aspas said, Beth, time to finally step up in this game. He has really not been on point today until this round. That is brutal. These shots from Aspas, that first one in heaven, it swings back in, cleans things up.
Full screen flick shot on me is also for his 3rd kill.
For his 3rd kill. Why does it matter? Why does it matter how many kills he had before that, Verno? Context is everything, I guess. Well, Aspas hit the top of the scoreboard pretty quickly, didn't he, Wyatt?
Let's see if this is where MiBR can begin to rally back. They have not had control at any point in this series on either map. They have been clawing to get any round win when it can come their way. Even the anti-ecos back on Lotus, they weren't clean either.
That lineup is such nasty work. Makes a lot of space for the attackers to move into that Viper Orb. Zekken's able to overload Cortez here, but he got his. Shannon drops down. No Zekken is tucked in the box, and Aspas will be able to clear him out. It's the Sen classic that goes to work for John QT. But MiBR bounce back, get that 2 in a row, and close the gap.
Artson wasn't able to recover a rifle, so a bit of economic damage done there by Sen that they'll be happy to take. And Ospas is heading into the bonus with a glass cannon op.
Saw this on Lotus. He was forced into a retake and actually ended up dying with the weapon late in the round. So he wants to control an extremity. Mid.
Are Sen going to be prepared for this in that will they be careful enough? Will they be playing around the potential of an op already?
There's a chance they probably expect it to come up a couple of times in a series against MiBR. It's actually been a bit of a pattern from Aspas in the past.
Sure.
On this map though.
This early?
And honestly on Split, taking it to mid.
This is an MiBR that have essentially fully economically committed to this. It's only Verno and Shenum that have a bank after this round plays out.
Initially it looked like MiBR would try and play forward, but they give this space. They hear Sentinels coming as they make enough noise to wake the dead. They'll hope that MiBR will join them. Salvos come in, Zekken and Bang takes a bunch of damage and still is able to win the fight on the move, no less.
Down to 1 HP, Shenum able, well, all right, the headshot, that's a bit of overkill, buddy. But he finds the trade nonetheless.
John wins out that fight as well without taking any damage. That is so big. Aspas on the glass cannon op has to find a way to put it to use.
Has the Blade Storm already too, by the way, Shenum.
Bro,
what a standout today.
The spike is off to Shenum's left. This is very dangerous now for Sentinels, who have no util to speak of.
30 seconds left.
None.
Shenum doesn't have to do a thing. He can let Ospas
Player
this angle.
standing.
Easy.
And by the way, they've got an op. You just discovered that little tragic fact.
Yep, the other shoe dropped at the worst time for Sen.
John, left alone, saving the rifle, doesn't have
10 seconds
a
left.
single dollar to his name at the moment.
Yep, shuffling away in his little moccasins.
MiBR, they fully committed economically to this round, and they pull it off.
Beautiful. Paid off well. Aspas actually had full armor, so wasn't quite as risky as we'd expected. And very quickly, he's gotten back into the half in a big way. The game has now shrunk to a one-round difference, and Senna coming into this one.
Oh, man.
Bro is a turret. I mean, Bang can't be too hard on himself. He finds that first kill on the move.
I need a drop. Gracias.
I think Shenum killed at least one through the Viper wall. Tough though, tough round to win here for Sen. Looks like we might be looking at an even ledger.
They are on an interesting buy right now. John and Zekken, not a lot of cash left, a lot of stingers, and Zekken has been throwing the hero rifle that John saved from that prior one.
Interesting as casters speak for Rancid, folks, in case you were wondering. Zekken though, with that hero rifle, artfully dispatches of the breach and already was swarming over the site. Sentinels do get in position. Verno trying to challenge, but he ends up taking a clone out. Dangerous. Wayward spray through the smoke, but the traces aren't there.
And now MiBR, they have found themselves again in this, not again, but for the first time in this situation where Ospas has the op on a retake. This is going to be difficult and man disadvantage. Zekken, what a timing! He can't collect onto Verno, but no one from MiBR was in position to swing.
Big damage, Zekken going to be flashed. Aspas though dives in and takes one for the team. Zekken is down. And Bang is very, very low. It's just the Stinger quartet left for Sentinels now, and Narrate is trying to let those shots ring out across the map.
Oh, and a low HP Bang was just forced out into the open. The clock is getting so low, though. MiBR, they haven't even really scaled into the site yet.
Cortesia down. Verno is very, very low. This is so dangerous as Aspas tries to get in there. And Narrate's the last one standing. Has he done enough for Sentinels? The answer is yes.
So much delay was caused there. The fight's over towards ramp that Zekken was taking. No one could actually trade onto him. He was just delaying and drawing attention with the flashes. 4 stingers and that one saved rifle get them over the finish line. And now they put MiBR in a dire economic situation.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, what a moment over there at ramp. It's like a tsunami of fudge, and not the good type. I don't know what I'm looking at. Aspas dives in, Zekken's is flashing. Got his one.
Who's next?
Here's that dimensional drift.
Has invested into the operator yet again, positioned over towards A, where there are a lot of potential targets coming his way. Zekken doesn't clear out screen. He needs to prioritize backside so they don't know that the op is here, but Bang is ready on the line.
And that's the op down. Zekken's committed now to the A side, tucked here, waiting for delivery of the spike, which will be forthcoming. Smoke to screens. Sen have this locked down for now.
Shenim is repositioned to ramp, wanting to make sure that no one can actually walk up there. Zekin lets one shot rattle off, doesn't connect. Artzin and John, awkward fight, nothing hitting.
No defensive initiator ultimates available. MiBR have nothing really to flood with outside of Artisan's util.
This dark cover is perilous for Shenim. Zelsis is just biding his time, takes the first engagement, just decides to live. He's gonna just bide his time.
He's a rat! Emerges now for a spray. Cortesia eats it! And somehow Zelsis gets away with more. He's done so much from here when he was looking to reach even further. But that likely will be enough. That operator got recovered. Aspas invested in it, and Zekin will be the one that profits.
Sentinels have been putting MiBR in a nightmare situation 2 rounds in a row now while they're trying to retake ramp. They've just layered that area of the map with too many potential dangers, a minefield that MiBR have to work through getting back in there. Just the existence of that dark cover is going to cause so much confusion, and I love how Zelsis plays that. I mean, this is also just ridiculous. I don't think, was Shenim? No, he was partially blinded in that moment.
Yeah, he was. He's paranoid.
He's trying to shoot him. I mean, Cortesia can only laugh it off.
Did he get paranoid by? No. Did he get hit by Cortesia? Is that why he was partially blinded? I think Cortesia hit both Shenim.
We would need another replay. It's
I think he hit both of them.
It's possible.
Oh, if that's true. All right. That is pretty devastating. Frod here, starting to wrinkle the brow in concern. First map wasn't the outing that MiBR were hoping for. A much better start here on Split has all but fizzled out. After a pistol round win conversion there from the Brazilian squad now, once again, Sentinels have been allowed back into the driver's seat, and they're hitting top gear.
They put serious cash at MiBR into getting this up into Aspas' hands on a number of rounds, and it just has not actually paid dividends. At this point, they can only afford a rifle when we get back into this. The op is off the table. And frankly, how things have been going, maybe that'll even be to their benefit.
I mean, they're skimpily dressed coming to the round as well. 4 half armors.
Back at the beginning of this stage, I remember, I think it might have been literally the first map that MiBR played was Artzin putting up like 536 ACS on Split.
Wasn't he trolling with the judge a bunch that game?
He got a lot of kills with the judge. It was pretty absurd.
It's not been that kind of game.
Maybe he can make it one to get MiBR this map win. Take this.
Jeez. That scoreline is so uncharacteristic out of Cortesia. He was like the solo lurking B-side attack player.
He was just in horrific situations on attack. He could never find an opening towards B playing alone.
Bang is patient. King of the off angle, they say, but Cortesia bests it.
It just swings a little wider than Bang expected. He had his crosshair placed for the jiggle peak, and it just did not end up working out.
No heaven presence, though, for MiBR. And oh, buddy. Someone's starting to get a bit more comfortable now.
Zelsis just wants to go for the quiet re-clear.
Very quiet, yes. Still
Slowly
picked off.
Walks into the crosshair.
Are we doing this? They certainly thought about it. Shenim here, just enjoying his own brand for most of the round, I suspect. Sentinels are inching, scaling into heaven.
30 seconds
Looks
left.
like Werner's pulled himself back from mid-A side there. Aspas will see a player crossing if the timing's correct, but he'd have to hold that position.
Time to jump.
Zekin's going to send in that gate crash backside. Try to get the clone out, try to get a flash. He's going to go in, committed while stunned.
Oh, the double flash is good. Aspas gets away. Werner not quite so lucky. Shorting in hand, but Jordan can handle it himself, apparently. Just enough time for a plant. Narrate going to sit on an aftershock here as well, which will delay a flood that comes in, but Zekin will be instrumental. He's trying to wrap. He's leaving. Narrate on his own for the time being, and oh, the timing is good. Shenim is down. Narrate holds his own. And the House of Cards comes crumbling down. Not even the ace up the sleeve, Cortesia can bail them out.
A beautiful double swing at the end. That was a 5 versus 3 for MiBR. Cortesia locked down B main, got 2 kills to open the round. And then look at the way that Sen dragged things back with a fantastic...
What is that pathing? The timing from Zekin. The trust in Narrate to hold that side and not go over-aggressive.
Bro.
It was a fantastic array of utility that they threw into A, just getting that gate crash backside, with Zekken sending out the clone into the flash, teleports in. Second flash to follow it up.
And now Senna getting some ultimates online. Cortesia, great round the last one. Scales into B main, gets a second kill on Zelsis. This time, though, he will have his hands full.
Cover going out.
Dark cover to try to delay. Cortesia is in so much trouble, has to teleport away once. He wants to stick around.
Second guy in the back corner. Cortesia knows it, but now the Rolling Thunder's going to come in. He's going to be forced away. Zekken once more. He's hungry. And Cortesia served up like a snack. John will wait in the drop. Sees Artazine step out. It's an easy take for the veteran. Will be a trade. Verno gets involved, but Zekken at long range is just too good. And this lightly armored, straggling squad of MiBR once again are put to the sword. Match point comes up for Sen to get themselves into our grand final as the upper seed.
This Sentinels team are in such unbelievable form that they're making MiBR look like MiBR last year. This is unbelievable. They should not be this. This is.
You just realized what you said.
Showing, man. No, so this is
beautiful, Zach.
Unbelievable,
Zach,
man.
bro, you're so good, bro. I already know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yeah, well, plenty of people in agreement, I'm sure. MiBR again, they've been forcing. Another half arm around with a smattering of rifles, a judge for Cortesia. It feels like the jury's about made their verdict.
Time to jump.
Oh, we have that too. Dimensional Drift is one away for Zekken. Aspas has to dash forward of that fault line, still affected by it somehow, but the follow-up wasn't quite there, so he will be allowed a way out.
Yeah, just has to Cloudburst to try to get away, but now that the stealth drone has cleared everything out, he can comfortably position himself forward. MiBR have been able to maintain getting a lot of full buys. And they've had some close rounds, but they just have not been able to get them over the finish line, even when they found these early advantages. Can Aspas get them another one? He is fighting far forward. He doesn't have a dash.
Okay, gets out, sees everything he needs to as well. Multiple Sen players rapidly encroaching on his position. Oh, okay. Great punish with the orb take there. Zekken was wanting to go for more. He got his Dimensional Drift, just not in the way he would have liked to.
30 seconds
now
left.
Things are slowing down for Center, trying to get some presence over towards Heaven, but the time is really dwindling. Aspas is backside. Sure, they get Shenum. Instant trade from Verno. Things are looking good for MiBR right now. Great Armageddon time.
This is going to make you dance, that's for sure. Armageddon in Heaven now forces Narrate into drop. Sees Cortesia coming. There's no time to pivot across to another site. We're essentially
10 seconds left.
looking at a save now. Narrate with a kill on the way out. Hang about. Thought about it for just a moment, but Verno deals with Zelsis. And that'll be all she wrote on round number 20, folks. Sen still poised to take it all, and they keep a lid on that MiBR economy.
Aspas able to clean things up. Verno really was a standout in that round, though. Controlling the map from Heaven. Had a great timing with the Armageddon. MiBR worked themselves into some really good positions over on this A site. After Aspas took that initial engagement, he gets, backside, they had presence in elbow. They had Shenum up in Heaven, tucked, Verno playing on the rafters. They were really just controlling the map in entirety. That was nicely done. 4 chances for Sentinels to close out this game and get into the grand finals with that map advantage.
And we're drifted. Seconds off and running. Flash now to confuse, disorient Verno. He's forced off that rafters position, and we convert. We're now on the A side. TP in there from Bang. Sen have it on lock. How does MiBR unravel this now? Piece by piece. First, it's a fault line. John just able to get out of the salvos. It's only a lick of damage.
Yeah, just a bit. 1 kill for Artazine to get the Rolling Thunder, by the way, to get into the site. He can find one of these players maybe that's back screens, a bit out in the open. John sends out the stun to delay. Aspas has to retreat.
Great special delivery. That stops Aspas from trying to play off that out of screens. Here's Artazine, though. It doesn't matter. These guys are shooters. And Zekken can only find his one. Talk about a bounce back. MiBR, sharp as tacks.
These past 2 rounds look like a different team. They are rock solid when it's coming down to these retake situations now on A. Now it looks like they're in their element. Getting out that initial wave of utility from Sentinels. And then flooding back in here, Shenum gets that first kill onto Narrate, and the awareness. I like now that on A, you can see that they're just ignoring ramp. On those other rounds, they spent way too much time trying to actually get the kill on the player there, force them back, and it just ended up wasting their own time. But there, Shenum says, okay, have fun standing over there, Zelsis, I don't care. We're fighting towards the site together, we're gonna deal with you later, and they do. They've adjusted their approach there, and it's worked out well. It's just a matter of, is this too little, too late? Still 3 chances for Sen. They've got enough money to buy when we get into this next round too.
But we talked about Artazine. He needed 1 more kill for the Rolling Thunder. Obviously now he has that. Blade Storm at the ready for Aspas. MiBR though, of course, they will be forcing until they can try and secure some kind of overtime. And that was Zekin and Bang both making use of those ultimates to sort of get into that A site to circumvent the early trades that they normally have to take to get them there. But now, we're starting to roll into the Initiator ultimates. John and Narrate, now close to some of those big abilities, and it's tough to lose a round if you can have both of those at your fingertips. MiBR have to be extra vigilant.
Full investment from Sen leaves them with no one on a heavy armor. So listen, it can't matter when you're going up against a lot of abilities that do a lot of damage. We'll have to see if that does end up playing out in any considerable way, but I'm mostly looking at Artazine with this Rolling Thunder and how they're going to opt to use that in this round.
Blade Storm pulled straight away from Aspas, no nonsense. He was looking for an early ramp fight here. This time, Sentinels absolutely elsewhere. A slower default start to their attack round.
Over in mid, you just have Shenum on the defense, jiggling for information. Aspas has been trying to control A main off the drone info on a multitude of rounds now and is pushing so far forward. Wants to take the fight too. Zelsis has forced him into sewer. There's no way he chases into the molly. No, but that will result in a ton of control being gained for MiBR and Aspas leaving himself inserted.
He has to. All right, Zelsis could just lurk out and be a nuisance today and make use of that Viper Wall. Aspas plays in this position. And eventually, you know, Zelsis will try and reassume this spot. Does he know? Does he suspect that the human tornado is waiting with a gift just for him?
Oh my god, this timing. Just as Aspas is backing up is when Zelsis actually makes his way out of sewer. Regardless of that, they look at Sen on the map. They're headed towards B. That's what they want to execute. Zekin is pushed into vents, but has a gate crash to get back to them.
Another timing moment, though, is Zekin's in between them in heaven.
John just got the orb to get his Armageddon, but Aspas shuts down the duelists of Sentinels.
Zelsis is so important to this round.
There are 20 seconds left, and they're just getting up mid right now.
Spike is still in the middle part of the map. The kills are coming in, though, but now to pivot towards B. The strongest site here for MiBR, and Cortez is going to try and stop them.
Thunder is going to stop them from Artazine.
Narrate hit by it, Bang trying to drop down. Spike is trying to get there, and it's not going to happen. Narrate has it knocked loose, and everything falls apart for Sentinels. Bizarre round. Indeed, that mid-control doesn't convert to anything for the attackers.
It seems like they could never get their plans online because of MiBR controlling so much of the map towards A, and then you had Zekin trying to get through the vent, but Aspas' acute awareness was ready for him to swing. And then by the time Sen decided what to do, they picked the site where the Rolling Thunder was waiting for them with 12 seconds left to get there. It was a wrap at that point. They've got a 5 stinger buy and 2 rounds to close out this game, or we're going to OT.
In the hour of need, it's Aspas standing up here for MiBR. The second half from him has been spectacular.
Oh my god. All of a sudden, MiBR have decided to win.
Verno here now, off the back of that kill. Opens up ramp entirely, and Sen, well, no closer to the win condition than at the start of the round. They're going to slink away to the B side of the map. This will allow MiBR, though, get in, confirm, get info about that A side, and redistribute themselves across the map as well.
At this point, MiBR, they're going to be more than happy to just play for retake, better weapons, more util, more numbers. The only potential danger is if Narrate gets, you know, when he gets a spike down, he'll have the Rolling Thunder. Like, if things do get really scrappy, he could rip that, and maybe Sen can win this on an eco round.
I mean, in that sense, a little risky that MiBR gives up the site, but they're worried about a fast hit from the Stingers just cutting their numbers down. So they might allow for a plant. Narrate with the Rolling Thunder, about to have it online. What do the post-plant spots look like for the attackers here? Ball is now in MiBR's court.
But also, of course, Narrate's going to feel like, well, do I really want to use this now, or do I want to just make sure I have this for the buy round? I like this forward presence from Sen, taking space into spawn.
Great stall. So they've got some safety in CT, but here's about to get hot and heavy. Aspas, trade taken by John, swings out with the stinger, getting low, riddled with bullets through the box, but it's going to be Bang coming alive. Just he and Narrator left. There might be a use case for the Rolling Thunder after all as Artazine drops. Numbers are even. Verno got it to half, and Narrator's lining it up. He's got to stop this. The defuse for Verno, it's happening!
Oh my god! Long range, somehow the Stinger's getting so much damage off. Good crossfires from Sen. And it literally just comes down to the fact that MiBR had one more player going into that. They trade down perfectly and get the spike defused.
That's why it seems so risky.
Oh my god, my heart was beating out of my chest there, man.
To give up the side, like against a team that can get a Rolling Thunder online, can get entrenched, anchor with those stingers, it feels so scary to retake against that.
One more, let's go.
And Narrate never used the Rolling Thunder. That's still online. Verno with an Armageddon to play with.
Yeah, was able to get that Armageddon ready by finding the kills, getting that spike defuse as well. Those are really only going to be the two ultimates at play here, though. Far-fetched that anyone else would be able to get enough kills, orbs, etc. to have one.
Cover going out.
Can Sen close out this game and get to the grand final? Or will MiBR bring us to OT, winning a string of rounds in a row, coming to life out of absolutely nowhere? Shenham in danger, jiggling for information. He certainly got it.
MiBR giving up the map. They are in full retake mode. That's the mentality by the sounds.
But they are taking control of B main. I do like that decision from the two players here that they have anchoring. So if a split does come in from Sen on that side of the map, they'd be able to control that crucial area.
They're selling a fake.
Though.
They get active at B at least. Keep 3 players interested for now. Toss a couple chunks of catnip out there and hope for the best.
Aspas is committed in the site right now.
Yep.
Final boss. Find a kill. He just needs to, at very least, he's got to go 1-for-1 here.
He's walking up on this. Shorty pulled out. Only Aspas would go for this kind of play, and only he'd make it work. It's only good for one, though. Zelsa's very quickly gets his. Shenham here might just take a timing out of screens. You better believe he's considering it. And there it is. Second is waiting for him. Now Sen, in the dying moments of the round, have a big player advantage. It's up to Artazine and Cortesia to salvage.
And even at that, Bang is flanked behind them.
He'll have a timing. Bang, it's always him. And Cortesia tried to come alive in this second half for this MiBR squad, but now you're asking all too much of the guy, surely. Zekin dealt with. And the period put on the sentence. Sentinels will advance to our grand finals with a map advantage. Get themselves set up for another crack at international glory.
This Sentinels that we're seeing on this playoff run has been the best Sen that we have seen in 2025 so far. From the win over G2 to a really dominant showing against MiBR, who are one of the best teams in Americas, have been consistently one of the best teams in Americas. Clearly looking a cut above them today is nothing short of impressive. Zekin was on fire. Both maps, 20+ kills. Bang on defense for Split was really incredible. John's util, I mean, there's a lot to talk about as far as the quality we saw from Sen today. MiBR, they started to really step it up towards the end, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little, too late.
I mean, we've been waiting for this matchup for all of this stage, wanting to see what these two teams would look like. It's a bizarre scenario that G2's in the lower bracket, but now, well, MiBR might be having to deal with that fact themselves. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Sentinels. They secured themselves that spot in the grand finals. Map advantage in best of 5 Valorant means everything. Being able to target your opponent's map pool, try and tear it apart. It's a big boon, it's a big boost. They know Masters is already on the cards for them. But we know, historically, getting that top seed out of your region is such a massive advantage. Bang, incredible anchoring over the course of the series. I've got to say, stunning stuff on this B side, backed up by the double initiator util that stuffed every fast hit that came out from MiBR. This one especially. Aspas could get nothing going on the first half.
That's certainly one of my biggest takeaways from this, is that the initiator duo of John and Narrate were so on point in regard to providing the supportive utility that guys like Second could capitalize off of, and on defense, Bang could capitalize off of by being the one swinging into the players who have to dodge that wave of stuns, damaging abilities coming at them. The strategic play in that sense was just so lights out. This is really the best Sen we've been seeing all year.
And again, on the MiBR side, Shannon probably the standout player over the whole series.
Yeah,
Aspas
definitely.
was muted, basically absent in that first map. Lotus was really tough. I mean, when you come into a series against a team like Sentinels and you secure that Lotus map for yourself, you've absolutely got to take it away. That's tough. To bounce back like they did on Split, very impressive, not enough against a team of Sentinels caliber. Let's now head over to Rip down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Narrate.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Narrate from Sen City, who lock in Grand Finals. That map as well. It's got to feel good. You guys are going to be going into Grand Finals set up perfectly. I got to ask you there at the end, though. Started to get close again. A little reminiscent of last week. What's kind of been plaguing the team in those last moments, but what's the solution as well to make sure you win the map?
What's fun for a viewer if you don't have an easy win? Like, come on. We're making it close for the fans.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. And you had a pretty hot game today, especially on Split. How are you feeling? How are things going for Narrate?
I mean, I'm still obviously a little bit inconsistent in terms of, like, you know, how I am feeling when I go into the game, but overall, like, as the longer the game goes on, I feel better. So it's good.
Heck yeah, you've seen so much more emotion on stage. You're super happy, and since the beginning, we saw you kind of being your biggest critic. What's been the solution to that, and just kind of like getting past that and focusing on the game the whole time?
I mean, you just said it yourself. It's just try to focus on the game mainly, and like obviously mental really matters a lot in this game. Just trying to focus on, you know, staying healthy as possible, you know, everything outside of the game, keeping it all in check, then in game, you know, the results will come.
And I'll talk about that, the big picture, back to Grand Finals. What's different about the squad here that's going to make a big change as you guys go into that best of 5?
I mean, individually, we're all online right now, I feel. And I think that's like the biggest thing. Like, we have the strategy, we've had the strategy. It just comes down to whether on the game day, are we ready to play?
And the team coming together to be ready to play. It looks like you guys are really coming online. What's it been like growing with Sentinels? How has it been with these guys over the course of this stage?
This stage has been great. I'd say over the course of the team, it's been a little tough for me. I mean, as you could tell in the performance, but I think overall, like, we're growing really well as a team, and we're constantly learning new things as we go about ourselves and, you know, about how to play the game. So yeah, it's just great to play.
That's amazing. Anybody super got your back out there?
On the team?
Yeah.
Oh. You know who it is. It's John QT.
Okay.
He's him, bro. He's a little sly guy. He'll make some wise jokes out of nowhere. Like, he'll have quote of the day out of nowhere, and you just like, yep, this guy. Every time. It always brings a smile to my face.
That's amazing. And as you continue to move on, you've been learning under one of the big brains, Kaplan. Final question for you. What's that been like to kind of learn and be tutored by that guy?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between KC, like my old team, and Sentinels is that I was like the star player of KC. So the team was built around me, and now I'm kind of like fitting into a team that is already existing with tons of ideas and strats. So it's definitely been a bit of a struggle at the start, but I think I'm slowly learning how to implement how I want to play with how they want to play. So I think it's working really well now.
Awesome insight, Narrate. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels. Narrate locking in the Grand Finals with the squad today over MiBR in a fast 2-0 fashion. And don't go anywhere. On the other side, we are going to have the Analyst starting up our next match. That's going to be G2 Esports versus Evil Geniuses. Don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're going to be playing G2. It's going to be a real tough game. They've been to the finals before, and they've been looking like probably the strongest NA team.
Knowing this game is the do-or-die match, definitely a lot of pressure.
In my eyes, it's like you have to beat everyone, you know?
What? Right, of course it's Ye! Ye's just built different.
I think the game plan, more than anything else, is just stick to our game plan. As silly as it sounds, is like just stick to what's been working for us.
There's a lot of situations you have to like put your physical body, your mental into the game and make sure like you don't ever want to leave that stage knowing that you didn't try hard enough. Because if you didn't try hard enough, you don't deserve to even be here.
Who knows he's gonna be there? Oh, there's two. One is disciplined and one behind the wall. They just don't expect it. They protect it. Showstopper's back. Oh, the answer is no to that question. Jogmo's looking beautiful.
To take down G2 today, I mean, it would be a crazy moment. All the hard work and conversations we've had, finally paid off.
All right, folks, and we are back, and we're about to go down a dark path here because someone is going to be very unhappy at the end of this day, but someone is going to be feeling quite good because they'll be seeing the Great White North in their sights.
We could go down a dark, devious path where G2 doesn't make Toronto, or we could be normal and honest, and G2 makes it, and EG's out, and nothing weird has happened at all, right?
Right.
Maybe not. It's hard to say.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a good one, folks. Now, look, guys, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. Okay, Sideshow, on the other hand, guy's insane.
I've seen you on X, everything.
We all agree that Bigfoot is real. Good.
Yeah.
Actually, now, a while ago, we did a little bracketology segment where one couldn't see, one couldn't hear, yada, yada, yada. Bren, he was chaos the entire time. But you'll notice at the bottom of the bracket, something was manifesting itself. And sorry, Amy, it's not the Cloud9 part that was there in the lower semis.
Why
it was
Doug look like John Wick standing there?
This picture,
more Freddy, but
sure.
Without the context, this picture quite dark as well.
But truthfully, like someone, whatever that segment was the only way you predicted EG making it here. Them even making it playoffs is a surprise to most people.
Yeah.
And here they are, top 4 in Americas.
Is somewhere out there, Emily is quite proud of her work, and we hope that you're happy with yourself, Emily, okay? In any case, though, now that, of course, it brings us to, well, I mean, the crazy story that we've seen here, because Mimi, what a journey it has been. But for two players on this team in specific, Ye and Icy, they've had such a rocky road in their career. What a moment this could be for them.
You have to remember the history. Ye was on top of the world, was in the Champions Finals, was considered the best player in the world despite losing that one. And then he plays 2 matches with Cloud9, gets dropped, goes and plays Tier 2 Challengers, doesn't win a series, goes over to Pacific, only wins 1 series. I mean, this was the lowest of lows for someone who had the highest possible stocks. And I think now, in playoffs, for the first time, he is playing like Optic Ye. He is not playing like the guy who was on 2 winless teams who achieved nothing. He is back in peak form, and he is one of the biggest reasons why EG is here.
Yeah, they literally made him 2-dimensional on This Guy is Toast, but this guy has been playing out of his mind. And what's really impressed me is both him and Icy next to each other, because Icy as well getting dropped by G2, coming over to this EG team where he finds himself in the duelist slot next to Ye. Now on maps like Icebox, they're flipping it back, and Icy's having some of the best performances of his career.
And I made my voice heard about how I felt about like Icy's performance on G2 last year. He was never a star player for that team. He was solid, and it looked like it was going to be the same.
System duelist.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be the same here on EG with kind of mid performances, occasionally a good match. But he has been consistently incredible in the playoffs thus far, and it is quite literally the best performance in a tournament I have ever seen from Icy, and it makes me so happy because we've been promised the 40 kill scrim Icy for literally years, and it feels like we haven't seen him consistently show up in the server. But here here he is in the playoffs doing it.
It's so great, right? Because we've seen him on G2 on like a map like Icebox playing like stuff like the Gecko. We've seen him playing the Duelist. And for me, seeing him play that Killjoy and put up comparable numbers CA is amazing. Of course, that brings us to our match today, where he has all that baggage left over from G2, right? G2 at the end of the year, they didn't want him. They went and signed a world champion, stole that away from EG.
They didn't just, like, the fact that they just traded players and now they find themselves in this situation as well, I find to be quite fascinating, because Giacomo, famously on that EG roster, leaves it, now makes his way over here. Same thing for Icy. We all know the story of Icy on G2. Now he's playing for EG, and it seems like everything worked out for everyone involved.
And remember, Jaw was the one who didn't leave. After winning Champions, Busio took his offer with 100 Thieves. Ethan went off on his own. Demon 1 left. Everyone left from EG, except for Giacomo. He was the one member of the Champions winning squad who stuck alongside Potter for another year. And it was unsuccessful then. But now, the second he jumps ship, finds a new team, is on top of the world, he's colliding with an EG who is making another miracle run, like they did when he was on the team 2 years ago. And now he has to be the guy to shut them down.
That's the sick, twisted, alternate dimension reality that we could be going down now, where Giacomo, after finally leaving, after joining the best team in the league, now finds himself in a position with G2, where if they lose today, they don't go to Toronto, and they'd be being denied by the guy they dropped, by the team that Giacomo decided to leave. Like, that is a story that would bury G2 if they lose today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vicious one. We've seen some things happen like that shake out, right? Verno, NRG, right? Similar.
But this is much higher
This is
stakes.
much different, much different. But of course, though, earlier today we had an opportunity to catch up with the IGL of EG to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
I'm here with EG's Nature before their match today. Thanks for the time. I got to ask you, going up against pretty much one of the best teams throughout the stages right now, what are you feeling? How is the counters coming in? Do you feel like you have a good counter for G2?
I feel pretty good about like playing against them. I was actually like expecting it. So I would say that no team is like unbeatable for sure. And because they are the best team in Americas is what everyone says. A lot of people and challengers, the people you scrim against, are also trying to copy their way. So not only have we been watching their play style, trying to counter it, but we've been playing it in practice a lot because everyone's trying to play like G2.
Seems like good prep. Can't wait to see it. Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Now, of course, EG is not going to have it easy today here because, well, they're going to be going up against G2. And you heard Nature there talk extensively about the influence that G2 has had on these players. And Mimi, we even heard Coach Imi talk about it, specifically on Split, how G2 has influenced so many of the squads in Americas.
And a lot of teams have copied their compositions, their ideas on different maps, but not a lot of teams have been force spying as much as G2 has. They lose pistol. They're almost always forcing. And Christy, they're so successful at it.
Yeah, what, 6-2 on the force buys? That's absolutely obscene, especially when you consider that their pistol win percentage is just about 50-50, all things considered. But what G2 are doing is basically anytime they're on the attacking side and they lose pistol, they're using that plant bonus, if they are able to plant the spike, to force up stingers and armor and win on out. They even have this defensive round on Ascent where they're almost forced to go for the force because they're down so brutally. But G2 with stingers is real scary.
But to the point that Nature made about G2 being the team that everyone's looking at it, that everyone's trying to copy. I think we saw some of that come out in the Sen series. Sen had great prep on Icebox. They clearly knew exactly how the Waylay was going to play on Ascent, and that's who delivered G2 their first ever loss. You know EG's a prep-heavy team, but doing it back-to-back, 2 upsets against G2, that's a hell of a task.
Yeah, you got to hope that lightning can strike twice there, right? And that's going to be a difficult one for sure, especially when you have an IGL like Valen who puts up some great numbers and good calls into server. We had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today. Here's Riv.
I'm here with Valen before today's big match. Josh, our team mentioned how you guys were able to maintain composure in the last matchup. Do you feel like that is the hardest the team has been pushed this season?
I mean, yeah, season on the line, map 3 down 11-6, I got to say so. But it feels like every game, it feels like the hardest one we've had. So I'm expecting the same thing today. We've been battling a lot of adversity, but coming out on top. So we're just maintaining a lot of composure, and I'm proud of the guys. Hopefully we can do it again today.
What do you think the key to maintaining composure in that game was?
Man, I think it just comes down to to people being clutch in the moment, like people stepping up, taking lead, taking charge for others, helping each other when we're down. Sometimes Jogamo steps up and helps the team with the comm. Sometimes I step up. Everyone is just so good at this game and so high IQ, and so we can just help each other out when we're feeling low.
Awesome to hear. Good luck in the match today.
When you look back at the great teams in any sport, their stories are usually written in just a few critical moments. Those moments are what define their legacy. Think about last year for G2. What do you remember clearly? Well, to me, they were the new team that ascended into the league, and the games that ultimately shaped their story were faltering in back-to-back Americas finals. Now think about this year. For me, there are 3 key matches. The first was the Kickoff finals versus Sentinels after the addition of Jogamo. They cast off the curse of losing in back-to-back finals to take their first ever domestic title. They lived up to the hype. Fans stopped asking if they could win and questioned whether or not they could even lose. But expectations weigh heavy, and things changed in Bangkok. It was a bumpier ride to the finals versus T1, but they made it there all the same. Then, on the final map, they couldn't catch a break. Talk about key moments. Virtually every single clutch slipped away. Any one of a number of smoke spams, full diffuses, abilities connecting, and they would have been victorious. Instead, they fell in OT. It was disheartening, to be sure, but still, they were right there. It was in their grasp, and people didn't stop believing in them. But that could all change today, because their 3rd year-defining series is right now, versus a 4th in groups Evil Geniuses that nobody believed in. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but it's true. You fail today and G2 would lose the chance to defend their title here at home. G2 failed today and they lose their chance to return to the global stage and do what they couldn't do the last time around. They'd become a team that washed out, that choked, that couldn't quite get it together after Bangkok, and well, we'd forget about them for the next 2 months. Not only that, but the man to stick the dagger in their back would be Icy, the player they didn't even want, the guy they dropped to sign a world champion. Losing today would rewrite the story of their year. It would cease to be about domination, but become about redemption. Even if they were to go on and win everything else, we'd still look back on today and see a blight on their record, a stain they could never remove. No, losing today isn't an option, and it never was.
And hey, it feels that way with the Talent team because we all feel for at this point, this has to be G2, except for Wyatt, the lone man standing there defending Evil Geniuses, Mimi.
EG has a 4-match win streak. Their players are hitting the best form they had in years or ever for Ye and Icy. Supa's feeling it. This is a team that is hot. But G2, whenever they've lost in the past, they are always a team who bounces back.
Yeah, this is going to be it, folks. The last spot in Toronto is up for grabs, so let's send it down to the stage where Riv is standing by with Coach Potter.
I am here with Potter. We're just moments away from the match, and I have to ask, you're going up against one of the strongest teams we've seen throughout a stage now. It's been since 2023 since the international travel for Evil Geniuses. So what is the focus to make sure you can book your ticket to Toronto and win this match today?
Well, G2 have had a great year so far. They're a fundamentally sound team, and we're hoping to exploit that today. Take advantage of how proper they try to be.
All right, Potter, thank you so much. Good luck in the match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get this elimination match started. So let's bring out our first team. Make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
All on the line for this team. Evil Geniuses in a position here where they could very well shock the world. And this organization, that coach in particular, Potter, has done just that in the past with a bunch of misfits and brought them to a world title. So this isn't out of the realm of possibility for Evil Geniuses.
That's the thing though, right? This team is still coming in as massive, massive underdogs, and they will be the whole way through.
At the beginning of the year, Potter said no one picked to be on EG. It was a team of second chances, of players looking for their redemption. This is their chance to prove that, to beat America's best team and actually make another global for EG.
I'm with Josh RT. You come out of one of your strongest splits as #1 seed, but now find yourselves in an elimination match. As Kickoff champs is a team that's expected to go international. What's the team's focus here to make sure that's a possibility?
Well, EG is a dangerous team for finding their identity so recently, but it's all about taking away their strengths, but also like showcasing ours. And I think we're going to try to exploit everything they showed so far and play our best game today.
All right, good luck in the matchup. Thank you. All right, let's bring out our second team in this elimination match. Their opponents. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
And here comes the tournament favorite at one point in time, but now they're in a position no one thought they would find themselves in. Lower bracket, fighting for that last Toronto spot.
It was back-to-back 13-11s that they lost to fall 2-1 against Sentinels. Their first series loss in Americas. Now a chance to bounce back. On paper, this should be an easy match, a super favored matchup, but EG, they have been on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, they have been, right? Of course, huge stakes coming in for G2, but let's also reset the tone a little bit, right? Because like you said, G2 barely lost that series. It's the only series they've lost domestically all year either.
To ascend that it's now in the finals as the top seed.
Very true.
Exactly. So while yes, we paint this picture, if EG are able to do it, it is brutal for G2 until we see the proof. Until that starts happening, G2 maintain as the favorites in
There is no reason why you shouldn't expect G2 to be a brick wall coming into this one and stop the momentum of Evil Geniuses, but they're looking to be a boulder here. Here is, of course, your series layout. You got Lotus, Split, Pearl, if necessary. What we make of this series layout here, team?
I think it's two good maps, honestly, to start for G2. EG's been really strong on Lotus, and I want to see G2, starting on the defense, put a lot of emphasis into punishing the B lurks, because EG is a team that is putting tons of priority of getting people into B, and their mid-rounding is almost always like 10, 15 seconds on the clock, late round pivots. If you're going for nuclear plays, punishing that lurk and flushing out Superman, you absolutely diminish what nature can do in the mid-round.
Yeah, those lurks are of a big importance. I think also once EG go onto the defensive side, EG play through that front B space a lot. It was something that Crew weren't really trying to exploit up against them really whatsoever, and I'm expecting G2's prep to be heavily focused around pushing EG out of that territory.
Yeah, with the Clove comp, they're almost always playing Ye plus another player, front B, ready to duel in that space. Map 2 will get to Split, and that's straight up comfort for G2. They've looked on point with the Yoru comp there. I say that's one of the strongest maps for G2. A great place to go, especially if they can steal away Lotus from EG.
Yeah, of course, map 3, Pearl, I believe, right? Was what I had said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So.
It's interesting you're saying like steal Pearl away, or steal Lotus away from EG2, because G2's Lotus has been
They're both
lights
really
out
good. I mean, they
all
were
year.
they had the crazy streak on the map for
just
a while.
not losing, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of comfort there for both teams, which is going to make this first clash that much more interesting. Agent Select coming up here in just a second as we see what our team is going to be opting for here, see if we get any shenanigans, but of course you're going to see that Clove coming up for Ye.
Yep. Same composition here with Ye on the Clove, Icy picking into the Rays. We've seen this one quite a bit from EG thus far this year. I'm just excited to see if Icy and Ye can keep form. They've been so good on this map. They have been the reason that EG have made this playoff run happen. But he's going to have to do it against the guy who took his job.
Please.
One of the best duelists in the world.
Sign me up. This is the series of all time. If Icy's going to prove the haters wrong, if Icy's going to, scream in G2's face, this is the match to show up.
This is the moment. Masters Toronto is on the line. So let's go ahead and jump into match 1, shall we? Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise and get ready for this one. You got your casters. It's, of course, Brent and Sideshow on the call.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, ready to get into this one here, and the stakes have been set up beautifully, honestly. They couldn't be simpler. Win and define your year generally, and I think Korea's on the line with it alongside it, because G2, all expectations for them to be making it to Toronto, of course, but they find themselves facing off against an unlikely foe, which is EG in that lower bracket.
And the last two matches for G2 have been remarkably good games.
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing G2 just slaughter their opponents. We thought there was a big gap in Americas between G2 and the rest of the pack. Turns out, you look at their loss to Sentinels and a really tight win that G2 managed to get over 100 Thieves. Oh, they are great games. Nail-biters, edge of your seat kind of stuff. And if you look at this match, G2 have a serious chance of missing Toronto. On the flip side, EG have a serious chance of making it. Which of those would you say was more unlikely at the beginning of this stage?
That's absurd.
I don't even know.
We're seeing that slow beginning. EG are known for. They're defining themselves. Josh RT saying in that interview, hearing from him, that EG are a dangerous team. They're finding their identity.
Find you.
Heating up at the right time.
And that's this double walk forwards that you heard from Mimi. Icy and Ye, the two players that are so good right now in the playoffs, putting pressure early on and doing damage to Jonah P, who still has full breach util apart from that stun. Using a flash to go and re-clear into B, just in case someone had taken a timing. And now it's Valen who has to back off as the door is open.
It's got to respect a lot of the space that's being taken up here by EG. Jogamo looking to contain, maintain control as well over towards A Rubble.
And this is really crucial because we've seen games where Superman just dominates by taking this really late A-lurk timing. A very standard slow round from EG so far, seeing if they can work a lurk, but generally grouping over towards C-Mount.
Yeah, now you might see the hit come through, but still that util was saved for a rainy day. G2 had it in their back pocket, trying to go for the refight as well, but in exchange of the lead, it's Valen who's going to be the first one to drop. Quick little pivot now. It's cheeky, but G2 are going to be waiting with open arms to try and absorb most of this pressure coming its way. With Nature dropped into the play, Jogamo already finding one of his own. Off to the side here, it's off to the extremities. EG going hunting for any chance to lay claim to this side plant. Finally going down here and defended in time here with a nade in the back pocket and the damage done. Icy and Derek are tearing G2 to pieces.
What a pivot from EG. Late round into B. Icy springs forward and takes heaven control. The rest of the team gets stuck a little bit in the choke point. Jonah, despite his weak health, did everything he could. But Icy's kill onto Trent really opened the door. You're going to see a ton of this. EG, doesn't matter how much pressure they apply throughout the early and mid round, which generally they're going to be quite slow, it's the late round where all the action happens.
Nice, let's go. Come on, baby.
The last 30 seconds is just action, team fights, trying to get through the defense and hoping that they've bled out enough utility to make the site hit work.
And a team like EG as well, they've been lucky almost in terms of the opponents they've been playing against, finding this form. I say that because the slow style that they play, it really heavily favors them if a team is ready to opt into them. You know, they play against Cloud9, that's, you know, I think in the back of everybody's minds alongside as well, their wins against Crew, two teams that like to try and take that pace and that action.
But when you look at G2, you're expecting to see a team that deals with this slow-paced style quite well.
Yeah.
They're a great team in terms of their composure, and they're also super happy to play a slower style too. You didn't see them use too much of their utility on the pistol. They didn't try to force a fight into EG. They forced EG to make the play into B, and EG still won.
Here's an attempt at a refight there with a fault line. That's going to be coming up with the goods. Icy's dropped in a moment's notice. EG, though, are corralled, cornered in through tree, and surrounded now. Still with a better weaponry. Not too much to worry about for now, but you've got to try and see if you can hold on to control of this one. It's a bit of an exchange, and look at this call by EG.
I like this. Yeah, decisive, fast, making sure that they take a bit of space and leave. Could be pressured or could find the timing. Looks like he's going to try to take the fight in spawn as Ye swings against two.
Okay, knocking the heads clean off the shoulders there. Leave it all down to Jonah P with the weapon that was claimed just a bit prior. But too many targets to overcome, surely, and indeed it is. Weapon's going to be reclaimed at the other side of this one. EG get through these opening rounds relatively cleanly.
Prime Ye is here for playoffs, man.
Yeah,
he is. It's unbelievable how much better Ye and Icy have been during this playoffs compared to, I mean, not just their regular Stage 1 performance, not just Kickoff, but like, when have we seen them be this good consistently? We've seen flashes from Icy when he was playing with G2, which that cosmic irony will play out all throughout this match, I'm sure. But like, Ye, it's been a long time since you've seen him in this kind of form. Couldn't find a better moment for either of them.
Looking ahead for a bonus conversion as well. I mean, EG, here we are. Going to be seeing a fight to be taken here with a Prowler forwards, but that is a good stun against that connection. Icy falls prey to it as well. Still eager to take these fights forwards and leave it hard committed off to the side here. Ye steps up to the challenge. To test.
So confident.
No peeking.
Definitely not to be denied that share of blood, and there's no other response for it.
Not to be denied the ult orb either, so that gets ult online for Ye. He's going to be able to take aggressive fights and still feel pretty confident about being able to go in and get value even afterwards.
Aggro as anything here, Jonah P! A chance to shine and maybe potentially done enough, and that's not dead yet, but guess what? There are no targets waiting for you. Run all you like.
I mean, Ye at least is going to be getting a little bit of information. He's going to realize and feed info back to Superman. There's nobody around here at all. They could possibly be VCT, but it's almost certain they're on the flank.
He deletes Trent, and it's only Jorg left.
Defined into the 1v1, Superman. It's been a star player for them when EG have been trying to get these wins on. Lotus is a map. Up against Jorgamo, though, and that's a tough test indeed. Jorgamo rattles off a couple of the bullets, and one to the chest will do it. Superman is in a sorry state in terms of the health, and Jorgamo primed, perched up there just onto the slightest of high ground.
And he shuts down the momentum that his former team might have been able to get going early on here. But to be honest, I think you zoom out a little bit, that is a great bonus round for EG. They've done some serious damage to the economy there. Only Jorg left alive. They're on defense side G2 as well, so they don't even get plant money or anything like that to try to boost the economy. It's going to really hurt. They're going to be coming into the next round with light armor, guardians, this kind of stuff. If somebody on EG wanted, they could pull out an outlaw. Like, Icy with an outlaw right now would go crazy. Josh RT with a little golf clap, but I don't think you can feel like that was the most decisive win in the world. G2's going to have a tough one here. Like I said, no Guardians, but Bulldogs instead. And a judge.
And scraping the bottom of the barrel just to get this buy together.
Leaf's position over here towards the front of B. This is something the analyst desk was talking about. You're expecting double walk-ups over towards B in a lot of these rounds, and Leaf putting himself in this position, expecting that at some point he might get walked on. At the same time, though, EG love to default over towards Mound, and then that door could get opened from behind you, and you get put in a really tough spot.
Yeah, not much control for it here. It's EG trying to lay claim to the space over towards A. G2 have been putting a heavy premium on controlling that space. We mentioned it prior, just Superman's lurks, trying to deny that he could get value, and here comes the pivot now, up towards C Mound, and there's the danger. Leaf could be in.
Leaf's going to be hearing a lot of this. Now the question is, do they cut noise, open the door, and flush Leaf out, or is this a commitment?
Potentially. Narrowly avoiding there with a fault line, but here's the paranoia on top of it. Close quarters, nearsighted, not going to be doing too much at all. But here he is from the side as Jorgamo laying claim to the site, denying them a chance to set past the threshold, and they should be aware of this one. Superman has been doing it against teams more towards the tail end of stage one. Trent fully aware, locked right onto the head. Superman dropped. Now Derek's left to pick up the pieces in this one in a 1v4. 15 seconds left remaining into the round. Extremely unlikely indeed. An inclination as to where Trent was, but 9 seconds to do it, and they are right there behind you.
Great idea of how Superman is going to be lurking. This has caught off a lot of teams. We heard the analyst talk about the fact that you want to be flushing out these lurk players, but what's caught other teams like Crew, for example, off guard playing against EG is that the lurks come so late on. Like, this is 25 seconds left on the clock. Still watching for a lurk at that point in the time is tough. Not many teams play that slow. Now, I do want to give a lot of credit to Leaf there. You might not have thought that he got much action done in that round with his judge, but he heard all the rotates. And he told his team to go and stack C, and Jorg was there in time to get the double spray down and support Valen, who got stunned up. That's the kind of information you need when playing against EG. The info game is so important because EG's worst enemy is going to be the clock.
Yeah.
They're hitting sites with 25 seconds left, so if you can find the right read in the late round, without getting punished for grabbing that information, you're hunky-dory.
G2 been making sure to save a lot of their util for these late hits into the round here. EG, no switch up in pace. They've taken this one very slowly indeed, just looking to see if they can get a couple of ults online for next.
Opening that door to push Jorgamo further back. Not that they knew that he was there, but it's a good protocol anyway, just to stop any of the defenders from taking front B control. The macro game being played pretty well by EG so far, but remember, it's just sheriffs.
Yeah. Spike is going to be steadily making its way over towards A here.
And
a lot of uncertainty.
It is tough to gather information over here with Superman's
30
wall.
seconds left.
That's an ult expended. Okay.
That's a really large expenditure.
Anticipating that there will be someone home at least onto the side, but G2 have completely evacuated.
Dropping spike.
No one was near. Dimensional Drift even going to be used now by Jorgamo. He wants to get that extra information for his team. There's a late backstab that potentially could be occurring. Derek up the gut through mid. There's 9 seconds left. Finally, that plant's going down. Yay, forward, off angle. Sheriff in hand, and it's a nice little peek there from Jonah P. Crouched off into it. Are they aware of this one? Here's a Rolling Thunder even being committed, and Superman stunned up, round to the side. Leaf, he deals with him. It's a swift hand necessary. Still 2 shots. All it takes for Derek finally coming alive and activating in through that backstab, but the sight is gained up now for G2. And this is applying the pressure indeed. Running with that plan as a salvos and a shot. Still, they haven't cleared out Nature. They haven't cleared out these players. Rooted into place. EG have a decent chance of this. Another time to try and push them out. But composure is maintained. Word of the day for a team like G2, and there's no real chance here for Derek. See if he can clean it up.
You're talking about composure. I was worried watching that from G2's perspective. They weren't getting onto Icy, who was holding in backside. They weren't clearing out the pit, but they know better than me. They still had the patience to be able to slowly group up and clear it out, make sure that they were double facing their opponents, and just rely on the better weaponry. I was getting confused about the time. I thought they were potentially going to end up getting into squeaky territory there, but cool, calm, collected. And G2 get into the lead here.
Yeah.
But the ults favor EG right now.
It's very important, I think, to not get flustered when the time gets low in these spots against a team like EG here. An attempt to try and take this one up and over towards the top. There's a flash to supplement. Quick TP back there with a gate crash. Back to safety. Opening pick. You're going to be happy with that one if you're G2.
Absolutely. A lot of teams brawl with EG at the start of this round, and they just can't quite handle the early round utility that they're using. That metal can be real nasty. So getting into a clean 5v4 is going to help a ton, especially because Icy is that tip of the spear that dives in on the execs. And if you don't have that with 30 seconds left on the clock, who the hell's going to be going in making space for you?
Jorgamo, this is a precarious spot indeed. Lying in wait here, side of the smoke. Timing onto the drone and a reposition is smart. Looking for options, looking for picks. There's danger here, crossing out into the open. He just spots out to the hand as well, and he's going to be laying claim, potentially over towards the side here. Yay! Sidestepping and bullets raining down. Jorgamo punished for it. 36 seconds left, and what does a call now? With the Armageddon and a horn into the back. This is all onto Leaf now to put a stop to it. It's got that supplementary util though. It's an ult going to be expended of his own, but Ye's caught a timing. All the way through, 25 seconds left. Where are you taking the spike in the midst of all of this? Superman! He's found one of his own.
Where's
already
the spike
taking
going?
this space
Back
up.
to B.
Ring around the roses, yet Superman full control. And a backstab from Ye. How do they do it?
Timings on timings on timings. With the clock ticking down at all times. That's absolutely remarkable. Ye gets into a weird position. Superman's lurk eventually pays off as well. And there's poor Derek with the spike just wondering where he's going, getting pulled from site to site, trying to find a safe location. But Superman's 2 on B were perfect, and Valin in an essentially impossible situation.
Not long for the world if Derek can land that one. Indeed, he does. So, 3-3. EG proving that he can really dish it out against the gun rounds.
Things get so chaotic in the late rounds for this team, though, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Sometimes you wish that they would pressure the sites just a little bit earlier so they had more wiggle room, but here, 25 seconds left on the clock. Superman essentially has to win both of those 1v1s that he catches the timing on in B. Otherwise, even if Jonah trades him, Jonah's going to be there, denying the spike from getting planted. And Ye talking about, I don't know how I got into that position, but I made it work. A stinger by now for G2. They've been deadly with these. Can they convert?
Often on the attack side of themselves, and that's the one rifle player, Jonah P. Collects his kill. Ice is going to be dropped. Didn't stop EG in the fire round, but we'll see if it helps in this one right here.
Yeah, they had a clean 5v4 in the previous round. No Icy, and just the lurkers getting the job done. And now you see G2 holding a much more aggressive control over Rubble, trying to deny Superman any entry, and that's spam for Jonah P, and it works like a charm.
Sometimes better be lucky than good. Jonah P is both.
My ult is ready.
So,
nope.
He's got it in spades, really, hasn't he? G2 have really aggro positions now out towards B, and they are primed and ready here, but the door opens up and a fault line towards it. There's a bit of a spray down, spam down. With guns in their hands, happy days for G2.
And I think this macro is beautiful from G2. Complete control of Rubble with 2 players. Jorgamo gets posted. Then they control the front of B, an open door in case C gets punished.
I think they can use this system quite a lot to abuse EG.
Good tap from Derek, but not anticipating the position there from Valin.
So they lock down A Rubble at the start of the round. And EG are not a kind of team to be doing big reclears of A. They do it a little bit, but they're kind of hoping that by applying pressure elsewhere on the map, Superman will be able to just activate on a lurk. I wasn't even spanned through smoke. Caught a glimpse of it right before the wall went up at B. And then what you saw from G2 is once they had that Rubble locked out, they were going to be able to re-clear towards the front of B with about, I don't know, 40 seconds left on the clock, something like that. So they're pretty confident it's not going to be a B hit. Open the door towards C. That's where you know EG has to be, and you're pinching them from both sides while they're focused forwards. I think they can run through that a couple of times unless Potter makes a crucial adjustment here in the timeout.
Potter timeout's usually pretty good as well. I mean, when we've done some listen-ins, we've had segments, I think, really just built around it. I think the effectiveness, Potter's usually coming in with a couple of core game plans and being able to diagnose what's going wrong for the team. Right now for EG, it seems like, okay, against other teams have been getting away with Superman with his late lurks out towards A Rubble with the heavy premium that G2 are placing on it. Having control, the later those rounds go, it really does limit the options for a team like EG.
Yeah, we'll see what the adjustment is. We've already had a look at rounds where EG's lurks have been super effective. In the pistol, I think it was, maybe round 2, something like that. They double walked up with Ye and Icy towards front B. There's definitely options for EG. And it looks like they might want to put a bit more of an emphasis on controlling Rubble at the start of the round, though, of course, we see Nature with his Fade utility leaning C at the start. So probably another slow beginning for Evil Geniuses. But this slow-paced style is trying to live up to their name. They're trying to play a bit more cerebrally, but it's tough against a team like G2. Yeah, and it's going to be an A reclear. They've realized that Jorgamo is getting pushed up here with Trent's util, and they want to try to punish him.
Easier said than done sometimes, Jorgamo. Gets set up initially, but he is on a bit of an island. The Gatecrash is going to be running out soon enough here. Vulnerable. There it is. Did it out. Jorgamo is going to be trying to peace out. The salvo's out towards the door. Exit strategy tonight. 1 minute still left onto the clock. Lots of options here. G2, they react accordingly. Going to shore up the defenses over towards C with that Viper's Pit. That does leave A almost open for the taking. Potentially a B pivot.
B, Jonah P.
It's about this fight here. Superman, he's been caught off to the side as well, but barely stays alive. Straight bullets. Jonah P now is the one who has to step up to the plate. Take that challenge, take that test. Dropped at a moment's notice though, and that means the B site is open for them. Lurks on lurks. Leaf is going to be wrapping around steadily here. Does not win the fight out. Not against his adversary.
Superman's just been amazing for EG in these last few rounds.
Doubled up towards heaven. Discipline from EG. Trent's still able to get a lot of space out here. Damage done to a lot of them too. But no one from EG willing to give him an easy target. Salvos, an attempt to try and clear the way through into blue room, but EG are already wrapping all the way around, looking to be one step ahead of this one. Potential options here. Trent taps. Here's the footsteps, gets the kill, but time is running short now. That's the one commodity that he really needs into this spot. Yeah, he knows it. Plays the time down. 4-4.
To perfection on the clock as well there. That was right before Trent was about to get half on the spike. Superman, though, it looks phenomenal in these kind of spots. I mean, this play is lovely. What a great play that Potter cooked up coming out of the tank timeout. But Superman gets such a crucial kill there onto Jonah P and turns around and deals with Leaf. So he controls B main, and then he goes back and deals with the flank, with the lurk. Beautiful stuff. This was the map where Super put on a masterclass performance against Crew, and that was really where the tide turned and people started waking up and paying attention to EG.
Here for G2, different look at things. Operator in the hands of Jorgamo, want to try and set him up. Odin spam as well. They're pouring absolutely everything into this one here. You got to be careful, Nature. You can narrowly sidestep, but just onto that angle, not anticipating. The G2 are just going to overload them.
Ye and Icy, they got posted up early towards B main and left Ye here as an insert. So you've got to imagine that they're looking to try to pivot through blue room. First, they'd have to deal with Trent. There would be Odin spam as well, coming through this wall, through to the blue room, if they decided to pivot like this into B. And then, of course, Leaf is tucked towards B main. It looks so tough.
Smokes to obfuscate. Here in the drone now, you're going to know inclination, of course, here. EG looking to try and step their way forwards into that B hit as Leaf denies that chance. Over towards Ye now and just backs himself out and away. Jorgamo once more steps to the side. Quick dismissal, but a spam into the smoke. Hello, okay, Superman's found that one still. Ults are going to be offloaded. This is G2 not really just trying to not lose control of the round. I think they've achieved that completely. Jorgamo is just running rampant right now. 3-piece in to the round, looking for that fourth to seal it all the way up here, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. G2 take the lead just by 1.
Jorg was styling on them. He's inside a smoke trying to no-scope somebody if they try to put pressure towards stairs. Mad decision. And then, and then he's trying to hit flick shots and spray the ground, assuming that he'd won the round. And then holding it with 1 bullet in the operator. He was feeling himself with the op in this round. He hit a nasty shot on Nature, a gorgeous shot on Derek. Repositioned, by the way, with the help of a paranoia from C. So they had breach util coming.
I moved backwards, and as soon as I moved backwards, he peaked, so I just can't shoot.
They had breach util coming from Tree. They had a paranoia coming from C. So much cross-map pressure to apply onto EG, who are now knocked down onto an eco.
Still up against this operator in the hands of Jorgamo. No catching him. Back out and away here, but a tempo increase by EG is called for. No slowing down. Access to the A side is given up freely here. G2 have a lot of confidence in their ability. Try and play retake here.
But they are going to be playing retake with an op. And an Odin. Could be slightly challenging.
Derek, and he spots it, he hears it. That pressure coming from the side. He's only got that ghost in the hands! No way whatsoever. And now he's going to be the thorn in their side. G2, did they get a move on? They got to worry about their backs the entire time this is occurring. Trent is forwards as well! Should have been an easy kill, but he's left just wondering, laying in wait, what the hell is happening? And what has gone wrong so far? G2 from bodies at the wall, seeing if they can try and salvage this entire operation. It's an ult, not dead yet, Valen from the side, and Jonah P to put the squeeze down onto Ye, leaves it just down to Derek. He was the one to try and make it happen.
Time, they got it.
Yeah, narrow margins.
Super close, less than a second by the look of things. But they're gonna be able to get the job done. That is so similar to the round that we saw earlier when EG were on an eco. EG take the site, and G2, they're trying to play it slow, trying to play it controlled, but there is chaos.
Yeah.
And credit to them, they've won both of those situations, but dude, Derek just fried Leaf at Blue Room. Do we really need to see this again? Trent, I mean, my pick for like the best player of 2025, and you're doing him dirty like that.
Yeah. There's a grimace from the coach in C2.
6-4. EG, they're putting pressure on, but remember, they won the pistol. So since then, have only won 2 rounds. It's not actually good in the scoreboard department, and it's not getting any better.
Wading out into the one-way. Jorgamo, he's getting so active.
And this slow-paced style of EG, the slightly more contacty approach with the heavy lurk style, it just runs into the operator.
That's the problem for them here. Leaf is tucked to the corner, a bit out into the open. Is this Icy offloading with the ult up from the side? That's Nature, his savior. Still, big wraparound now. G2, that's 3 players. That's going to be called out by Superman. And what is the reaction now from EG? Push into CT, try and dominate some control, flip the map in some way or form. Maybe there's a chance for them, despite that player disadvantage. But
what a stun.
It's picture perfect. And G2 subvert expectations to wrap around again. EG thought they could get access towards it. Armageddon now lay it down, and this is Nature with no chance whatsoever.
A beautiful round from G2. They push fully out through A, dominate the player that's in the lurk kind of position, Superman, who was tucked towards front B. And then that stun for Leaf, who was alone over towards CT, they knew would be under pressure. What a read this is. They know exactly what the adaptation is going to be from their opponent before it even comes through. That's the kind of G2 you're expecting to see on this stage. And a reminder that it hasn't been clean recently.
No.
They lost to Sentinels. A nail-biter, edge of your seat, ridiculous overtime against 100 Thieves. G2 could have been out very reasonably already from these playoffs. But they persevered, and they've had an opportunity to stamp authority on this. And actually, in both of those series, they kind of wiped the floor on the first map. They looked utterly dominant first map. And then their opponents started coming back into it. Can EG close out the half strong?
That is the G2 effect. Listen, brings the best out of people. 120. Just like that.
The leg shot.
Yeah, Superman not to be denied, not to be dropped. That snap as well to Jorgmo is something else entirely. Derek wants to try and contain this space. Holding a bit of his U2, and that's back to the walls. That's just the timing that's missed out, and Yay, he picks it perfectly. Rolling Thunder forwards, Armageddon on top of it. This is Carnage! And Jonah B! My God! Heavy weapons guy cosplay occurring right from behind. That's a bullet to the brain. And the final round of this half. EG barely carved out a path here over towards the A side with a pit down. There is chances.
Planted.
Anything can happen in these kind of rounds. Nature trying to make his way forwards. Do they have utility really to clear out Superman? Superman taking decay damage, but he's already so weak.
So damn low, and you're up against Odin spam. It's going to be raining down onto you.
Do they have the comms of the damage that they've already done? I would assume so.
Yeah, Jorg knows he liked him. Paranoia is good. Nature has to be the one to try and hold this one down here. The Tracers point out the position of Jonah P, and now let to stand up against this one. It's relentless. No mercy whatsoever. Shorty in hand, you get the one, but how do you get the rest? You just cannot. Time to spare 4 at G2. Wrap up this first half of Lotus, 8-4.
And again, remember, EG won the pistol. So after that pistol and follow-up, it's basically been perfection from G2. A statement opener to Lotus, a map that EG picked. But G2, it's probably their best map as well, if we're being honest. This is a tough one for EG to take, and it's going to get even more difficult, I would argue, with them on the defense side.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Now, only one of these teams can make it to Masters Toronto, of course, and tickets are on sale right now. And you can scan that QR code to secure your spot at one of the biggest global events of the year. Watching in Toronto, Canada, and yeah.
You've sold me. I'm buying 8 of them right now. I'm scanning those tickets. I mean, on one side of things, you could get to see Yay playing against Crazy Guy for the Bleed Beef match. On the other side of things, you might get to see G2 defend their opportunity to go back to the Grand Final. So, yeah, take a look. See if you can book your tickets. But I don't know who's going to make it here. That's what makes this match so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because everybody would have been predicting G2.
G2 have got a very hot start to the beginning of this series. 8-4. EG's map pick, of course, like opting to bring G2 to Lotus, which, listen, G2 have been no slouches at the entire year. It's a brave choice. It's a bold choice. They've clearly come prepared. There's tension, I think, in the posture and the shoulders of some of those EG players, maybe realizing, wait a second, G2 might just be in a different league entirely, and starting to open up here. EG have got something cooked and up their sleeves. Get an early advantage potentially there, but okay, it's spotted out. Valen's going to be seeing it. Early pressure out towards B.
I'm not sure if they were expecting a single lurk player there, or whether they thought it was going to be a B pistol from G2. But either way, EG didn't find too much. And now, because the door opened on A, they were reading that it was an A hit. You saw the rotation from EG starting to lean over there. And then when the drone came out from Trent, they're like, hold on, we don't know where it's going right now. So you see EG's defense kind of scattered currently, lacking info.
Incredibly passive. Could draw a line all the way back. I mean, it's further back than where the barrier started for a lot of these players.
It really is. And there's not been much utility expended here on either side. The drone, though, is gone from Derek, or in fact,
he didn't even buy it.
He never bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't really have a way of gaining info beyond Icy just kind of jiggle peeking this. Could get
those
punished.
Unknowns definitely could get punished. 35 seconds left. G2 trying to give EG a taste of their own medicine.
30 seconds left.
No util really expended, as we've already mentioned as well. And still, okay, Icy. Shots lay it down as soon as that orb is going straight up. And it puts EG into a pretty nice spot. 5v4 now to try and play this one into the retake, looking to potentially flood in and waiting for the right cue.
Trent versus Ye over towards Blue Room.
And they're going for a walk of their own. Is it going to be anticipated? The timing is missed! And what a mistake to make there. Just missed it narrowly. Nature does his best to try and reclaim some space off to it, but Trent trying to deny it, and damage is done to it. Jonah P, he's alone, he's isolated! And EG put the squeeze on him. It's another pistol round they're going to be able to lay claim to.
Nature just spanked him with the pistol. He just got 2 super important kills denying that push. Because you're so right, EG did not have that timing. Ah, look at that. That's how Leaf falls at the beginning from Icy. I thought it was through a smoke. But here's that other push, completely caught Derek and Icy off guard.
I thought that was it.
Nature turns around and deals a death blow back to G2. See what it means to him?
Yeah. Get that fire back a little bit.
And here comes G2 on the force. They've been doing this quite a lot since the beginning of Bangkok. When they force in situations like this, they have a 75% win rate. That's absolutely ludicrous. They have worse weaponry than their opponents, but they're winning 3/4 of the time.
Trying to control the pace on the attack side here and lying in wait. Yeah, Superman. Jump spot just missing that one onto the timing, and Jorgamo happy to clean him up. Take him out of the picture now. It's open access to that C site. And how do you bounce back with your EG? Difficult indeed. An abundance of util as well, pushing them all the way back and away. That's a paranoia. Delaying this attempt and take. EG are trying to get themselves into this one. Outlaw in hand, not the weapon of choice for Icy. But he's got to make 2 stuns. Ricocheting, rebounding here. Picking them apart in the seams. This is just G2 at their best. Add another one to the tally, Josh.
It's not quite flawless, but it looks like it. That's amazing. How do they win these rounds so cleanly? They just have such great ideas, and they get themselves into positions where the Stinger looks unbeatable. The Americas Stinger is OP. What's ridiculous, though, too, is G2, they're winning, I mean, now more than 75%, like 77% or whatever after this round, but they're still only forcing 1/3 of the time when they lose pistol. Do it more often, man.
Yeah.
Do it more often. It's outrageous how often they're winning when they actually opt into that. But they normally wait until they're on the attack side and they get the plant down.
And it's the wind taken out of the sails of these EG players. Thought you were going to get a bit of respite, but not quite. And they hear that. All being taken. That's a fault line. That's a salvo.
Ooh, they're lucky to escape.
Yeah, well, only just the
No,
one.
they're not.
Yeah, Icy's going to be dropped. Risk to be taken here for these EG players. Yeah, hoping to get lucky. So they're going to be spotted going walkabouts.
And what's wild about this force buy strategy too is because it delays the rifle round by 1 round, you get close to those ults that you can use to snowball the attack side. And it's Trent actually who I'm looking at, but he gets absolutely nailed.
And Superman, he's under the pressure right now, but he's really taking control of the map and potentially this round entirely. Jump spot with a right click. I almost want to say unlucky to not get the kill there.
Look at the at north side as well.
Leave has to contain this one. He needs to do it cleanly.
Oh, it's Mucky.
And it's a rough spot indeed, but still that fault line from afar. Long range. Util stand up. Matters not. Yay. He's fully healed up, but only for a moment. It's going to be fading before you know it. And he almost anticipates it. Here's it. 1v1. Yay! Rolls back the years.
2022 Yay is here to dominate again. That's outrageous.
No way.
No glimmer of a reaction. A small wipe of sweat off the brow. Superman did a great job of picking up 2 earlier on though, but what is that? With the stun, then a body shot to finish off a weak Jonah P, and a beautiful headshot to take down Jorg.
Oh my God, the way I just died.
That's what you're going to say about that?
There's no way that's your reaction at the end of that round.
Oh.
And so all of the good side of the force buy from G2 thrown in the opposite direction, but their economy is actually good enough to basically buy up.
Next? Balanced out. So Jorgamo, dimensional drift forwards here. Gate crash to clear. Pave a way potentially to this C side. EG know this. They've already evacuated.
Something I dislike about EG on this map, they're normally very slow to retake on C. They don't throw plant denial util, and they don't fast retake. Are they going to change things up? I mean, Superman just goes for it.
I mean, I think that was an attempt off with the back of some of that util. Leaf's going to be caught, though, just trying to take that timing on that flank still. 4v4, Plant only just going down, by the way, here, and they're really looking to tango. Takes 2 of them, though. Nature opts in and already removed it. Still Armageddon, forwards Trent. Stands tall and proud, trying to maintain control out towards the side, a bit of stray. Spam does the work and gets the number of Valen. And now Trent left into the 1v2. He's been fantastic. But can he persevere? Stray shots flying towards him. He's to land it, but with movement like that. Slippery as anything, these EG players. Not willing to go down lightly.
And so much faster than I've seen from EG on the C retakes. Superman's in, I mean, way early, ridiculously early. But the rest of the team is brawling, scrapping, fighting for space. Jorgamo forced to take that fight because Derek ulted. And there's Teobalt on the other side causing chaos as well. Much less controlled, I think, from both teams. Both opting into a little bit of the carnage there. But it's EG that comes out on top. And I didn't think I'd be saying that in this match.
It's 9-7.
G2 come in, honestly, as heavy favorites in this game. But you could have said that about their match against 100 Thieves most recently. And that one went 3 maps, OT towards the end. And now here again, EG picked Lotus. It's an uphill battle picking Lotus into G2. It's always going to be, no matter how good you are on this map. But here, EG are keeping it within 2, and they've knocked G2 down onto an eco. So in all likelihood, this is going to be a game where there's only 1 round separating these 2 teams. At the beginning of playoffs, it looked like an ocean was separating these 2 teams.
Yeah, we were having talks about, oh, well, is the playoffs going to be a bit boring for G2? Are they just going to be sealing it up all the way through the upper? Not excitement, man. We got excitement, not a chance at all. One of the things that was rattling around my brain before we even got into this series was wondering, are EG going to keep evolving as a team? Seems like every single match they've gone through in that lower bracket, they haven't really been the favorites, but they've stood up to the challenge. They've done well. And they've developed even more as a team. They're finding their style, finding their footing.
I think you can see that evidence of that in this game too. Just in the terms of the way that they were brawling on that C retake, for example, actually. The ultimates are enormous for EG here. But the idea is to not have to use them in this round. You want to save them, if possible, for round 18, when it has the chance of breaking G2's economy again. Leaf has a rifle.
And he could be the danger player there. Definitely opportunities.
Poison orb emitted.
G2 just trying to play that long con, thinking about win cons later on into the rounds, try and build up, get closer to the ultimates. A Rubble re-clear. Superman just dominates control of Rubble, and that's going to mean a lot for them, to be honest. Leaf's going to be dropped. That was a rifle player.
And now they can start rotating people over towards B and A, because they don't have to be worried about C at all. Where are they going? They're going back with the spike over towards C, hoping that there's a bit of a gap over here.
Superman.
40 seconds. I mean, this isn't a fake.
He hears the footsteps, the rumble of it here with 30 seconds left. That's a drone to the side, and Sidus of off angles, almost not anticipated. Trent can't quite take that one. There's backup arriving. That's Derek over the shoulder. Stray shots and bullets. You got to choose a different direction, but I think this might be hurt potentially. Depends how quiet Valen has been. No, it was called for. Just a slight speed up, I think.
Jorg really wants this rifle.
He gets it.
But there's only 10 seconds left. Yeah, you can shut all of this down so easily.
Trent, yeah, he's just got to be haphazard with it.
But it was an eco for G2. Is Jorg going to try to save after he put all of that effort into getting the Vandal back online? Yeah, pretty much. He's been hunted from behind, but might be able to hold on.
Yeah, just trying to sidestep most of the bullets. Can't quite hold on to it. But you are right, Josh. It was an eco.
The thing is, though, look at the ultimates that are available to EG. It's almost everything. They have Ray's ultimate if Icy's sight gets pressured. They got Fade ult for retake. Ye is able to have 2 lives in this round, and Superman at any point can try to reactively pop his ult over towards C and ensure that that area of the map is locked down, or at least much more challenging.
EG staring straight down the gut of the map here. Is this an aggro play coming from them nice and early? Reminiscent of the pistol. Walk up, tripled up, making sure that they can try and get a kill or 2. Still off to the side, it's Jorgman with a trade, but he's going to be mopped up regardless.
Leaf got really caught off by that. He wasn't just jump spotting. He went to actually try to hold the angle and contest. Not expecting EG to be doing something aggressive in the first 10 seconds. I think this is an EG that's really trying to shift their game up a little bit just to throw G2 off their rhythm.
That's what I was talking about earlier, man, that evolution of EG that we're witnessing. Because it's been slow going ever since that crew game in stage 1. But they've been adding twists and turns. Unexpected moments. This is a narrow angle indeed. And what a peek by Valen. Just crouches straight into it, almost anticipating it. Brings it 3 versus 3. Plank going down, anything to push this one back. Looks like the salvos are good for it, Derek. Onto the high ground, but he's going to be meeting his match here with a lot of util. Slows them down to a crawl, but just delay with the util. So another kill claimed. Spike finally planted, G2. Feels like they've been permanently on the back foot in this round here, but finally with an advantage, at least with the players, yay. We'll look to even the odds. Waiting for a bit of pressure now from Superman. Opens up the door wide, but it's a triple face again. That's an ult popped off, not dead yet. Not really anticipated, still without plenty of util. That's a snake bite wide. The face, kill needs to be claimed here. Round and away, yay! Has brought it to a winnable spot. Smoke in the back pocket, not anticipating it. Valen with the reposition up towards the high ground. Yay snaps, time! He's got it! Circle barely shrinking. And Ye just bringing it back from the brink.
He goes in a 1v3, gets sent to hell and bounces back. Not dead, but for a moment, and springs out, hitting ungodly shots. Resurrected and comes back to snap up onto Valen. He had no idea that he teleported onto the high ground. And Potter, gobsmacked, cannot believe what her players are capable of in playoffs. Cold. So cold. A small smile and a wave to the crowd, and that's it. He's drawn EG level with G2. And G2 down onto another eco round. EG are now in control of this game. It's unbelievable what they've done.
Pretty clear towards rubble here for G2, but again, you already mentioned it, the weaponry less than ideal. Ye once more gets his time to shine or not. Trent puts himself in the spotlight with that one. That's going to be Ye dropped down, and this is fast indeed, but out wide into the open leaf. Not expecting this one. It's rapid from EG, still they are blinded up. Valen is eager to try and take that fight forward. Still, that's a showstopper. It's going to be rattled off and away, and they don't hear a thing. All noise cues cut away. That's a plan committed. Jonah P has to ISO these fights. Has to do it now. Stinger in hand. Just not possible. Leaves it down to 2. With that rifle reclaimed, Jogo might be able to do it. Trent forwards, damage done, he just needed to land it. Pointed out now, but this is it, the net is closing in. Jorgamo can't quite do it.
The big moments here are coming from evil geniuses. We saw Ye's performance in the previous round. Nature hits that crucial stun shot there to deny what could have been a comeback in this round from G2. And look at the string of rounds that the defenders have put together here. 5 in a row. And they forced a timeout from Josh RT.
Has to be hit.
That stun is so good that Trent is throwing. Completely pins somebody in the corner.
Let's go.
And Nature still manages to hit the shot. Take a breather at this tag timeout. It's not quite fit the pattern of G2's game so far.
It really hasn't, nor EG's.
No.
I mean, we were expecting a slow siege, a bit of a, you know, burning at a midnight oil type beat. It hasn't been the case.
And G2 normally, in these last 2 matches, they have crushed map 1. Whether it's to do with their preparation or their form, just starting strong, they've dominated. And it's looked like, oh, this is amazing G2. And then, okay, they let it slip a little bit, map 2 or map 3, and things get closer. This, pretty much for the first 8 rounds, and then everything after the halftime, has been dead even. And EG applying the pressure, foot on the gas.
Yeah.
G2 clawing just to stay in this in the final few rounds.
Head above water with everything to play for, of course. Final spot for our Americas teams going to Toronto is defined and decided by this match. G2, they have this habit of bringing the best out of their opponents. EG as well. Here to play, hoping to stay. And ahead in our opening map, just by the 1 round for now.
Cutting through. Who's next?
Gate crash forwards alongside Adult. Looking for the information here. Spots out the 2. And I know that EG are just playing this one. Oh, how is Valen going down there?
Oh, that's brutal.
The fight to be taken, that's a door open wide, EG! Yay! He's doing it again to a man, and he's out wide into the open. That's an Armageddon force. Oh, back to the side, that's Jorgamo looking to see if he can pick up these pieces, make anything of the round whatsoever in the chaos, in the carnage. EG thrive!
Dominated Leaf on the lurk. Got into aggressive positions. Valen, I think, must have been inside of his smoke. So he couldn't really tell that he was stood on top of a salvo or something? I don't know, I'd love to see a replay of how he died in this situation. There's the salvos, and yet, oh no. He just takes a bit of decay damage and ends up going down. I don't think he even realizes that the salvos are inside the Viper Orb there. And they've knocked G2 onto another eco. This is ridiculous, the form that we're seeing from EG. The moment's going in their direction, and a massive brawl over to immediately goes their way. Icy picks up 2 on the spray angle. You're not coming back from this one.
Revenge on the mind and redemption for a lot of these EG players. That's what they're playing for. Nade rebounds. Quick getaway from Jorgamo here, but you're already 2 players down, and this is an EG with all the confidence in the world. All the confidence in the world. Surrounding and laying claim to these lives. They want this opening map.
Flawless. And 3 opportunities to close out on Lotus. On what I think a lot of people would be pointing to as G2's best map. They've got a deep map pool, G2. They've got other maps that are great for them. Split and Pearl, they're super fine on those maps too. Don't count G2 out. But if EG are capable of doing it here on Lotus, they might be capable of doing it on a bunch of different ones too. And the run that they've made on this defense is honestly like nothing I've seen against G2. I've never seen a team put G2 in their place like this on this map.
No strangers to the storyline of EG. Scraping by, potentially 2023. You remember they barely made it into Toronto. Or into Tokyo, I should say. Finding that peak form. Striking wide, the iron is hot, and looks like there was an attempt at potential risk to be taken here. Fights, swinging wide, EG.
With the Haunt, though, there was cross-map support from Nature. And now Valen goes through the reclear. That's so risky on his own. Hoping that EG had just backed off, but he gets the information as the IGL, and now they pivot into A. But this is where Icy and Nature are waiting.
This could be it. Getting more than dangerous here. There's an Armageddon pushing back towards it. Icy, slightest of gaps to play in here. Open access now to the A side, just barely. EG closing in as a Viper's Pit. One of the lines of defense that G2 are going to be layering down at it to get into the post plant. One way up top is going to mean it's even more difficult. An abundance of Utilities flying forwards here. It's gone pound for pound now, and Valen has got more in the back pocket, but you've got to try and win these fights out. EG! They're starting to move forwards. It's a relentless march here, and they can taste it. The finish line in sight, but maybe a little bit overzealous in the process. Still, Leaf down, Pit drop down. Trent, it's going to be all on him. Swing wide from Jorgen. Mo, not dead yet. And Trent, they have to do it all. 1v1, Nature sticking, half earned, 6 bullets left. Trent, down to the wire.
Is there time though?
Time! Goal!
With 0.3 seconds on the clock, EG take map 1 and deliver a statement opening blow to G2. It looked at the halftime like G2 were the better team here, and then EG's run on defense was crazy. Ye ends with 300 ACS and 25 kills, bringing back memories of 2022 when Valen's record against Ye was 1-2, a negative record against that Optic squad, despite beating them in a North American Grand Final. What the hell have we just watched?
An incredible opening to this series that defines who our third team is going to Toronto. For EG to take it. The peaks in individual form, listen, it's all there.
Honestly, just so many moments where the EG players pulled out remarkable stuff. On the attack side, it kept feeling like EG were in positions to win rounds, but then they couldn't get it done. And yet they still managed to claw together enough so that they could go in a crazy run on their defense side. And yay, my God, what was this? A 1v3 that I think people are going to be seeing a lot of in these highlight reels after the game.
We have been gifted with a series to watch. Eyes are going to be peeled. Nobody's going to be stepping away from this one, apart from us here as well. The analyst desk going to be setting us up nice and pretty for the rest of the series. Do not go anywhere.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator!
Might be too overwhelming for the pool and a whiff. Coming as well, so he's ready for the crosshair.
What?
He's sleeping on the angle. Hold up.
Taking the fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top, running them down, in hand.
The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh boy!
Karen, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members. Oh my God! Nature takes care of him, but that's just the start. He's gotten it down to a 1v1.
I am here with Potter ahead of map 2. First off, I gotta ask you, a little bit of the evil genius coming out with a pick of Lotus. G2's last 10 games or wins. What was the thought coming out there?
I mean, just activate Yay. Activate Yay. Going into the second half especially as well, we felt like the first half was definitely ours. 4-8 doesn't feel good for the confidence, but a lot of 1v1s and unfortunate clutches that we didn't come out on top of. But the confidence was there and the problem solving was there in the second half for us.
That's amazing. What's the key to the activation that made the comeback happen?
I mean, it always helps when Yay is just popping off, right? I mean, if Yay is getting deagle kills like that, everyone starts to feel really good.
Potter, thanks so much. Best of luck in map 2.
We couldn't agree more with Coach Potter because, well, Yay, my guy was frying. Let's just show the highlights there because seriously, evil geniuses lock up Lotus and a big reason for it, Yay just popping off.
Think about the risk that Potter took picking up Yay during the offseason. He had come off a winless season in NA Tier 2 with DSG. He had come off of a year in Pacific where he only won a match with Bleed. And now he gets this opportunity with EG. Starts disappointing, but oh my God, here in playoffs, it's right back to PK.
Oh yeah, Prime Yay, he was so clutch in the second half. And remember, you talk about risks that EG took. They picked Lotus. G2 had not lost this map all year. Not at home in Americas, not internationally versus Vitality, EDG, T1. None of those teams were able to beat G2 on this map. EG pick it and just knock them out of the park.
And it's crazy because I actually thought their attack side had some really good ideas. I loved some of the slow default around where they're punishing John the TP. It was clear they put a lot of prep into that. But they were still down 4-8 going into the half. They rally back there after getting ecoed as well, and they still pull it off. It's crazy.
It really is. But also another part of that success, I do got to give a little bit of flowers to Icy. Had a few moments where he had some greatness there. And in that battle between him and Jogamo, right, the guys who swapped jerseys and went to the other side of the field ender, that matchup did not disappoint.
Yeah, the first half is a little bit hit or miss, I think, for Icy. He got taken down a lot. Both are just like hard angles being held. He also tried to go for that like C boost play with the satchels that he ran in his last series versus Crew. Worked great from there. This time he got shut down. The second half, though, I do have to say there were a few critical rounds where he was able to show up.
Yeah, he looked really nice on some of these retakes for EG. I think that him and Ye together not just are individually excellent, but do a really good job of playing off each other, especially in those retake situations, double swinging, trading each other out. They look really strong as a duo.
Yeah, let's not get it twisted, though. Jogamo was crushing in this opening map. He is not going to feel good about losing this first one, especially with the diff he had going on.
Oh, yeah, you know that G2 lineup not satisfied with this at all. Let's actually get some words from the coach at G2 to find out what's going to go down in map 2.
I am here with Coach Josh ahead of map 2. Looking, that map was so close up until it seems like EG was able to kind of temper the aggression. What have you identified that they were able to do that wasn't allowing G2 to get that result?
I think we were in a position to succeed, honestly, and they were able to absorb our aggression. But it came down to these like micro moments towards the end of like a lot of these like post plants where we were just disconnected, desynced, not understanding. And I was just telling the boys, like, we need to get on the same page here. Whoever wants to lead, and just commit to that call. And there was a lot of those moments that you saw, it was just because like people are overcalling each other, or they're not really like understanding like what the call was. And so uncharacteristically, we were not synced up in those moments. So as long as we take care of that, I feel like our game plans are really solid. We should be able to get to map 3.
All right, I hope to see all this in map 2. Thank you so much.
Gotta say, I always appreciate the honesty of Coach Josh RT telling us what's going on with G2 in the comms there. You can kind of see it, but also one has to wonder, is that Ender because you got an EG team that's got nothing to lose, really, and everything to gain? Meanwhile, on the other side, G2, that pressure, they were top of the world, baby.
Yeah.
And now, they're one game away from elimination.
Definitely pressure on them. I was able to listen in to some of their comms as well, and I hear what he's talking about there, where there was a lot of ideas. I was surprised almost by how many different people were giving ideas of how to play the game, especially Leaf. Leaf was actually driving a lot of the calling, especially on the the first half for G2. He had a very strong vision of what he wanted to accomplish, but this was not the calm G2 that I think I was usually expecting to see when they go into a game like that.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, they have their strategies, they have their plans, G2, but the problem is, Mimi, is one has to wonder again, is it a bit overexposed? Because now it feels like people are just trying, they're waiting them out, they're figuring it out, and that could spell doom and disaster for G2.
They're the most watched team in the world right now. Potter was saying it when we talked to Amy earlier. He was saying it. This is a team everyone is watching. Everyone is stealing their comps. Teams are familiar with it. But honestly, I don't think that loss comes down to 100% just an incredible EG prep. That is what Josh is talking about there with the team looking out of sync. Their post plans in that second half were getting torn apart by EG on these retakes. And yeah, a ton of individual moments. And that scoreline that's already kind of rough, right? Losing 13-9. That's with them winning 2 Stinger Eco rounds. Yeah. It's got to be better on split.
They got 1 round on their attacking side of Lotus.
Ooh. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see if you want to fight for some trophies. Folks, map 2 is coming up after this. It's going to be split. Can G2 force a map 3? You heard me right. We'll find out on the other side.
Well, here we have it, yeah, map 2 coming up, which is split, and my word, we have an absolute series ahead of us here. It's already looking like it with, you know, EG taking that first map, completely subverting expectations across the board, of course, and it's what the desk was really saying, I think. I just want to iterate on even more. When you are the top dog, when everybody's watching your games, even if they're not playing against you next week, you have that target on your back. Everybody's learning from you, everybody kind of knows what's up with your game plans.
Yeah, but man, I don't necessarily think that was the issue. I agree with the desk. I think it's more to do with Ye just activating, playing unbelievably well, and also the post plants going wrong. I looked at the stats after the game. I didn't realize this necessarily in the moment. Obviously, their post plants weren't working because they weren't winning rounds, but they only won 1 out of 7 of their post plants. So they were planting the spike 70% of the time, but they actually were only winning 1 out of 7 times. G2 have been defined by how well they play post-plant scenarios. The cringe with the pulls and the salvos, and we didn't really see any of that. They got looped into the chaos and they weren't on the same page. Now they're going to be starting on the attack side of split. And once again, they're going to have the opportunity, at least in terms of the pulls, aftershocks, that kind of thing, to play some really disciplined post-plant scenarios. Can they pull it off? Or are we just going to see a repeat of the second half of Lotus?
EG going to be feeling good about themselves here, but as you said, it's up to G2 to prove that they can pull it off. Woods, didn't think we'd be saying here.
Time to jump.
VCT is full of unexpected results.
It definitely feels like there's an element of any given Sunday when it comes to playoff games.
Yeah, force forwards here. This is, did he hit the footsteps? Oh, okay. I mean, listen, there's a snake bite at the feet on top of it. Jorgamo trying to take that time with the rest of his team's util here. Here's the reaction, though, by G2.
They've left Jonah P miles away, so now they've got a breach lurk planting. Trent has to take aggressive screens control with Leaf, which means he's not going to be in position for salvos.
Let's see what a read is here.
Jonah fighting in mid.
Yep, Jonah, okay, that's a critical one to win out here. Make sure you break that one forwards, and over the shoulders is Leaf, and he's made that lane claim to some space into the map. Wrapping around from IC. Brings it into that 1v2. Jonah P is getting a big move on. It's a marathon sprint for him to try and be active into this one, and, well, has he done enough? Anticipation from IC that it could be peak from heaven, but Jonah P has an aftershot from Nasaru. We were just talking about it. Discipline, buying time. 22 seconds left. Stun is avoided, but time is running shy and short of the mark.
He's got it.
He's got it again.
Every time EG are good for it in these kind of scenarios. You gotta think, is that the play from Jonah P actually? The nade goes over towards heaven, so clearly Icy has no idea really where he's coming from.
Yeah.
And Jonah gives it away with the aftershock. Misses the stun. Couple of situations where the nerves are getting to people.
One enemy remains.
Jorgamo taking that peek through mid, through a snake bite. Probably a bit ill-advised, though it does set G2 up. Nature running on his own to try to clear with a single breach. Flashing screens, could have waited for a teammate. But Icy stays cool throughout it all. And he's 4-0 to start off this map.
And here's a G2 force.
Yeah, again, of course it is. Seeing this on both maps, because on the attack side, they lost the pistol both times. But managed to get the spike down and get a bunch of kills, so the money looking good. Good enough, in fact, to get Leaf a Guardian.
We're going to try and do this one again. Drone forwards. Fuel and attack there saved by Superman, so obfuscating quite a lot and just walking, stepping forwards. They expect this one. That is a cheeky angle. Icy. Don't expect to clear that one whatsoever, but this is a rapid take of the space by Valent. John P. is back.
And so now they're going to be set up to try to pinch in onto A. They know roughly where Icy's backed off to, but you got to be a little bit worried about Ramp. Leaf clearing that out with the help of the salvos, and now Heaven is the focus. EG already playing back towards it. That's a great stun, though. Icy forced to commit into that fight. On top of it, another one out through CT. And Phantom delivered over into the hands of Jonah P.
Flash forwards, though. They want to take this fight. They want to get active. This is EG looking at least slice up the map, trying to define themselves here and set themselves up nice and pretty before the spike is even in play. Yay! With a nice little two-piece. Spike in no man's land. Leaf left to do it all, to pick up the pieces in a spot like this, but there's just no chance, no hope whatsoever. Stun. Lay it down early. Slow to a crawl. Wall up, but a timing to be taken. It's all watched for EG. Swift dismissal of that force of G2.
And a great start to their defense side again. This is almost certainly going to put G2 at a 0-3. They don't really have the money here. Didn't get too many kills. Didn't get the plant down. So their economy's not looking good enough to even invest stingers again, which is usually what they'll go for. How good were these flashes to fight back into Heaven? Two really critical flashes coming out from Nature. And he's got good reason to be excited. EG, one away from getting up to their Raze ultimate. This snowball could be devastating for G2.
Doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Up and over the top, this is all players of G2 grouped up. With a slow siege as well, looking to see if they can get access over towards the A site. TP into the back of the A site as well. This is Jorgamo, he cuts it up nicely. Clearing most of the way with a bit of salvos. Stun out on both sides. It's a refight attempt and the call for here. Derek, how the hell are you alive? EG barreling through and away. And the guns into their hands, hold on, maybe an overextension. EG, not expecting and not anticipating it, round to the side. This is Jorgamo. Brings it into that 2v2. Rifle picked up, rifle gained, TP not committed, that's a fake. Off to the side. Still no plant down. This is G2 looking for a bit more advantage to feel safe enough to plant.
And this game has been a real test of how EG play in the chaos. But there's a bit of quiet descending upon the map here. Back to the side though, Jorgamo's good for it. Precision. 3 in a round already for him. His team needed a step up. And he's the player to deliver it. We're looking at Icy and whether he can deliver a knife in the back for his former team. And there's Jorgamo, doing what he did early on Lotus 2, trying to stop EG's momentum before it can really get going. A 4K in this round, a labored kill onto Icy, it must be said, but as soon as he managed to upgrade to the Phantom, clean to finish things out. So the economy flips completely. It was G2 who were coming into that one with a trash buy, and now EG, who barely pocket change to play with. But Icy at least with an ultimate, so things could still get dangerous.
A lot of aggression from EG2. At least with the salvos, a bit of pressure. That's just to give Derek access to the orb.
It kind of looked like Jorgamo was setting up to flash his teammate there, but the idea is that the flash is supposed to line behind Leaf so that they can contest A main together with it. But the push didn't come. I think they were concerned that maybe Icy would send it off rip, but that would have been an extraordinarily bold way of playing with the showstopper. Instead, EG probably just want to wait and see if they can get a free pick with the Bucky. Can Jorg find out where Icy is playing?
He's got to spot this one out. Still with the drone as well. That's going to be putting the pressure now down onto Icy, and he lets loose anyway. It's going to be the ult here into his hands. Round to the side. Jorgamo can't escape it. G2 shortly behind him now. A few seconds left to try and play for, but they have to clear out these spots here. Can they de-root IC from this position? Lying in wait with the Bucky in hand. And my God, he's going to be making it awfully difficult. Waiting though, Util in and around for it. It's a wide face leaf, barely able to get a handle on it. Tucked to the corner still. His position's going to be noted. It's a pit drop down. Oh, and then hold on. Leaf. My God, man! Pulls an ace out of bloody nowhere.
That's a ridiculous round. Stuck in a corner, flashed up. Pits just so that he disguises where he's playing, I suppose. He had a rough map on Lotus, couldn't really get anything done. But he's come out here with the iBuyPower ace to go up 10-2 after 4 rounds. Absurd, but exactly what the doctor ordered for G2.
Exactly so. Make sure you follow iBuyPower on the socials. Plenty of rewards to be given out. Exactly what G2 needed. Rifles v rifles now. Slow walk up for the drone here, just trying not to reveal their hands, but that's going to be a stun. Locking down onto Superman, he's in a lot of trouble here, but most of the Util going to be narrowly avoided, not sent in his direction.
The salvos were really deep, so it didn't actually even clear out where Icy was holding. So they haven't actually cleared vent here. A smoke over towards Mail, and now Icy gives up that position.
Drone so far back by Derek, didn't get the full clearance out towards A main. G2 up through mid, it's an Armageddon and a stun, and attempt to try and at least get that kill, but it's slapdash really.
Yeah, not good enough.
Barely put together there by EG, so could be wasted in terms of the ultimates. They were hoping to at least get a pick. Superman. What? Caught in that transition, and Ye now has to do it all from this spot. Near-sighted. Smoke to play in and around. Teammates trying to buy some time for them to get themselves in nature. And Ye to try and combine their might with a bit of a flash as well to compensate, but Jorgamo locks it down. The spike does need to be reclaimed at this point, and Icy has revealed his position with a bit of stray spam. He's praying for it. A pick to go his way. Quick TP.
Valin, he's in, he's out.
It's a getaway job.
Icy might have been hoping that he could defend that. But now he's got to win a very difficult 1v3. But these are the kind of situations that were slipping away from G2 on Lotus.
Icy's got to be left to consider though. Is it worth it? Money's not good. Still looking to make a play for it though.
I mean, he'll probably poke and prod and see if he can get given a free pick. Make things easier into a 1v2, but with nothing going, nothing given,
especially
he's
against
back
Trent.
Up. Yeah, and Trent's going to have those salvos. And I think really crucially, he gets himself back into a safe position. Think about some of the post plants that we saw from G2 on Lotus, and how they weren't able to just play that standard post plant kind of setup that you expect from them. Even if you think just back to the final round of Lotus, where Trent was trapped in tree and didn't have the timing and the safety to go into his salvos. In rounds like this, if he's got the teammates to be able to hold the line, he's doing all right. G2's really in control of this game. At least if you look at the scoreboard. They've knocked EG's economy down. And EG have only won the pistol in the follow-up. It kind of is similar to the first half of Lotus so far. Leaf, again, more pressure onto him. Stun, salvos early on, but he's not going to get caught by that.
Temp with the pressure, bit of spam IC. Down to 75. Stuns it forwards. Flash on top of it, and that is just instinctual. Superman. Oh my goodness! Yeah, that's Jorgamo made into mincemeat to the back wall of mid. Yeah, he might be receiving a hell of a lot of pressure coming his way now. Under it. Supplementary util, seeking delay claim. How the hell has Ye got that? Snakebite dropped down to his feet, Superman. He's doing dirty work with that gun in hand. And EG somehow again get it done.
That is pure confidence from Ye. Most players in that spot would be backing off, backpedaling, right? Because they see a horde coming through in the Tejo drone and stuff. He instead sticks around, plays at default, and gets rewarded with a teleport from Valid. And he gets a freebie, and basically Spike delivered, Snakebite at the choke point. These players have to run in against a Bucky. And they're vulnerable too.
Oh my arc!
But again, it's that confidence from Ye that carries over from his dominant performance on Lotus that even sets him up to be in position to take the kill onto Valid. It's a freebie when it happens, but most players wouldn't even be in that spot. So 3-3, the economy be damned. It doesn't matter.
Time to jump.
A lot of emphasis here by G2. Trying to take that mid-control. Different. Look at it, though, up towards the top. Oh, Jorma barely ready with a rifle in hand, and he's going to be spotting that one. Narrowly avoiding. Hello. Pops your head up, says hello, at least with a shorty, and I don't think you're going to be wanting to contest with Vents too much.
At the same time, though, Jorg's position is fairly safe. It's not like Icy's going to be jumping up there and actually taking a fight with a shorty. So this engagement may end up revolving around an A Heaven brawl. You see the players and the spike heading over in this direction. So it's going to be a little bit of fake B Heaven pressure, trying to draw people over, which it has kind of done. You see these players over in spawn. Only 2 defending A right now, but Nature has a breach ultimate. So does Jonah P, though, now that he's picked up that orb.
He's hard locked into the position. It's going to be Rolling Thunder versus Rolling Thunder. Handshaking across the site here. Slows it down for about a moment here with a fault line, buys it time, and Nature trying to get his team back into the fight as well. Jorgamo forwards into the fight with a shorty in hand. Anchoring Smoke has played for, but a bit of spam. We'll definitely clean that one up. Nature taken out. Nade rebounding. Leaper's got to be respecting that. Spam slowed down to a crawl, but it's going to be safe. He can get back into that spot here. Stray spam as well, back and forth. This is EG. They're looking to get lucky. Couple of kills through the smoke might be exactly what they needed. Need more where that came from, though, and the discipline of G2 is not going to let anything else slip. Doubled up. Full control towards Elbow. Superman could be staring in dismay. Best he can hope for is a couple of exits.
Post-plan positions, honestly, not that incredible from G2. They didn't have ramp control, didn't have screens control, but it doesn't matter much when Nature is dead. If Nature's going to be hard anchoring the site like that, you're not worried about the breach utility on the retake. And if we see in the replay here another look at that A exec, you'll see exactly what happened for G2. It was a double teleport into the site from Jorg and Valin. So while Nature's fully committed to blocking people in the choke point, the double teleport from the Yoru and the Omen just breaks that completely. Yeah. They're in towards the back of site. And what can the breach do? I mean, look at the position that Jorgamo is in while Nature is still thinking that he's got them blocked. And another round where G2 have control, win the rifle, and knock the economy down. But these rounds have been more difficult than you might expect for G2 to mop up.
Close. Getting a handle, though, I think, in terms of the tempo. A bit more control. Spawning 2 of these players out. Dimensional Drift is doing his job there. There's a sliders of corners that Jorgamo makes certain to clear. EG trying to control Heaven, trying to control ramp. It's going to be critical if they want to try and play this one into the retake.
It's always Trent that's ferrying the spike in here, which means that it's kind of tough for him to get back out of the site again. He's forced to play on site.
Locked into the corner here. That's an aftershock that misses, though. And that util is going to be hurting. Did they expect this one to be fully cleared out? Ooh, could be playing spoiler towards it. Doubled up. Playing that crossfire. Set up all the way through and in through the back. I see. Shot out of the sky.
Toxins going up.
It's always
Superman,
danger, man.
He's left with no opportunities with a Bucky in hand. Trent even managing to get up to his ultimate in the midst of all of this. So G2 handle and anti-eco pretty nicely. Superman just looking to play exits at this point. Die to the spike.
Yeah, he'll get his wish. Or not. Oh, yeah, okay, Jonah P.
I mean, that's actually not his wish, right? Jonah P's been given another hold point. And this looks controlled from G2. Arguably more controlled than the first half of Lotus even.
It's very tempered.
But at the same time, man, it doesn't matter how many rounds G2 get on this half. Look at those legs in the air. It doesn't matter how many rounds that G2 get in this half. What happened on Lotus is still going to stay in my head rent-free.
Yeah.
And I'm just still going to be thinking, okay, does EG still have a chance to run this back with a ridiculous second half? And last time we saw Potter take attack timeout, the adjustments were really good off the back end of it. So she's going to take the first here on Split, just before round 9 kicks off.
And these are 2 teams, Josh, as well, I think that, well, at least for EG, their story has always been, I think, redemption, right? It's players that really it's their last chance before they get shipped off to the retirement home, potentially. They have to prove themselves, right? And listen, they've been upfront about that. They've said it many, many times. For a lot of these players, they're very grateful to Potter, to EG, to get a second chance to prove themselves on the big stage. Same could be said for G2 almost in this match as well, because they are looking to redeem themselves after losing in the finals of Bangkok. But they got to make it to Toronto in the first place, and it's EG who are standing against them.
Yeah, I think for G2 it's a different type of redemption, right? It's knowing that you let an opportunity slip and vowing not to let it happen again. But sometimes you can be so focused on a long-term goal that you mess up in the short term. And Josh RT has also been really candid about the fact that it feels like the team's in a little bit of a slump right now. And you can see from some of the mess-ups on Lotus, a map that they're usually pretty perfect on, that it's manifesting even in these really important games.
Decoy.
Jorgamo placing down that clone to make it feel like there's a little bit of mid-pressure even after he's left. So a flash, a clone, and everybody grouping up over towards A. Now this keeps these two players anchored over here towards B heaven. So 3 players on the B side of the map as G2 exec A. The macro is good here. The calling is great from Valen. Look at his teleport into the middle of that Taeho ult. If there had been anybody on the A side, I think that would have cooked them.
It would have been curtains here, but a quick reaction from EG nevertheless. They hold on to control of heaven and screens. This retake could be set up nice and pretty here for EG. A lot of ults as well to expend.
Ramp control though is nice. I like this post-line positioning from Leaf and Jorg.
Pound for pound with a util, but here it is. Tempo's going to be increased, and with Leaf already dropping, already Icy onto the fight. That's going to be miscommunication potentially here. Layering down the fire, layering down that lead. Jorgamo is going to do a lot from this spot, and it's not quite planned for him, and he's got a lot of targets to deal with. Too much to deal with, in fact.
The fight on ramp, not really the problem there. Everybody on G2 collapsing on the site. EG playing that retake style. And that's the adaptation that comes out of the tactical timeout, right? Every other round on the defense, we've seen somebody try to hard anchor. Whether it's Nature or if they're able to get kind of, you know, Icy or somebody into the A site, they normally haven't had the full 5 people alive to be able to util dump and just play retake. And here, massive ultimates expended. G2 now have to make that slight adaptation. Valen has to realize, okay, they're playing off-site A more. That's their adjustment coming out of the TAC timeout. So we can save utility and wait for post.
Pit's going to be throwing a wrench into the plans though, I think.
I mean, to be honest, I think this mid-pressure is mostly just going to be a fake anyway. They'll be content with pushing Superman out of the pit if they can. Superman bulb though, re-clears back in.
It's waves of util being used to try and get him control and space back into the pit. Faultline and salvos of their own. EG now have expended some of the bigger tools to get that done, and G2. Sight set now over towards B. This is a different direction. Jonah P's been holding on to his stun. He makes a bit of noise and a bit of presence is shown immediately. Smoke's going to be blooming up. Fake with a TP. A lot of util pulled out of EG.
But they've put enough of a pause here that Icy and Derek have not full rotated.
Yeah, looking for a safe spot to stand in here. He's got his own smoke to try and make do with still. TP in through the back now. This is going to be chopping and changing the minds of these EG players, wondering what is going to be happening next. All the way from the side, and ult expended. And only the one for his troubles. Icy is plucked out of the sky at a moment's notice here. Leaves it to Derek in that 1v3 plant. Hold on. There is safety there. I was wondering. And I was worried for a second, but Trent just snaps to the side.
We didn't get to catch it completely in the middle of the round, but I'm pretty sure that 3K from Leaf was ridiculous. I mean, the opening kill looked absurd. Okay, it just catches Ye completely. Gets the kill onto a flying Icy as well. Just as he gets extinguished by the rocket. 16 and 6. A great map from Leaf. Rebounding after a bit of a subpar performance on Lotus, where he often rules the roost. EG knocked down onto an eco again.
Again, a lot of util. Valen gonna try and get the hell out of there now. That's a lot of presence shown by EG.
But G2 are kind of on the wrong side of the map to do something fast as a reaction into B, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're still going to go for it.
Very spread out, looking to see if they can take a lot of that space up towards it. That's an off angle of Ye. He was hoping that somebody would just slack in terms of the discipline.
It's the same off angle, though, that he died on in the previous round. It's exact deja vu. That's how Leaf got the opener previously.
EG want to flood in. They're holding the util out into their hands. There's a flash and a pop play all the way through here with a rolling thunder. Superman's trying to make the most of all of this one, and it leaves it down to Derek once more.
They're so much faster, EG, but it doesn't quite pay off for them. Derek's going to have to win a ridiculous 1v3.
Only with the stinger. Drop down. You'll be hearing this.
What's another stinger?
And he's paranoid. He's looking for a gun to try and make it that much more winnable. This is G2. Good control overall when they get into these spots.
Winning way more in the post plan, right? They're completely turning the tables, flipping the script on what we saw on Lotus. Their attack half looks super clean, pivoting around the map nicely, and once they get onto the site, they're locking it down. So whether that is what Josh RT talked about, more decisive with the first game plan,
yeah.
he might have died from the fall damage at that point. I don't think you even needed to shoot him. And a small fist pump. I think it's just a sign of satisfaction. It's kind of weird being this favored in Americas. You can't really overperform. There's nothing to get too excited about. If they win this game, it's just going to be like, yeah, we were expected to do this for G2.
It's been a hard road being a top team, that top dog.
In a sense, you can only disappoint.
Yeah.
Which is a weird position to be in as a competitor.
Extra level of pressure. It's just going to be laid down onto your shoulders.
And so think about the adjustment in this round that Potter made out of the tag timeout. Nature over here on A. Does he decide to hard anchor the site, if indeed they go back to A, or does he play off-site retake? Because that off-site retake, where Nature still had all of his breach util, it looked a lot better. And the question for the mid-round is, do they bite on this fake? Because Trent is just throwing that drone out to make it seem like they might be taking A space. The Spike still pretty heavily committed to B, and Ye on an aggressive angle where Leaf has killed him twice.
Will he get cleared though? That's a question. Oh, he's just spotted out, I think. Barely. This Jorgamo Dimensional Drift is going to be calling out most of this here with the armor getting in through and around. This is EG looking to at least push this one back.
Valen got in front of it.
Buy some time, and Valen is at front, but listen, Ye is on top of it. Forwards and around. Jorgamo, unanticipated, to be punched up from that angle, and drops down and delivers Dev itself. Pit here, Aftershock has to be respected. Back and away. But 2 players left to stand here on the side of EG for our final round of this first half. You need a miracle, and you need luck. It's not going to be on their side. Leaves it down to IC, making all the noise in the world, and G2 4 to stand as well to put a stop to all of this here. Just an impossibility at this point. IC's done well to avoid most of the util coming his way, but yeah, spotted out and dropped down here. It's an 8-4 finish for G2 here. Familiar scenes.
Yeah, the sides flipped, and in that sense, the narrative also. But the scoreline the same. EG win the pistol and then 2 other kind of rifle rounds. And that's all they're able to manage in the first half. But we saw what they did on Lotus. The run back was ridiculous. Yes, they're not going to be on the defense side. Yes, Ye is not playing Clove. But could they do it again?
It's been a bloody affair between these 2 teams here, and G2 were hoping that they could drag it over the finish line for map number 2 and earn themselves a spot as well to extend the play all the way to Pearl.
EG were not really able to find too much success on that defense side. They weren't able to play offsite retakes. They couldn't really force G2 in a position where the post plants looked awkward or chaotic.
Yeah.
G2 were in control. But you would have said the same about the first half of Lotus. I think the difference here maybe being that Ye is going to be playing Astra, which does not take anywhere near as many aggressive fights as the Clove did on Lotus.
And he was defining, I mean, listen, that extra element that was needed
to push them over the edge, to win rounds that should never have been winnable, that was Ye in map 1. And you heard, I mean, you heard it from Potter. She was like, yeah, I mean, you just want to get Ye comfortable and let him kill everybody.
Yep. Good game plan.
Maybe he can do it in the clutch here in some post-plant situations. And their post-plants should be incredible with both the pull and the salvos. But my question is, are they even going to be able to get into those kind of spots? And if it does go to Pearl, we might get to see the Ye jet, and then suddenly you're back into he takes every fight territory again.
Yeah, dangerous territory.
Might be thinking too far ahead at this point.
Both of these teams is going to be about the here and now, one round at a time.
And a lot of territory gained early on here. G2 seeding mid-control and a ramp control. So EG have actually taken a ton of space on the map within the first 45 seconds.
And 2 players spotted out towards Heaven, just by the drone, so G2 have an inclination, I think, that this is going to be leading over towards A now, with all that space taken, especially with these players deep pushed out. G2 have got a lot of control of the map. You can see him expecting the reaction.
And this, with how slow EG are playing,
Nature, he's
they're
going
right
to
here.
fly. Yeah, right here and now, and even a stun as well for the follow-up, just in case there's that safety net granted. EG need to pounce on this chance here. They have open access to the A side, but G2 playing and feeling like they are one step ahead. Deep Smoke is going to be obfuscating a lot, but it's being held in time, and Jonah P. Safety over the shoulder, watching for his teammate. Here's the running, and listen, he's going to be the one doing the gunning, and G2 trying to make their way forwards now into this side. How have they done this? But Derek's left to do it all still into the 1v2. Heroics ordered up. Jorgum already full sticking, full trust in his team.
And Leaf delivers with a 3K. Holds off that attempt at a clutch from EG. I think this round, more than any, showcased G2's ability to punish certain playstyles. EG are a very slow team on the attack. And look at this, they were set up for the A split and waited for 20 seconds maybe?
Yeah.
Whilst they had vent control, had a ramp control, they just paused. And in the meantime, G2 had already pushed out B main, taken the whole of mid, started flanking through sewers, and were right behind them, killing them in vent. EG are going to take a page out of the book of G2 though and force up with stingers. Can their success rate be anything similar?
They just spot that. Just jumping across here. Smoke's going to be recall, hoping that they can bait a few of these EG players out wide into the open. No one biting. Salvos. The stun. Nade's going to be rebounding as well, so open access now, giving up towards vents.
Jorgamo has the outlaw, but there's actually only 2 players on EG that have light armor. Trent, I don't think, realizes how close Superman is.
And the timing! Wow, just snapped to the side, just in time. That could have been a deadly mistake to be making, especially against this EG team, looking to try and take the fight straight to them. That's a great stun. Slows down the approach here, and G2 just playing this one back ready to defend or flood in, whatever it takes. Still towards screens here, and EG have got access over towards the side at least. Here, forwards into the smoke. Stepping forwards, trying to dominate most of these positions. Nature is hard committed. Stun to try and reposition here, but he's going to be in the danger spot, potentially. Damage done, lining him up. Off to the side, yay. A lot is going to be asked of him. He's paranoid, nearsighted as anything, and the aftershock at his back just seals it up nicely.
EG not able to find the same success with that force. And at this point, G2 should be sailing away with the map, you gotta think.
Change of plans.
EG got the plant and they got 3 kills, so they might even be able to get stingers up or some kind of rough half-buy here and make a good go of it in round 15, but it's not gonna be anywhere near as powerful as a classic bonus. It's G2, in fact, who are gonna be able to take a lot of this light weaponry further forward. It's a bit unlucky there, to be honest with you, on Superman, because I think he caught a great timing onto Trent at A-ramp. Yay, couldn't get it done at the very end there.
Nice, guys, let's go.
A bit of relief, perhaps, in terms of the tone of voice that Trent is using there.
For EG, they realize it's a dampener on the spirits. Looking with barely anything. Coming into round 15 here with G2. Full advantage and lead. Bucky lying in wait. Some repeat there with the smokes off. It's going to be a lot of util forwards and around. And okay, flick of the wrist. Does the job there, especially with the decay damage kicking in. Accuracy not really needed with the Bucky in hand. Making a lot of noise in the process here. Stunned. Oh, goodness me.
One enemy remaining.
And it's clinical from G2.
They're going to be able to take these light weapons forward into the next. Or force up if they want to. You're expecting EG to come into the next round with full armor because they know the Outlaw is there on the other side. So maybe we'll see some of these G2 players discard the Stinger or the Bucky. Or hell, just see if you can make it work like they did in this round. That shot is sublime. And then followed up by a collapse. Monstrous from Leaf.
It's a silly game sometimes.
It certainly is. But isn't that why we love it?
Yep.
25 kills for Leaf.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, after 15 rounds.
Scoreboard check, you've been seeing glimpses of it, but like you said, Josh, 25 kills for Leaf. A lot of them against some ecos, don't get me wrong, but
he has over
it's monstrous.
He has over 6 times as many kills as Valin does currently. That's crazy. But I mean, yeah, he's just dominating. And you do get these performances out of Leaf. They were super common at the start of the year. Early part of Kickoff, the first 2/3 of Kickoff, he was an unkillable machine. He was out there slaughtering people. Looked like he had walls on. But he cooled off slightly, and now will still give you a huge map where he dominates every now and then. And he can be the difference maker to just send G2 strolling forwards into the series and onto Pearl.
Exactly right. No better time for it for G2.
And I think, you know, this is a team that sometimes people have been looking at and thinking, are they chokers? You know, in last year, they missed out on 2 domestic trophies when they certainly were favored to win at least one of them, I would say.
Yeah.
And then after losing in the Bangkok finals, they kind of choked their first appearance at a global as well and bombed out. So I think there has been a bit of scrutiny on this team. And if they lose here, I think that narrative will go crazy. But right now, they're looking in control and composed. And this round is just about how much damage they can do to EG. The weaponry advantage is massively in favor of the attackers. But this orb feels like death is on the other side of it after what Leaf did.
Yeah, he's still got that Bucky.
Oh, he's stuck in vent potentially.
And pulled back potentially, I think, by this util. I think there's a pocket for him to play in, yeah. So survived for now, but vent's control given up. Icy, do you dare jump over and step past that threshold? He meets his demise. G2 up 2 kills already. Desperation now is going to be called for, but these EG players step up to the test and the trial once more, but you're going right back into Leaf, running and gunning forwards. Derek, at least with the trade, and they do have open access to that A site.
Yeah, he did a good job on the flank.
Armageddon even just committed here. Push forwards, that's Derek. He had to cross safely with a spike in hand. It could have been curtains for the round, so feeling the need to expend that ult.
Yeah, he's done a really good job trading out onto Jorgamo and then giving information about that player in heaven. A Teo ult, put them into checkmate. So now Valin's got it all to do.
Paranoia. Oh, what a shot!
That is a round from Ye. He only gets 2 kills, but he's instrumental in picking up that kill onto Trent as well with Derek's ultimate. Really good map control. And that's the kind of impact you need coming out from Ye. Up at the top of the scoreboard with Icy, but they're going to need a bit more of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's filth.
That is fast. Oh my.
Now, they have done a tiny bit of damage to EG's economy. 1 light armor, 1 bulldog. But Jorg, they had wealth on the side of the defense, and now he's picked up an op. That's going to be looking over towards A main.
Pit in mid on top of it. Large amounts of util from EG, looking to see if they can clear out most of that space.
Superman has to be really worried about salvos and a stun at the start of the round.
Forwards to set up the kill, Jorgamo.
He's just got so much space over there because Superman has to play passively.
Yeah, I'm pouncing on a chance like that. Options are starting to dwindle now.
Hello.
EG, yep, spotting. Jonah P. Creeping and crawling off to the corner. Taking up most of that space. This is Pressure by Derek, but he's feeling it.
Yeah, he could be the difference maker again.
Soundbait.
Look at what he's...
Soundbait.
Yeah, Derek.
Soundbait. Derek!
Nice play.
Bait and switch. Smart play indeed. Maybe enough for them to wrangle control of another round. Stave off map 3 a little bit longer. 30 seconds.
My eyes on the mini-map appealed for Ye to make a move, but he's just kind of been tucked in that corner for a while, and instead, EG have been putting the pressure on the pit. But I don't think you're really going to get Leaf out of here.
It's fake pressure again. I mean, Derek barely stepping, teetering forwards. G2 have already got B main control. They've got the read onto this one. Jorgamo does not really have a backup strategy. He needs a kill to get his dimensional drift. It all lies in wait, and it all leans on that. An opening kill potentially. See if he can get the hell out of there. Just misses up to the side. There's a flash up and over. Icy drops him. Dead in his tracks now. Plant is down. Safe around the corner. No spam to deny that one.
Double flank puts pressure on Derek. His salvos are back in 5, but he won't have a chance to use them.
And right from the corner, Derek twisting and turning, just spots out the 2 players. And what is the reaction? What is the call? G2! They put him in a vice grip. In the blink of an eye. All the advantages that EG had, dismissed, scattered, sent to the wind.
And there's a really nice adaptation from G2 to work against what EG are going for. EG's post-plant setup is to rely super heavily on the salvos, on the pull, and that means they need a safe place for Derek, a safe place for Ye. That's not going to be screens or heaven, it's got to be ramp. And so when this flank comes through, you're denying that safe space for the post-plant. It's a really simple but nice idea from G2, and it works out perfectly. They're up 12-5, 7 chances here to close things out and send us to Pearl, which will be one hell of a map to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Ye and Icy on double duelist potentially.
Bit of a ramp take here, called for by EG. Stand to set it up. Walk pass for Leaf. Now you're in the danger zone there. Punished for it. Drop down despite the weaker weaponry of some of those EG players, and forwards is called for. Elise with this one stepping up and round to the side. Trent is left on an island. Jorgamo missed his shot, backed himself out and away. Repositions himself into sight now. He wants to try and spell spoiler out towards him. Yay, my God. Just cracks it open here. EG, round by round, is what it's going to take for them.
And this should have been one of the more difficult rounds to take, because their economy coming into this was pretty rubbish. They had a couple of stingers, managed to make that work in mid. You could argue a little over-aggressive from Leaf, but he was expecting that to be pretty heavy A-ramp take. EG baited him by putting a player into A-ramp, but still having 2 heavily watching the mid flank. EG already making those adaptations because they know that G2 are looking to push out and get behind them if EG commit to an A exec. So you're seeing cover going out. A real nice evolution, even though they've only managed to pick up 5 rounds. Even though they're down 7 in this map, EG are still thinking about, okay, what are G2 trying to accomplish? How can we shut it down?
Yeah.
And that's the mark of a team that's improving, thinking, all throughout the playoff run.
Yeah, still believing, I think, as well, that they can win the map. It's possible to drag it back.
It's very unlikely, but what does that matter to EG?
No.
When has this roster, when has this org ever cared about what's likely?
And expectations that we have coming into series for this squad, it's just a consistent level up from EG. Looking to drag it back 1 round at a time, as you mentioned. The chances numerous for G2.
It's almost inevitable that at some point G2, either by virtue of ults or a huge round from somebody, be it Leaf, Jorg, Trent, they're gonna get it done. The question is, can EG make it difficult? Can they push them to the brink? Can they maybe find the one universe where they get the comeback?
Flash held. It's a tepid approach here by EG.
They're hoping to catch Superman or Ye as they make the walk forwards. And Potter has talked previously about the strategy on attack being to get an op into Ye's hand.
Trap's going to be triggered here. Ye has to try and put a stop to it as well, to be that dampener, but it's just traded out, evened out, and it's quick getaway. All the way through sewers. Grab the spike and get a run on, but they're going to be going straight into Jorgamo. Airplane Bucky, seen this one before. EG already is Icy, delivering death from above. Jorgamo tries his best to do damage of his own.
But I think Icy's done the job here, right? He took the fast timing through Vent, deleted both of the A-ramp players. And now EG have got themselves into a nice 2v1 with ults to work with as well. Derek's going to be able to get his Teo ult online. I mean, hesitate to say it, but it's almost unlosable for EG.
Valen will make it go. Spots out the first paranoia. Held and let go here with the salvos to try and slow down the approach. Watch for even the showstopper. I mean, listen, whatever it takes. Absolutely anything to try and drag it forwards 1 round at a time now. Can critique EG, I think. Maybe say that they could have been a bit more frugal. You know, it's going to take ults really to try and make this map a bit more winnable, but I think that just shows the pressure that's on these players' shoulders.
7 chances down to 5 for G2. That was an eco round. I think they'll be happy that they forced out the showstopper, as you're talking about, Brent. The op was in Ye's hands there, but they've not gone for it again. I'm not even sure that they had the money, actually, to go for it again. On the other side, though, Jorg's picked one up. So he's looking to try to get himself posted on A. Salvos early, so that you can leave the Yoru on this aggressive angle. And this is now going to allow Trent and Jonah to leave A main and go and help in mid.
Best chance in a long string of rounds here for G2 to try and take themselves to Pearl.
But this ult combo from Derek and Nature can be utterly deadly. If you find information on where a player is holding, breach ult into Teo ult could just gift you a pick.
They're looking for it. Full line. Narrowly avoided. Sidestep by Superman. Wow, okay. Straight in. Cape flourishing right behind him. He's going to get that open, and now EG looking to try and take control of the rest of this side here. It's ults expended. And G2, they've got some of their own. Valen collecting that kill. Derek, he's not going to be having a chance to really cause any more impact into this round. Pits drop down on top of it. EG trying to put a chokehold, a bit of blight now to dampen most of the side. And here's that Armageddon, ults of their own. G2 looking to make the play forwards into it. Jorg in through the back here. And here it is, stun to collect. IC quick with the trade as well, but they are dropping like flies. Bodies toppling on either side.
They didn't get the plant down.
2v2, and time still an important necessity to play around here. As you mentioned, Josh, there's no plan whatsoever, but hunting, lying! The Trent will drag you all the way!
At some point here, somebody on G2 was going to pull out the play to seal the deal. And that 2K was crispy at the end. Despite despite EG's best attempt at making some level of a comeback out of that one, G2 were just too much in control. No run back in the second half possible, like Lotus. And we're going over to Pearl. I think a very, very fitting map to close this one out.
Oh, yeah.
Pearl was the final map for G2 of Bangkok, and they let it slip. Pearl was the final map just recently when G2 played against 100 Thieves, and it looked like they were going to let it slip, and yet they clawed it through in OT. And now Pearl, the decider map here again to define whether or not they go to Toronto, whether or not EG go to Toronto. Couldn't have it any other way.
No. It's been a messy, messy map for them in the past as well. A blight on their records in the past, but G2 are looking to try and set that record straight as well. We'll see if they can close this one out. It's a ticket to Toronto that's on the line between both of these teams. Do not count either of them out.
however, have the firepower for 2 of these members.
Oh my God! Nature takes care of him, but that's just the start. He's gotten it down to a 1v1.
And it's going to map 3. The only way that this one could be decided. G2 manages to get that massive win, 13-7 on Split. But of course, that sets up our final map. It's going to be Pearl. It all boils down to this. Welcome back, everyone. GB alongside Mimi and Ender. And, well, let's talk about Leaf right out of the gate here. I don't want to waste any time because that guy, he's been playing great all series, but in this particular map, Mimi, oh my God, what a performance.
He willed this map 3 out of Evil Geniuses in the first half, having incredible impact on his lurks, finding timings into sights, winning out in every post plant. And then in the second half, he's the guy to shore up the map as well. This was an absolute stand-out individual performance.
I'm not gonna lie, for like 90% of this map, all of G2 is like barely positive, if that, and Leaf's on like a 3.0 KD.
No help.
Literally no help until the last round when Trent comes in with the 2K to finish it off. But like, even going onto the defensive side, this guy was playing like escalation, getting active with the bucket.
You were talking about it in the last pre-match too. He's a guy who's adding a lot into the team, is helping VALORANT with the leadership.
Is that a 3-8-6?
Popping off in the server too.
Oh my stars.
400 ACS nearly, 3.0 KD. I mean, it's just outstanding from Leaf.
It really is. What more could you possibly ask for from your player, man?
For everyone else to step up behind him.
That's it. My guy's out here freaking dragging the Jansport across the finish line. He's like, please, someone, you know. But honestly, I give him a ton of respect. Really incredible stuff there. But here's the thing, though. It wasn't just Leaf. You also had some good plans. You had some good executions from G2, which, of course, is what we come to expect from them.
It was interesting, though, because thinking back to the last map, like how much of the planning was actually Leaf giving ideas. But here in this first half, G2's execs into the site were super effective, especially once they got ults online.
Yeah, I really love on this map the way that they play around Jojima and the Yoru. I think they do a great job of finding different TP positions for him to enter onto and combining that really well off the drone, off the missiles, and quite frequently managing to isolate that player as the site anchor, stun missile them, Jaw TP's in, he gets the opener. It's so good out of G2.
Yeah, I just am a big fan of watching Jaw path on the Yoru when he has that ult up, even clearing out those tiny little cubbies. You've got the nades going into back site here, threatening with the TP in as well to get this little pinch going on the players coming out from heaven. It was just really nice stuff consistently through this first half, which gave G2 the 8-4 lead. Right? That's exactly what they got in the first half of Lotus as well, except this time they were able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and capitalize on it, they most definitely did. I mean, there you can see the track and the success of G2 in the white there, really just showing that once they have that lead, unlike map 1, Ender, they weren't going to let it go.
And contrast the post plants, 8 out of 10 rounds for G2 on Split, where they won a single post plant on their last map of Lotus.
But now we have to turn to EG. They have been on a 4-series win streak. They have looked great. They already took 1 map off G2, but they are in a tough position now. They got rolled over on Split. But I feel like if the win conditions for EG in playoffs could be summed up, it is Ye and Icy. And we're heading into the 1 map where EG is playing double duelists with those 2 on the Yoru and the Jet. No one else is really playing that comp. It is very unique to this 2025 EG team.
Oh boy, and even thinking about this, it is so, of course it ended like this. It just makes a lot of sense, right? Because in Americas, we just seem to be gifted with storylines all the freaking time. And you're in a situation, Icy, he could potentially take the team that, honestly, the team of scraps, of the leftovers, and they find their way to a Masters event. Or you got G2 going right back to where they were, but this time a little bit more battered and bruised than they were previously.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm thinking about those key moments that are defining G2's year, right? I talked about the 3 big games for them, right? It was the Kickoff finals that they finally won a domestic title. And then it was the finals over in Bangkok where game 5, they head on to Pearl and it slips away. They can't catch a single break for them. That felt horrible for them. And yet now we find themselves going into that same map on a final map. And this is the difference. This 1 map is the difference between playing for the next month, potentially having a chance in America's Trophy, having a chance globally, and literally going home. We don't see or hear from them for the next 2 months.
And the narrative is even bigger for a guy like Jojimo. He's stuck by EG in 2024 when everyone else left. He made the choice to go to G2, and now his former coach with her brand new team has a chance to eliminate him and eliminate America's best team from a chance to play in the first North American International since they won in LA.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. If you're just tuning in and watching VALORANT for the first time, you think we just made this up. You think that this is a script that we just happen to make up out of thin air. But no, this is what's happening. This is what's at stake. Map 3 is gonna decide which team is gonna move on to tomorrow's lower final and head to Masters Toronto. Of course, you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a little bit.
It's all led to here. Pearl as a decider between G2 and EG, all the way to the brink, genuinely, for both of these teams. And listen, a hell of a task ahead of both of them, of course, but a ticket to Toronto on the line between them. The staging ground we're going to be treated to here. Of course, that double duelist. We get to see Ye on the jet. He can reach even a peak, slightest inch, I think, of the form that he was in for that map number 1. Room for a barn burner.
And he has been phenomenal. The player to watch whenever EG plays on Pearl is Ye on the jet. Like, since he swapped over to playing the jet on this map, they've looked really good. But at the same time, it's a bit of the same story of Lotus. G2's record on Pearl this year is 6-2. That's great. And they're playing against a team that's 2-2 on Pearl this year. But it doesn't matter. On Lotus, G2 were 10-0. And yet, EG came out with the win. So, results, they're for the past. EG, their form in the future. And it all comes down to a map here on Pearl that drips with history for G2. There are so many moments, even of this year so far, and we're like halfway through, that you can think back, and they've been pivotal to whether or not G2 have won, lost, choked, or fulfilled their destiny.
There's nothing more pivotal than here and now. This round, pistol round for Pearl. Career defining, in some sense, a chance of redemption if EG can drag it over the line and potentially make that chance at Toronto. For G2, would be dire straits indeed for them.
A really early pop of those thorns within the first 15 seconds.
C's going to be offloaded on top of it as well. This is not a stall. Use delayed. Jorgemon. All going to be taken out and triggered nice and early. That was just to give EG that bit of peace of mind. They're already lurking all the way up through into lane. They're going to try and take these fights together here. And now Leaf not shying away from it. He's eager to try and at least draw some blood, but they're both flashed up, both blinders. Anything fades away just in time. I see 3-4 it. Jorg barely able to get the one before the trade comes through. Now wrapping around from behind. Trent has got it all to do. Already reveals the position. Salvo's into the corner. Nature's wide as anything here, but 22 health is what Trent has been dropped down to. That's what he's got to work with against an Icy and Superman. With discipline in their minds, yeah.
The ante looked good from G2 in this round. They know that EG like to default towards mid, and double doors is normally where they go first. So G2 put Thorns there, and then a Seasoner pull, and then are ready to fight it afterwards. But Icy is the difference maker. He picks up 2, and then even gets a 3rd with the flash kill. It's him that almost single-handedly saves that round for EG, after G2 knew exactly what was going on. And picks them up another pistol. Now G2 are not going to force this. Even though they could buy light armor and stingers on almost all of their players, they only do it really on the attack side, but they're going to push still.
Splash and a haunt. Catches the position of Nature here. Lying in wait for it, and Leaf has opted into the Marshall purchase. No value to be had just yet, but shows his presence. They know exactly what they're going to be waiting for here. Off to the side. It's a difficult shot to hit. Yay. Drop down. It's 101. weakened to a degree, flashed up as some support from the rest of his team here, but there it is, lying from the side. Squeeze being placed and put down onto some of these players. G2. And shut out here of the site.
It should be very clean. The positioning from Derek and Superman's good. They're going to have salvos, pull. Yay and Icy can fight.
Slight pocket to play in here, but out towards the top. Players have been isolated and cut out of the picture. Derek does draw blood. Trent's going to be dropped. The chances really dwindling as I say that. Cheeky shot indeed, but you have to really deal with this pull. Off to the side here, shots need to be hit, and decent try and a decent effort by G2.
But actually, Derek, the one to collect all of those kills and gets a little closer to the Tejo ultimate. One to keep an eye on, though it won't be available in the bonus round. And the weaponry, it's not going to look that great for EG heading in here. Quite a bit of damage done. But this is where we get to see whether EG have changed things up with their attack. Now, to give you a quick rundown of what EG love to do, they're an unusual team on their attack side of Pearl. Almost every other team is going to be taking fast A main control, then going back to mid or back to B. And instead, EG normally are going to opt into taking a bunch of mid control first and then going to deal with the extremities. Yay with the Guardian, though, has his watchful eye over towards a potential push from Jorgen Trent, as they did on their eco round.
Could be in the danger zone. Going to be worried about the flash play with the Haunt over.
EG's bread and butter are these A splits.
This is it. Trent crouched down, ready to pounce at a moment's notice, but the shot just goes wide here. Yay! Finally dealt with. Jorgamo just needs to try and get the hell out of there before the squeeze comes through, and he can hear it, the rumble of the footsteps out and around to the side. That is Jonah P. Does more than some damage. That was out through mid, but stray shots and stray spam. Okay. Might save the day. EG finally get themselves active and into this site.
Valen not feeling confident enough to go for a spam kill here. He doesn't have anybody watching a potential push. He's worried that EG might be going aggressive.
Round to the side, though. No one was watching or even anticipating the position that Valen could be in. Lying in wait for it. Just a jiggle out wide, trying to play the rest of his team all the way in. Finally, keep it going from split there with the form, I should say, Josh. I should say.
Absolutely. I mean, he found his moment perfectly. He was playing passive, not giving away where he was holding, and maybe gave, you know, a bit more room than I was expecting to EG, but then found his moment to pounce just as they were escaping from the plant. The form's looking good.
3, 2, 1. Nice! Let's go, Jake!
And Jorg calls that double swing towards the end, and they pounce.
Discipline.
EG are going to change things up here. They're going to go for some early A control. And this is where Jorg and Trent have been playing. They've got the read. It's been pretty much the same for the last 3 rounds.
Salvos on a dash forwards. TP on top of it, so EG full control of forward. Is attempted a refi, but delayed.
But it does give you the information that they've stuck around here. It hasn't just been an insert. You know, there's still bodies in this area, including Derek. Ult online. And now they leave. Do they keep Icy in this position? No, he actually retreats with the rest of them too. So you're expecting Trent to re-drone out this area at some point. Here it comes, to be able to get all of this information in A main again. They realize there's nobody here, and now they don't need to keep the stack on A. They can just leave Jorgamo posted, and Trent, Jonah P, they can rotate off to either cover mid or B.
They might be going straight into the blender. 50 seconds to work with. EG only just getting that wall out and over, but luckily boxes to play around and jump over here with the Armageddon. That's layered down all the way into the back of the site. G2 will push forwards for a moment, but it's already faded before the Pinter could really get in. A bit disjointed here from EG, and they're being slowed down on top of it with that util, but yay, not to be denied. Steps all the way forwards here, but Leaf, luckily, got his watchful eye up onto that spot. They call for it! Fighting forwards. Keen to try and drop these players before they can really stand and make a go of the plant going down here. Stun doesn't do much more,
but the flank.
Jorgamo is going to be hot on their heels all the way through and around to the side. Dodging round, Derek! That was whipping from Jorg. Still, it's a worldly of a shot out wide to the side. Superman covers it all.
The reposition from Super was perfect. And somehow he found the timing to go for that push into spawn and missed Jorg completely. Gotta say that flank was a bit of a whiff though. They should have had that one locked down. That's a brutal one for Jorg. And VALORANT was doing an incredible job. Superman deserves some credit for getting into that spot, but you can see the reaction from Josh RT. That should have been a round that G2 were in control of. They had the read, they knew it was ending B. The Tejo ult early, mistimed from Derek, and yet still success.
There's passion there for these EG players, fire in their belly.
G2 stacked 4 players to fight B. To fight mid, but not an aggressive fight of mid, just stacking knowing that EG are going to want to default in this area.
Make it 5.
Both teams just staring at each other.
And VALORANT's joined the pack. There's a tipping point here. It'll be triggered at a moment's notice, and here it is, the go button. It's going to be called for here. Hall needs to be contained, but he's EG players, but blind as anything. Can't really see whatsoever. Ramping aside, Nature and Superman. He hit him with the 1-2. Delayed hit at that, but it does the job.
They clean up, clean house. Those are the rounds that EG thrive in, actually, where they bait out a trap play and then just contain. Things got a little funky here. Jonah B, who's jumping around, getting kills all over. But cool and calm, still like the waters. EG, they persevere. Jorgamo's going to pull out this operator, so it looks like he's going to try to take an aggressive line over towards B, just popping down his teleport before he gets into position. And this is exactly where EG are headed.
Drone, no, nothing to deal with this one. He has to TP, get the hell out of there early. Doesn't want to be suppressed and caught out onto an island. Icy's forwards, though, with that dimensional drift. Cosmic Divide is all going to be laid down, but it's a gap to play in. Straight shot just missed, and a bit of spam into the corner. Jorgamo is trapped. Off to the side here. Is this going to be overzealous by Icy? You're going to be lying, okay, not really regretting. As I say that, G2, they're drawing blood, they're drawing it now. Taking a fast and loose approach all the way through into the site. The plan is already down, though, as this is being played. Trying to get away onto the side. Superman, he's got this shorty into his hands, but the rest of his team is being picked apart at the seams.
It's fast, it's well executed by EG, and then slightly overstepping. You called it out, Icy, maybe a tad further forwards than he should have been, but honestly, he had the backup from Nature. It was a coordinated push from EG, just masterfully dealt with by G2. Both of these teams are super happy when their opponents are the one driving the tempo forwards. If you try to play fast into G2, they can absorb that aggression. Sometimes the chaos gets the better end of them, and sometimes, like in this round, they're anticipating it, dealing with it perfectly. G2 knock EG down onto an eco round.
Let's go! Let's go!
There's that fire straight back.
Shoes on the other foot here, but my eyes peeled onto Ye. He's just looking to contain at the start. Now, we saw in a game against Crew a while back, he went for an updraft play, and they just flashed into Art to get info over whether anybody was there. And that would have set up Icy and Ye for a double peek on that defender. But alas, no one's home.
From forwards, triggered early. Even Jorg revealing his hand, showing that he is here. There's presence, waiting. Got to be controlled, though. Already coming through. That's going to be updraft and away. Clone in your face, and Jorgamo is way out of there. Had that backup policy and that plan lying in wait, but
I'm not sure they know that Icy is this deep pushed. Okay, now the Prowler detects it, so he's forced to back up.
It's all over the place.
It is a little.
Armageddon even being committed.
Really?
Just to clear this space out. Causing a bit of a timing.
What?
Trent! Oh my! It's collapsed onto them with the salvos in hand, and Icy barely survives. The salvos just dissipating. You have mid control, but it's a 2v4.
And Leafs flipped the map. He's the defender, and he's now deeper into mid than the attackers are.
30 seconds left.
A weird opportunity for timings and a little bit of info. Those jumps probably heard by Leaf, although maybe not, because the rest of G2 are not reacting, not responding. And Derek is going to have salvos, and he's going to have the Tejo ultimate here. There's 10 seconds left. G2 have got to realize that nothing's happening.
Trying to clear out most of the way. G2 finally get to grips of what's happening in the round, as you mentioned. And it's all about not letting it go to waste. Dropping into the side here. That's a kill to be claimed all the way. Icy's there. Jorgamo Running dead from above with the pellets at the shorty. Valin, quick on the cleanup.
So G2 handle what was an incredibly chaotic round. I'm surprised that Trent invested the tail ultimate out of that, but I also lost track of what was happening over towards A main. And there were double salvo kills. Yay! And somebody else ended up running through A main, I think, and then just into the salvos at Arth. Was that...
Pick your poison.
Not just pick your poison, but they just didn't realize. They were caught in the midst of those cloud bursts and just didn't realize where the salvos were. Popped out of it, and suddenly, as soon as they could see, there's danger all around them. Derek, he's managed to get his Teo ult online in that prior round with the benefit of the plant. And Ye, seen a lot of situations where he just slowly takes A control, looking for a duel that he would be favored in.
Sitting currently at 2 and 7. It's good Yuto to at least push Jorgamo out of the picture.
I think it's undeniable that Ye has to have a phenomenal game in order for EG to win and go to Toronto. It seems almost incomprehensible that EG would win with him not being the best performing player, because that's exactly how their Pearl has gone basically every other time.
Runs there, Jorg. Just missing. Dash still in the back pocket of Ye here, but his flash is in your face, and that's going to be slowing you down still. There's that Armageddon. Save for a spot like this one with the thorns in through the back.
I like that. It clears out Secret and it clears out Flowers.
Towards the top though, drop down! Oh my god, how's Ye getting that one? They want to take this fight all the way to them. It's going to take a lot though to dislodge Trent from that spot. In that carnage once more, Chaos. Trent contains them all!
That's a beast of a performance from Trent. Stuck in a tiny corner, he creates magic out of nothing. 11 and 6. He's had, maybe you could argue, a bit of a quiet game. He didn't dominate on Lotus. He was there in the final round of Split, but otherwise it was all Leaf. But this is his map. And he stamps his authority upon the game. 4-4 and knocks EG down onto an eco once more. Rounds like that are why I think he's probably been the most impactful player of 2025, if you sum up the whole year so far. But they are going to need more of it.
More asked for from Ye himself. I mean, okay, that was a doubled up timed peak.
If Nature hadn't got it, Ye was there.
Yeah.
And they've given that hero rifle to him. He goes forward, drops the Vandal, collects a Phantom, and now EG have 2 weapons to play with. It's Icy and Ye, the playoff duo.
You do not want to be opted into that fight, Leaf, barely. Bit of bullet tag there could have been spelling defeat for him, but they've given up lane control completely. That's drone forwards.
Leaf's fighting super aggressively.
Hyper committed angle. Hoping to get ahead of that timing. They thought it was clear. Derek with the drone, but Leaf was there, getting active, and this is just a strange round entirely. Chance is still here. 2 players with the rifles in hand. Dash forwards to try and cut this one up, but there's a smoke to obfuscate. Off to the side and into the corner. A bit of spam will do the job there, and Valin steps forwards and around, waiting for that timing. Calls for it, but just about delayed. I mean, 35 seconds left with the spike in the middle of nowhere. They realize that Ye has to play into them.
The round is essentially over here. I mean, Ye, even if he was back to his absolute prime form, I don't see the win condition. The net is tightening. Players all around him, completely surrounded with 15 seconds left and the spike nowhere near.
Nowhere to run. Not even a chance to really plan at this point as well. There's Leaf. Hyper active in the moment.
That was a super intelligent round from Leaf. The way that he responded after jiggle peeking and seeing 2 players in B-Link, he instantly comes out and tries to take an aggressive position at Pillar. He knows that these guys, this is the weak side of the hit. When EG run their B splits, the majority of the team is coming through mid. They're not coming through B main. They do it differently to a lot of other teams. And so Leaf, he's watched the VODs, he knows his opponent. Know thine enemy. That is the definition of Leaf. He's out there playing TFT, watching VODs of his opponents. You're in ranked grinding. He's out there playing other video games, watching your VODs. He knows exactly what you're going to do before you even do it. And there he takes the perfect space over towards B-Long and deletes the weak side of the hit. Now, something else that I do want to point out, though, is that EG are putting a bit of a premium with Nature's Wall in their mid default. They're walling Art on the attack side. So they're not saving it to watch the flank. They're not saving it for post plant. they're saving it to make sure that G2 can't re-clear through Art. And that, I think, is because they're anticipating an anti-strat. EG know that they want to go and clear double doors early. G2 know that they want to go clear double doors early, so there is a potential timing to walk aggro in Art. The thing is, though, I think G2 are just happy getting info on A. Like, A main is so empty of presence, and the way that Trent and Jorgamo are playing it, they always know if it's going to end up in an A split. Yeah. Because Trent's going to drone it, Jorg's going to get posted on it. This round, Jorgamo looking like he wants to take the operator over towards B long. And it's another one of the rounds where EG are actually in that direction. We saw this earlier on as well.
Back end of that timeout here, EG are looking to see if they can stem the bleeding, because that's 4 rounds in a row for G2.
The thing is, I don't see how Jorg gets value out of this, because Icy's going to ult, and then Jorg is going to have to leave the angle. Can he get something done before Icy ults? I mean, Icy's on the opposite side of the map.
Stepped up, just misses it with a flick of the wrist there, and has to commit it with the TP to back out and away.
So this really committed from EG without the assistance of their Yoru. That makes me think it might even be part of a fake.
Yeah, not sure where the presence is coming from, but
I think this is going to be a real test of Leaf. It looks like Icy's going to ult over towards A and try to make it feel like an A fake, or try to make it feel like it's really A.
It's just him.
The question is whether Leaf buys it.
It's solo pressure at best.
And to be honest, the gate crash has just disappeared, so Icy's missed his timing.
Yeah. Can't regroup with the rest of the team. I think Leaf is fully aware. Look, no one from G2 is really budging from this position. They know it's fake presence.
Yeah, and that's the Leaf game sense again.
I'll handle this.
Sentinel Drift to try and clear through here. The trouble is this is going to be running dry ever so slightly, but he's got the TP to try and back in the way. He's going to try and point out some of these players for the rest of his team to try and take it. Steel Garden forwards. Jorgamo goes for it.
30 seconds left.
Nice little attempt at that. Okay, indicators, yep, spelling it out. It's dangerous to be had onto the site. EG get themselves into it though. Good sees onto the 2 of them. It's an Armageddon. Clears the way most of the way in through the back of the site now. G2 are being slowed down themselves.
Trent's utility basically solo clears sight, and now G2 can focus forwards.
Spam in through the smokes. G2, they need these kills and they need it bad. EG dropping to the side here. The smoke's going to be dissipating. 3v4 playing into the post plan and not expecting Ye to be just so tightly committed into that corner. Valen knows the spot, but listen, it's all just disjointed in the end. EG, they played immaculately, fully evacuating off the site, knowing that G2 had the tools to clear it out.
And that's how EG need to be playing these post plans. Get back, get far away from the spike, rely on the fact that you have salvos, pull, spam to be able to work with. It's fine if Ye plays a bit of an aggressive angle.
Absolutely.
But Nature picks up 2, spraying down 2 players that were miles away from each other. Leaf tapping.
El Diablo! Let's go, baby!
Hyping up Ye, who is at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. And if he takes over, if he makes the difference in this map, he could start propelling EG into the lead.
G2 forwards again. This is 4 players. In through lane. Money. It's going to a little bit skew whiff here, but EG forwards again and lying in wait. It's almost rinse and repeat. Finding the kills. Jorgamo's turn next, and the flash is impeccable.
Who will be the new challenger to step up to Ye at double doors? Send your best. He's in form. I think G2, again, with a great read that EG like defaulting over here.
But listen, they're already holding for all of this space, man. Doesn't matter.
It's just 1 by 1. They weren't willing to be patient and allow EG to be the ones stepping forward into their domain. They forced the fight.
It catches even the very best teams out.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty serious mistake there. And it means that EG, they take the lead in this half. And Jorg, he can't really buy. Valen, he's down to 100 credits. Leaf as well. The economy is going to be so bad heading into the next round for those 3 players. Trent, he needs to keep this rifle just so that he can drop one of them.
Yeah, he does. EG already going hunting.
EG, though, do tend to be slow in these kind of moments. They're not super quick on the trigger in terms of going and finding that player. Ye has updraft. I mean, he could updraft to check Art, which would be ridiculous. But it doesn't look like he's going to go for it.
Here they come. Spam into the box. Narrowly missed.
Trent needs this.
Desperate for it. He's got to try and hold on for as long as he possibly can.
And he is going to keep it.
Yeah, being swarmed, but it's going to be slow going, I think, for EG. Seconds dwindling down. To the wire there. It does keep the gun in the end.
Leaf, I think, does make a mistake there, trying to force the fight through the crack angle. You had 4 players stacked at double doors, waiting for the fight to come, and it was so close. If they hadn't taken contact early, I think EG would have committed. And G2 are going to take a tactical timeout here. There's only 1 round left in the half, but Josh RT, with his head in his hands, wants to make sure that G2 level things up.
They need something special.
Yeah, because the economy, it is dire.
It's all over the place.
Trent should be able to drop one, so they might only be coming into this with 1 bad weapon, but more likely 2. And I think, credit to EG, this has been a closer first half than we saw on either Lotus or Split. They still won the first pistol though. They've won the first pistol on all 3 maps, which means that the first halves have kind of looked closer than they might really be in terms of rifle rounds. But this one has genuinely been kind of toe-to-toe, back and forth.
Back and forth indeed. I mean, G2 as well, struggling to get a handle, I think, into some of the carnage that EG opt into. Especially when it gets dire. I mean, we've had some messy situations where the hits coming through, but for EG to be up 2 rounds heading into the next half, you'll qualify a game to Toronto.
Look at this, the outlaw purchase from Ye into only 1 light armor. So G2 reading that Ye would go for something like this, or somebody on EG would go for it, and decided to invest in the full armor rather than the better weaponry. They come in with double stinger and a guardian.
A large group up again by G2. Trying to learn a lesson though from last time. They're actually going to be taking the initiative themselves. Push forwards, Jorgamo is backing out of there. An exchange, that's an updraft again!
That's so sick.
Knives in his hand.
Yeah, he's the only player that I see going for that in the modern era, and yet he's been successful with it twice in recent history.
Timeless is the play. Clearance now for EG all the way through, and it's up to these G2 players to take risks of their own. Jorgamo repositions. He knows that they've lost control of Art, and absolutely everything is caught for here. Straight shots, 140, barely alive.
And G2 really are falling into the trap. The slow attack side defaults from EG are forcing G2 to go and look for information, especially with Trent down. They don't have the drone.
Yeah.
So they have to put their body on the line. They have to go and peek for info. And that means you run the risk of walking into Ye. They're worried that there could still be people in A main. They don't really have util for it. I mean, Jonah P could throw a horn, to be honest. But they need to get a move on re-clearing A main, because all of these G2 defenders are in the wrong spot.
Losing their chance.
Leaf is under mad pressure on B.
Already. 25 seconds left to play with here. Already dead in most of the util. That's a steel garden. The knives, they miss. Right click in hand, is damage done. But Leaf is under scrutiny. It's all about what he can deliver from this spot and how much time can he buy for the rest of his squad to get in. The walls triggered up and away. Cosmic Divide, it's chaos, it's anarchy. And that's why EG thrive and look their best. 2 left to stand here for G2. Try and make a play forwards, cross section. Looking like all sorts of weird and wacky business. Step forwards and around. Another kill here and a rifle picked up at least, but Valin missed his chance and missed his opportunity. A 2-round lead here for EG.
And I think a really respectable half from them. The later the half went on, the more G2 struggled actually. Early on, they had a game plan that was working fairly well. Here's that replay. The flash, getting information that there's a player there. Though I think they already knew, and the updraft as well. They were looking for that earlier on, and they commit with it there.
Come on. Oh my god, I got the op kill, thank the Lord.
EG can genuinely eliminate G2 here and go to Toronto. They have all the opportunity in the world.
First pistol round upcoming. Heavy emphasis going to be placed by both these teams, of course, because Toronto is on the line. For G2, it was just almost, I mean, expected, anticipated. I think just from the beginning, a lot of people really saying, okay, well, of course they're going to be there. But now they are being pushed to the brink by an EG team that has just had an unlikely resurgence, like nothing we've seen in quite some time. Genuinely, maybe the most recent time we've seen it was when EG did it in 2023, when they went on a run themselves. And that is a scary thing indeed to think about.
The echoes are unmistakable. And yet, G2 have got to dig deep and find it within themselves to be able to live up to their own expectations and the expectations of the fans around them. G2 have also only won 1 pistol round so far. So they really need to step up and draw this one level at 7-7.
Forwards as IC steps up, but that is a heavy presence going to be waiting for him here. Quick evacuation. That's Superman. Doesn't want to be caught out into the open by it. Good opening kill for G2. And at this point, it's about how you convert it into the round.
They had some really clean 5v4s on Lotus, and a lot of them disappeared out of their grasp. They can't afford for mistakes like that. EG have been really good even when they're a player down.
Drone is down.
And EG have nobody lying over towards B. Triple push though. Reclearance into mid.
They've got information for when G2 actually exec into B because they still have that wall over there. Nature's going to be providing that info.
Forwards here. There's going to be lineups going up and over. Only hear the footsteps, the rumble. It's all quiet, all sneaky for now. Wall not even going to be triggered either. Yay, just spotting most of this one out here. Stepping forwards though, that's G2.
Bring them down.
Quick delay claim to this site. Learning that it's very much open here. Step to the side, that's Nature. Dealt with. Round, everything going right here for G2. They've been struggling to keep their heads above water when it comes to these pistol rounds. Derek is going to make a decent go of things. Sound was in the back pocket, but too many obstacles to really overcome. One at a time. That's all you can really do, and he's going to try his best. Already taking out the one, but now here's that discipline. Contact caught and a round finally claimed here. Second one in the series, as you already said, Josh.
Couldn't be a more important opportunity for G2 to win their second pistol round out of 6 that were available in this series. You know, even if they'd lost there, that might have been an opportunity for G2 to force up. Like we've seen, they love going for the stingers if they get the plant down, but they were clean. And that is the kind of momentum they're going to want to ride forwards. And on the other side, players to disrupt like Ye, who's picked up the Marshal. He hasn't really activated in this map yet. Every other time we've seen EG play on Pearl, where Ye has been playing Jet, he's put on a marvelous performance. And they're so close. This would be an outrageous upset for EG to take. Pretty similar to the outrageous upsets they've already delivered against C9 and crew.
Yeah, it's been countless times now. At a certain point, you have to start putting respect onto their names, but for now, staring at the backside of this one. Oh, Leaf not caught out into the open.
G2 sensing danger here, and EG have stacked this A site. Here. A little bit similarly to their pistol round, so maybe that's giving us a hint as to Potter's strategy on the defense. Leaning the defense pretty heavy on A, and then playing a B retake kind of setup. I think it's dangerous to play B retake against an Astra Tejo composition, because these post plants are nasty.
Yeah.
But think back to Lotus. G2 only won 1 out of 7 of the post plants over there. I don't think it's going to be the same on this map.
No.
Chaos, though, caused by Nature, or at least attempted, he gets dealt with very quickly by the pack.
You already mentioned it as well. Post plants were a bit of a problem for that first map, but G2 did correct the course, at least for split. It's definitely sailed them towards a pretty decent win here. There's going to be salvage the delay. Being used to buy a bit of time here for the EG players to try and get themselves in, but the post plant positioning is pretty good here from G2.
Spike planted.
EG going to be finding it hard, I think, to dislodge most of these players, especially holding tight angles. Thorns just going to be ticking down the clock.
Here.
There's a chance there for Ye. Time is going to be ticking. Damage done. Good draw, one shot to the body. He's a jar with a movement. Sidesteps it. Big reveal into Icy as well, just trying to push these players out of the position. Superman does drop it, at least with the classic in hand, but instantaneous with the trade. And yeah, that's a shorty seen and watched for. Not quite a flawless, but G2 are happy to take it with 4 players surviving.
What does EG's defensive setup look like now that they can get rifles online? Yay, not able to pick up an operator. They haven't got the economy going for that. They didn't win the pistol. But first, they've got to deal with the bonus round. And I think it's going to be so crucial to get Yay and Icy into positions where they can rely on their playoff form. They have been so much better in playoffs compared to what we saw from them in the regular season. It's all smiles still from Nature. The score's 7-7. But this round, I think, is going to tell us a lot.
Better footsteps and a bit of util. G2 gather up control towards A main, building towards these ults. Jorgemon has that dimensional drift.
And he's out. But Yay doesn't know that.
Even VALORANT inserted as well. Steadily making their way over towards B though.
And looking like they want to set up for a B split. Now, I said earlier that EG, normally the strong side of their B split is going to be through mid. For G2, it's going to be the opposite. Strong side goes through B main. So Jorg, he's going to be looking to give information. Find where the anchor is playing, and that is Icy, at least for now.
Yeah,
spotting out.
Cutting through. Here.
They crash all the way, back for a bit of safety. Savo's into the back, and that has caught. Icy unaware, revealed up to the side. A spam will do it. Supplements it with most of that util. Backside control is theirs. EG will try and play this one back, but this is an onslaught. Aggression is caught for G2, tempering it at the right times. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to overplay their hands. Jonah P, full stick now in through for it, and up towards the top as that smoke dissipates. These EG players are being picked apart, but maybe Supermoon and Yay can activate. Finding a few kills in a row. Yay comes alive.
We've been waiting for the Yay round all map. Every other time we've watched him on Pearl, he's turned up. And it took until round 15 in a 3v5, I think that was? With better weaponry, admittedly, but they still shouldn't have been that clean. How did these kills all come through almost at the same time? Credit to Superman too, because he managed to pick up a couple. But Yay, super clean and with a lineup
Oh my god!
on Leaf and Trent.
I hit that voice crack, bro.
You're allowed to in those kind of big moments. Potter can't believe it. That's the same kind of facial expression that she was making on Lotus when Yay was pulling out magic. And if he starts doing it again, well, EG might be booking their tickets.
One of the most unlikely of scenarios here. G2 are going to be doing everything in their power to make sure that is not the case.
If they pull it off, I mean, it's got to rank highly as one of the most ridiculous runs we've seen in Americas.
Absolutely.
Along with EG 2023, you know, Crew on the ridiculous LCQ run. This is a run for the ages if EG can pull it off.
Yay. Bit of pressure there with a Prowler. Does give up the space though. It's all quiet for G2. They're just walking up on the backside of this one, trying to obfuscate the intention. Hit's going to be coming through at a moment's notice onto A, and it's all going to be down to Derek. Supermundo, reinforcements arriving, and now less of a worry now for that arc control. There's 48 seconds left. TP spotted, broken. No chances to be taken here, and G2 are going to get a bit of a scurry on, but they haven't broken any of this util.
No, it doesn't look like a good pivot here, does it? The defense is still really spread out. Tons of Vice utility already implanted on the B site. This is going to be an extremely difficult nut to crack. And there's so little time on the clock.
How did they get it done?
I guess the only advantage for G2 is that it's only Nature home.
Nature has got the stronghold set up. Put down the Thorns. Delaying most of this one here. There's only 13 seconds left and the plan needs to go down. It needs to be spotless. They haven't cleared back halls yet. See, salvos all going to be combined. Kills are going to be found, but with 5 seconds left, you're going to find the pocket. And it's kills claimed. Dropping players like flies. The round is won out by EG. They realize it. They know it.
That utility forcing Trent to plant out in the open. He was doomed. As soon as the clock was down that low, he was doomed. And with every round that continues here, it gets more and more likely that your tournament favorites in Americas are going home and not able to go for that repeat attempt at a grand finals, another chance at a global trophy. G2 are going to take a tactical timeout.
Time! Nice! Let's go!
Josh RT forced to intercede on G2's behalf. Their economy is pretty tragic, but it looks like, from what we can see, Josh is telling them to force up, and he's giving them a specific strat, because G2 are going for it with bulldogs, stingers, that kind of stuff. And on the other side, EG should be thinking that they'll be set up pretty to extend the lead to 3. I mean, Potter's got to be giving them some slight tweaks, but otherwise, what's been working has been working.
And this is a gambit by G2, by Josh RT to be opting into this, I think, as well, the full force. When you're already, listen, only just 2 rounds down for G2, but that's a massive difference when you get this late into a series, when you get this late into a map that's going to define the midway portion of your careers.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Ender. This is going to be one of the defining matches for G2. And you know what? If they win it, if they make Toronto, maybe people will forget about it. Maybe people won't remember G2 squeaking past EG. But if they don't, it will be defining for this year, because it'll mean they miss out on an entire global event, another opportunity at going for a trophy. And that's what this team was aiming for right from the beginning of this year.
Talk about defining for a team like EG, where expectations are at their lowest. Scrapped together with players that no one really wanted. Second chances offered up, really, for that chance to play in Tier 1. These EG players are hungry to prove absolutely everyone wrong.
And you know what? It's not a full force for G2. There's only one player that's gone for the full hero buy, and that's Jorgon. The rest will still be able to get a buy together in round 18, so it's not as dangerous as it looks. It's not as big of a gamble that Josh RT has called. They're defaulting, getting rid of the Vice Wall over towards Art early on. And it looks like this time maybe they'll commit to the A split. Haven't run too many of these. The drone over towards B is going to keep Ye anchored. Derek goes walkabouts.
Gonna spot it out there. Valen, do you turn up the heat? Do you try and apply that pressure? Here it is, coming from the side and round and wide to pull to try and offset most of this one here, but a big reveal and an even bigger kill. Valen is quick to drop onto that one. Superman trying to hold them back, but a cosmic divide. It's gonna split up and divide most of this site now. G2 are able to get themselves into the post plant.
It's great patience there, waiting for the ult. Are they ready to fight? They're going for it with the
fatal. Yes, Nightfall primed and ready. He's going to be cutting away absolutely everything. Sound cues down and out and around. But nothing else to really step past this one. It's a threshold of their own making, but lying in wait, just seeking to delay and deny this chance here for them. Star. It's Valen looking to dominate and take control of the round itself. And what a call to make. What a play to make overall, G2. Not done yet.
Not punished for going for that hero buy on that single player. They're now going to have the economy to go forwards. What a pivotal round that was. It's now knocked the economy down of EG. Ultimates are going to start to get online for G2. And look at how good this team is at maximizing bad weaponry. The reactive push through Art was perfect. Leaf hits a shot with the Sheriff. Valen always playing inside the smokes. And it's writ across Icy's face. Their opportunity to dominate this game may have just slipped away. Now it's all going to be a heavy grind. EG can still get it done, though. If only they keep that belief and the proactivity.
Yay. Very aggressive. Dash is primed. Putting out the drone. Doesn't even use the dash to get the hell out of there. He's still staying around.
And even if they hadn't used that double initiator utility to clear, they still had a Vice Flash. So they could be pretty confident right now. There is nobody in mid. But that just means, Ye might have gone to walkabout somewhere else. And you can see he's getting set up over on A main this time.
Like EG wanted to maybe set up for a bit of a trap play off of Ye's contact, but to give up on that idea now. A lot of pressure is heard. Heading its way over towards the B side. Icy is going to try and drop this one down and shut it down entirely. Just a Bucky in hand, he barely gets away scot-free. Armageddon is going to be creating some carnage now. Slicing up most of the site. There's a timing to be getting all the way back in here. Connector is the name of the game. G2 are trying to run a bit of a swindle on them. All the way though, Icy is all in through the back of that A main control. Is going to be critical. Superman's going to lock this one down. Time of the essence once more.
They have to clear A main.
And G2, they need that extremity control. Leaf, yes, you found it. Consolation prize indeed, but Superman reveals his hand. Drops off control of this one. G2 are the ones that are going to be feeling the heat. Can you turn around and manage it in time? There's no cleanup. This is them being picked apart at the seams. Trent, last one to stand. Hit a 1v3, make it a 1v2. Now 1v1, Icy denied.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous from Trent. Leaf was miles away. It really was the 1v2, 1v3 on the site there that Trent pretty much had to win. Leaf had got stuck on the B insert, completely out of the fight. And Trent did it all in an uncomfortable spot. Manages to find the pick onto Superman and turn around, deal with the flash, and clean up Icy. Monumental. G2 not even forced to ask the question of could Leaf deal with that. Okay, navigated, but that was just an eco for EG. Now we get to see them with rifles and ops. Yay, picks that one up. He has the knives in the back pocket too. They break drone early, which is going to allow him to step up. And what is this?
What is this? Takes a peek, takes a shot, in through the back as well. Icy will be pushed out on the way, but Yay! He's gonna teach them the name El Diablo. Hasn't been heard rattling around people's brains for quite some time.
I mean, if used at all in the last couple years, it's been used ironically, sarcastically, referring back to a peak that most people thought Yay would not return to, and yet this run has really showcased he's still got it. He still can be a powerhouse that takes people to podium finishes, perhaps. Who would have thought this EG team could be on the precipice of making top 3 in Americas, making a global? G2 stands in their way, but it's a 5v3 in this round. And EG with all of the advantages. They're playing safe, they're playing disciplined. Derek just spotting.
Tiptoeing around Derek, taken out. Punish, Steel Guardian's going to be used almost immediately here. G2 taking no chances.
And the Hawk clears out Secret, so they can be super confident. But they've lost Trent, so no salvos in the post plan. They're forced to try to make a play. And this double push from Valen and Leaf, is it gonna find anything?
There's timings on timings.
Oh, this is mad.
Also being called for as well. This is it. Of course, you've got to take risks for G2. It's a 3v4. You need these kills, and you need them now, and they're going to be finding it. Icy drop down, but that really does reveal the hand! And a whiff! Jonah P can't quite manage the control of this one. That's going to be the pull rattled off nice and early, but they flipped the map entirely. Knives to the side, run into the side. Yay! Shuts it down, slicing and dicing. 4 kills for El Diablo. And he might be the king of hell, but he is ice cold on this stage right now.
He's managed to push himself back up to the top of the scoreboard for EG. If you were wondering, when is this guy going to come online? Well, it's rounds like this. He's had 2 of them so far on defense, where he just completely takes over. And this still had a lot of danger into it. Yes, the post-plan positioning is not actually great. Nature can tuck around on a steel box, and Leaf was left at Flowers, not really able to do much. Josh can feel the game slipping away. There's only 1 round in it, but the momentum, honestly, feels like it's there with EG.
It's fast and loose, called for by GT. G2, I should say.
My ult's ready.
Jorg, he gets the ult online. And G2, they're normally pretty good in rounds like this, but Jorg can sometimes overheat when the pressure's on in spots with his ultimate. Yay, on an aggressive line. It's really difficult to get anything done with the op when your opponent has a Yoru ult.
I mean, this is crazy.
Who's next?
Drone for the reclearance out through A main. It's going to be the dimensional drift as well, pushing forwards. Not too much spotting many of these plays whatsoever, but there it is, reveals it with the hand itself, and Superman steps up to it. He's being challenged, and a hell of a task as well to try and defend these players. Cloud burst, obfuscating, trying to hide it all, and Yay, the thief in the night, he's managed to escape it all. Derek! My God! What a time to step up, what a time to come alive. G2 though, do not doubt them in their spots, and for Trent to do it all now in a 1v2. Angle to the side, Yay! Delivers the death blow.
So much focus in that round for G2 was on taking Yay out of the fight. They spotted him with the Prowler, and they were so focused on him, they weren't ready for Superman. And then they were so focused on Yay again, they weren't ready for Derek, who springs around a corner with a 2K. Nice. Yay was an incredibly expensive decoy in that round.
Yeah.
But what works, works. And EG on an eco now have to make something work with the Stingers. Otherwise, EG are gonna have 3 qualification points. 3 opportunities to convert and make it to Toronto. Eliminate the tournament favorites, the team that nobody doubted would make it.
Now pushed to that brink. So much ass of them. With scraps, bottom of the bargain bin is what they're working with to try and convert around like this.
And yet aren't G2 so good at putting themselves in position to make the Stingers look broken? If any team could do it with a bad buy like this, it would be G2.
How do you get it done? Yes, you have mid-control. Lying in wait, watched for by EG. That's Ye with the operator onto the one side.
You're looking for information, and then you're probably sight smoking. You know, if Valen has 2 smokes, he can pop them either side of that default, and you try to close the gap.
Looking to try and go into this one, a bit of stray spam as well. Trent catching a bullet to the leg there, but alive in time for the plan itself here. Now he is hyper committed. Hyper committed indeed. Salvos clearing away. Space to be called for. G2 want to try and fight for this one too for Nail, but Derek right back at you. It's an exchange and a handshake with a util in hands, but here's that steel guard and Nature lying in wait and lets it loose now. Eyes on Jorgamo inside that smoke and a timing! Timing barely going his way here, but dash into his face! Jorgamo! Knives out! No escape from that one here, round to the side. It's such a quick response in EG. Finds that 2v2, ultimate earned. Pushing them back and away.
9 seconds on salvos for Trent.
No stick inside, going to be occurring for now as well, but straight spam has to do it. Superman sticking, straight shot, knives out, running it down.
What are the chances in this round? The G2 come out on top. They have plot armor. It's ridiculous. Jorgamo's been, I don't know, traveling to London or something, getting clues from the locals.
Mate.
Brought a knife to a gunfight. How did he manage to make the best out of a spot?
That's
he's
absurd.
Been caught inside a vice ult.
I knifed the guy again. I always get a knife kill.
And they've broken the economy of EG. Potter is forced to take a tactical timeout. Her last one of the map. And a moment to catch our breath.
Yeah.
Because
we need it.
All looked like EG were on the precipice of winning. They were about to go into a situation. Had they converted that, where they were up 12-9, 3 chances, they got to convert at least one of them, surely. Maybe G2 could have clawed it back to OT, but OT would have been guaranteed. And now, no such safety net. G2 are favored to tie up Pearl, and it is tense out there. How have the last 3 games for G2 been this good? We thought there was going to be an enormous gap between G2 and the rest of the pack in Americas. This, I'm not going to lie. Listen, I'm ride or die Americas, but this was looking like a 1-team region a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
Like 3 weeks ago or something, G2, they had head and shoulders clear of everyone in Americas. And you can argue over whether it's a slump in their form, a step up in everybody else's, but there is no denying that G2 have been putting on ridiculous entertainment in their loss to Sen, the win over 100 Thieves, and now whatever the hell this is going to end up being against EG. I'm sure it doesn't feel good for them.
No, the tension on the stage, man.
It is cinema.
It is cinema that we're watching. But you can cut the tension with a knife that's occurring. EG staring at the barrel of an equalized map so far. Lighter weaponry at hand for them, and G2, they're relentless.
This is one of those spots where you just got to be clean. G2 are the ones that really control the tempo here. You've got to avoid running into stacks, and you've also got to avoid EG closing the gap on the retake. Now, they don't have a bunch of stingers. It's only Nature that has one. So you're worried about a classic from Icy and Superman. It really doesn't look that dangerous. But Ye's got a Marshall, and we've seen what the Ecos can do in this game already.
He's got full control over towards A main as well. He's got a heavy emphasis. Some guesswork from EG as well. You can see it with the player positioning. Derek is umming and ahhing, but if the time gets late here, doesn't matter that EG have the weaker weaponry. Derek has salvos, he's got an ult.
And the stack is going to be in position.
Salvos, where the hell do you run? Where the hell do you hide? Nowhere to go. Still cut up to the corner here. Icy's feeling like it needs to make a play forwards and around. Jorgamo trying to lay claim to most of the site. Still, there needs to be that clearance, and it is there eventually. Trading, dislodging Icy from that spot.
Rounds like this, you get to see that discipline from G2. They look clinical there, dealing with that stack, flushing out every little danger, and making sure that they tie up the score to 11-11. Round 17 and round 21 completely redefining this map. And both of them, both super pivotal rounds going the way of G2. EG, if they end up losing here, are going to be looking back at both of those and just feeling sick to their pits of their stomach. Here's another one though. And this one is going to take one of these teams to a match point.
Guns v guns, 11-11. Similar beginning here from G2. Drone forward to clone on top of it. Gets broken though. Wall's not going to be triggered. That was the goal genuinely here for G2. Well, the Utopian temp forwards though once more with that Cosmic Divider, aiming to fake it, to try and pull these EG players away, but they're up through mid, still walking around the site. Does anything give this one up? It's already a gate crash all the way through into the back of their spawn as well. Reinforcements can arrive for EG.
Jorg going?
Jorg is going all the way. He's going a distance
Where's he going?
now. Revealed in hand. Spotting his players out. Trying to dominate the map. Yay! On his perch, on his high ground position, EG were not to be moved from that feign. From the fake itself in the covers itself, but a mistake is made and wrapping his ray all the way from behind. G2 laying claim and laying siege all the way to the site. There's no stopping this train right now.
And Jonah P, the lone Canadian that we could even send from Americas to Toronto, he gets the job done with a 3K. He's been quiet in this map, setting up the rest of his team, but he wants to get there and play in front of the home crowd. One round separates G2 from Toronto. You see what it means to them. EG, they could have been in control there. And Ye, with a dash in, a bit of an overheat, and suddenly it all goes wrong. EG are on a triple Guardian buy. It's nothing.
It's pushed to the brink. It's desperation at its core. And all for just a chance of overtime. G2, they're in the driving seat. They're looking for much more. First kill claimed, answered back immediately. Superman, quick with the trigger.
And this is where the players can get a bit ahead of themselves, the adrenaline absolutely pumping. Jorg got one, and instead of playing the 5v4, he swings forward, punished by Superman. Now droning out A, trying to keep the A players anchored to their spots, while the spike makes its way over towards B. A site thus far undefended. Gate crash just expired on B as well. And EG, they're doubled up to defend double doors. There's nobody coming in that direction. G2 may end up here having a free plant and being able to play posts with Trent and Valin. Things all look set up and tidy for G2 to be able to make it through.
You see the wall, stars down. It's gonna spell it out nice and pretty here. You gotta try and be coordinated here. Triple jump up, over and around. G2. Clone dealt with, backside control is gonna be theirs, but Derek has an ult lying in wait. This is Jonah People sticking this one as well. Taking that timing and a bit of damage in the process. Doubled up, EG. It's all on the line here and now, and G2
are pushing.
Yes, matters into their own hands. They realize it. Armageddon, they want to take the fight to him. Don't let EG take the initiative. Don't let them take that space and timing. Blind, out and around. Derek, he needs more than that. He goes down without a second thought. And this wraparound is rapid indeed, but EG have got to do it all. Just nature and Superman side by side. Backs against the wall, shots need to rain supreme, but G2 have a date with destiny. A ticket to Toronto, secured in their back pocket.
What grit and determination. So many moments on Pearl where it felt like EG could have been in control, and yet G2 denied them, turned their dreams to ashes at every twist and turn. Round 17, round 21, round 23 as well, all massively pivotal. All went the way of G2.
And heartbreak for these Evil Geniuses players. All doubts layered against them.
Nobody thought that they could make it to this point. Nobody thought that they would be pushing G2 in a series like this. They've proved that they are a team to watch in Stage 2. But it's a long way before those matches begin. And so, we're not going to be seeing these faces for a while. They were within touching distance of Toronto. But that dream was dashed and denied by G2. The tournament favorites who have scraped through in games now against 100 Thieves and EG.
Pushed to the limits.
You would not have believed it if we told you that at the start of the stage.
Yeah, and there it is.
Jorg giving respect to his former coach. And they were pushed to the brink. A sigh of relief on the faces of these G2 players, but they have earned their opportunity to fight for another global trophy. I can't imagine what it feels like for those players. And they've got more matches ahead of them in Americas, a domestic trophy to fight for.
Absolutely.
But they don't look like the solid favorites that we thought they were gonna be.
But regardless of all of that, the big ticket item was going to Toronto. They get it done. Tenuous was the fashion, really just pushed all the way to the brink. G2, they bring the best out of some of these teams, I think. Everybody wants to bring their A game against one of the top dog teams of Americas. They get their chance, really, to right some wrongs of the past. This G2 squad has been struggling ever so slightly. They want to try and make it to Toronto. They've made it here and now. They're going to get a chance as well to see if they can run it all the way back, to see if they can lift a global trophy.
You're looking at this series right here. I got to say, Leaf played an outrageously good game. He was the carry on Split that made sure that they won the second map in the series. Yeah. And then he comes through again with another great performance, drops 21 kills in this map too. But there's 3 players that are dropping over 20 here for G2. Valen having a massive resurgence in form to come through at the end, but also Trent and Leaf, the players that have just been rock solid for G2 this year.
See how much it means to him.
And Jonah P gets to play in front of a home crowd. Probably the only Canadian player that we'll see representing Canada in Toronto. I think the only other possibility is Koala Noob from Na'Vi. And I don't know if he's going to make it. Listen, I don't want to throw shade, but that's unlikely.
Yeah.
Then again, so was EG, and we saw what almost happened today. What a run this almost was, but it honestly, it still was a crazy run from EG.
No, it was.
This was a team that was 4th in their group, and then ended up 4th in Americas and so close to being 3rd.
And everybody wanted to doubt them for the longest time, even when they're making this run, this stretch in through the lower bracket. They got denied at the final hurdle here from potentially extending and seeing how far they could really push themselves, I think, as well at Toronto. They have that break now, and they are eliminated from our Stage 1 playoffs, but this is an EG squad that is heating up, not just at the right time now. They're giving you hope almost, I think, as well. Yeah. Americas isn't just this one-team region now. You're seeing this competitiveness just seep through in almost every single team, bringing that A game. Every time they play against a team like G2, genuinely everybody wants to bring it.
I think Ye and Icy and their playoffs form, that's going to be a big thing to watch heading into Stage 2. Can they keep it up? Does the team continue to improve with this long gap that we have before Stage 2? But again, EG are now out, and the focus is on our Toronto teams, of which we know them all.
We all do, of course. And then we're going to send it down on the stage. Riv is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview. You don't want to miss it. Take it away, Riv.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast in the day. And I do have a squad of G2 members down here. We got Valen, Trent, and Josh RT. They're here, but
I mean, at this point, we're always known for these bangers now. Like, all these matches, they're coming down to the wire. And honestly, like, we're in such a special position to learn from those mistakes. And, like, we're so grateful for these opportunities. And I'm constantly seeing my players grow throughout all these battles. And to finally overcome it and book our ticket, amazing.
In a battle, again, on Pearl, when a map comes at your team like this and it seems to be a pain point, how do you approach it differently? How do you make sure it's a victory?
I mean, sometimes it's a player-led thing, you know? Like, I can only say so much in my timeouts. I've been talking to both Jake, Trent, my whole team, outside of practice about, like, trying to step up individually in terms of leadership, making sure, like, we are composed in those moments.
Okay.
And, you know, it's just seeing it in action, it's always so beautiful to me.
Amazing. Valen, I want to come to you, man. It's been some long and tough series you've been playing in, maybe even aged you a bit with these. What's it been like to call kind of near at the top of your game, have to keep these pressured games all the way to the final round of that 3rd map? What's that been like?
It's hard to start, honestly. This past couple weeks have been pretty difficult for us as a team. Like, we're trying to get better. We know we can play better. Everyone can step up, but sometimes in the matches it's getting closer than we like, and we're just messing up little things, and it's just so annoying. You know, it's so annoying. We could be doing so much better. But to close out today means the world to me, because, dude, I love playing with these guys so much. It's what I do every day. It's my life. So to not have it end today and actually go to Toronto just means the world. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I was just worried that it was going to end today, but we pulled out through, and that was crazy. That was crazy.
It was crazy. You guys pulled out a bunch of crazy series, and you know what? You have the results for it to go into Toronto and show your fans even more. Trent, looking at you, looking at how you played in Bangkok, a map away from MVP, an incredible stage and playoff so far. Is there more in the tank? What can we see from Trent, man? You look absolutely amazing lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing my game right now, so everyone's kind of complimenting me. I feel pretty good. The team's playing really well, so, and Tejo's broken, but not for long, so.
Right on. And looking at Tejo's coming up, changing, are you happy to be going back to Sova? Are there other initiators who've been working on here? Because we did see it's like 21 out of 21 plays on Tejo. It's Trejo. So how's it feel? Are you ready to be on something different? Or are you actually just loving this right now?
I am loving this because Tejo's just broken right now, but I do like change, so I'll probably play a lot of other initiators.
All right, right on, right on. Valen, I just want to come to you for one more thing, man. The pressure you're talking about, because everybody wants to know, how do you overcome it? How do you make sure that as the IGL of the squad, you guys are pulling through the victories to get that smile so everybody's cheering and jumping at the end?
I mean, it's experience at the end of the day. Like, we were on the other side of this in Bangkok. Obviously, we're playing for a trophy. This is qualification, but it's the same thing. It's the highest stakes, season on the line, everything on the line. And we ended up falling short last time, and we learned from it. So this time around, we had these close games, had these close comebacks, but our mental has been full force that just forget the last round, focus on what's next, because we know we're a great team. Sometimes in scrims, we just 12-0 people. So we're like, why can't we do it on stage? We know we can win out of any situation. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy when you got these guys, you know.
Well, all right, you guys got one more match to go, but you can happily pack your bags as G2 is going to Toronto to represent VCT Americas. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on an amazing series, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for us today. We are going to be sure to just break it down. Don't miss tomorrow. It is going to be the lower bracket finals going between MiBR and G2 Esports. So do not miss it. We're going to leave you today with a Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Check it out.
This one is bound to be a banger. Aspas has taken the worst team in Brazil, now turned them into a true contender, and they're going up against the team that just handed G2 their first loss.
Second finds the first on to Furno. Aspas just cannot even find a moment to have impact on the round.
He's going to have to make good use of it, because Second is tearing them limb from limb.
Cortezia has picked one up as well, so decent enough. Transfer from Second into the ace is so unreal.
Chance to reload now. Here comes the fight. Artazine deals with Zelsis, almost too quick to see. Make the space for Artazine. He's now occupied. Here come MiBR, a much needed pistol.
Shotgun at Baby Door.
All right, he's ready for it now. Center on the side, but Verna was on a backstab angle that John is all too ready for. Extrasensory, his perception. That's a key kill. Zen back on the board, rumbling back into control. For the first time this stage, Sentinels take Lotus, the map pick of MiBR. A nasty blow to strike so early in the series. That slows things down. Cortezia has the TP forward and narrates it. I don't think so. Not today. Second once more. He's hungry. And Cortezia served up like a snack. This lightly armored, straggling squad of MiBR once again are put to the sword. Narrate hit by Headbang trying to drop down. Spike is trying to get there, and it's not going to happen. Narrate has it knocked loose, and everything falls apart for Sentinels. He'll have a timing. Bang, it's always him. And Cortezia, you're asking all too much of the guy, surely. And the period put on the sentence. Sentinels will advance to our grand finals with a map advantage. Get themselves set up for another crack at international glory.
G2, all expectations for them to be making it to Toronto, of course, but they find themselves facing off against an unlikely foe, which is EG in that lower bracket. Bowden spam as well. They're pouring absolutely everything into this one. Just backs himself out and away. Jorgamo really just trying to not lose control up to the round. I think they've achieved that. Jorgamo is just running rampant right now. That's an old pop top, not dead yet. That's a snake bite wide to face. Kill needs to be claimed here. Round and away. Yay! Has brought it to a winnable spot. Not anticipating it. Valen with the reposition up towards the high ground. Yay snaps. Time. He's got it. Swing wide from Jorgamo, not dead yet. Trent left to do it all, 1v1. Nature sticking, half earned, 6 bullets left. Trent down to the wire.
Come on. Is there time though?
Time! Go!
With 0.3 seconds. seconds on the clock. EG take map 1 and deliver a statement opening blow to G2.
They deroute IC from this position. In and around forward. It's a wide face leaf, barely able to get a handle on it. Position's going to be noted. There's a pit drop down. Oh, and then hold on. Leave. My God, man! Pulls an ace out of bloody nowhere.
He dropped on my head. He silently dropped on my head.
2v2, and time still important necessity to play around here. As you mentioned, Josh, there's no plan whatsoever, but hunting, lying, but Trent will drag you all the way.
At some point here, somebody on G2 was going to pull out the play to seal the deal.
They want to take this fight all the way to them. It's going to take a lot, though, to dislodge Trent from that spot. In that carnage once more, chaos. Trent contains the ball.
What is this?
What is this? Takes a peek, takes a shot. IC will be pushed out on the way, but Yay! Knives to the side, run into the side, Yay! Shuts it down, slicing and dicing. 4 kills for El Diablo. From the fake itself in the covers itself, but a mistake is made, and wrapping his ray all the way from behind. G2 laying claim and laying siege all the way to the site. G2 have a date with destiny. A ticket to Toronto secured in their back pocket.
Esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.